ask Honorable Daniels, if you would, provide the prayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, honorable members of Resources and Development Committee, staff, Legislative Council, colleagues, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, the ones that are on the line. So, Adonana Kodo, Adawis Ago, Dino Sagi Kodo, Colin Dasagi, so Kodo, Adona Department, Navajo Nation, Kodo. Or she I use a what it is, Kodo, or she would know them. See, Kiss, Donana Kodo, Naini, Kato, Les Kodo, Adonana Kodo, Hot Kodo, Hot Longo Kodo. A Benodan state now, so that is nay, you had what a call. Even that I'll take the ho, or she had the Niscodo. Yeah, ho. Samana has gone home. A hair home. Yadishkis, Sitra, hon, Jonah, Ishitra. Arunana Quay is a so lahweg, as Joe. In fact, in Hitra, on the Lahona. Arunana hon, the Johona, Nana. Hana or Quena or Ashiki Hona. By hate needs and Hodo. Sajiben Hana of Spa. Arunana Hono. A Pendai hon, Nana, the Dohi Hona. Yat Econada deck, Loyat Eltonada deck, Case Hodo. The Janana Doles. Nan is Nana Doles, eh? Nada needs me, Hodo. Adonana Hona. At the Hodo Sa Hona, the Jida Hodo. Hard she the hot eat Hona, though in Hinata the hot eat Hona. Hard she what a bend the Hodista. Hard she what I Hodo a yet an a Hoda a yes, rather this Ado a Hoda had the Hoti land, the Hona. Hona. Yamana Slav Kai Hona. Zunon his got a Hona, out of the clinical Hona. Legon Jagala hot Cheladat, Chelis at it. Then he's got it and the Hona. Adonan Hon. So that, a chop was that, a got that. And so that's when he's got it and the Hona, and I'm not here till then, yes, it's so. The other that if I didn't actually have not jet or less to Hona. What that Eggy Benny had off the Hona. But Gina had to see the hot eat Hona. Adonana Hon, John, what it said as said an said eight she. Adonana Todan Tunda has yet to have that. To and the Hona, it's East Ned, it's East on the to the Hona. Doubt the Hona as twee or the Hona. A Yozit Hona. Adonana Hona. Yabi get a Hona. I don't know, Beggy, what I have a bear, had a dosa, the Jada Hona. Not Agitan Lahona, as art el. Gagit of the hall at Sa. Gena Cushing art and La. Yayet and Nagaki Hona. Gagit at a Hona. The skis never yours, Kessa. Said that the Jossa, so what are it about Hona? The neck is a go. What I Hona, the Jada, what I Hona, had a hot of Sam, the Arsenal, Beggy Hona, all over them, such a case as a national. Has it a night at the Has it a naga, some road as national is a Hona. What I Aja, by the soul land the Hona, Arsenal, Beggy, Yayet. Adonana Taslat at all. Try Tabi Toby yet. Now, Ragit or Hallo. Edo Hona has it a night at sea, so as just in the Toby yet. Straight then Hasland at night at sea hotel. Just the Hona. Now, there we try yet. Taslat. Now, Ragit had lost the Hona. Edo Hona. A hair Hona, with Addis got a hot of Sahona. Ado, which a night eats the Hona and shit. Adonana to. Better in Nahona, AIC here Hona, be streeted at the nails and not only the well this Hona. A call that a Hona should get on a senior Hona. we to hone and get a nika, we to hone, we hit the neat, we hit so deal them. We hit that, we hit that, we hit that I got a hona, we to hone. I don't know hone. I toy hone, but I drop by a hone. No car hone. No, my car now, Zagi hone. The last guy, as art is, but as art is. Hona the last guy hona, but I drop by a hona. I don't know hona. I give the hona, Benashni, he hona. This is sort of the biggest hona, but Nash hona, a hon, he came, Lenny. One now, Argo hona, Koya that, ego, just tweet of fun in the house, Trago hona, but I drop by a hona, the hona. A the hona. The Habstahama sword or less hona. On by action machine hoited and la hona, the Ada sainted and la hona. I was there, Ashana, Hikat, one that the well zish. I was in the Kay, I was tried that they had no go. The Asian that yet has a hundred at the well zish hona. In Habstahama sword or less hona. I don't have send the hona, what of the Astra hona. Yet ego hona, the Ultragi, they eat or less what I hona. The Habit on my short on Hassan, I don't give a try to Honey, Longy Horner. I still horner none as we can't bake none as we horner. You can't that Hassan than Lenny Horner. At the His Argo Horner, Clover Horner, can't have Argo Horner, old man as you can't be Carter Horn, in Habsta on my short or letters to Horner. I don't know Horner. He lay that Horner. The Becashy, out of Saint. Out of tillage in the house Argo Horner. The Habsta on the sound of letters to Horner, but I drove by a Horner. I hear charge in the house, I get it in the house. The Habsta on the Horner. I but I drove by a Horner, I crossing Horner, but the Halla Horner. What I hunt was Nash Ego, what is it? And the shit I get it, I got a Horner, has read I Horner, but I has read I Horner, became a destiny that movement a Horner, or the La Horner, the Habata has a Horner. The Habstaham was so on. I don't know. Yes, you get your Hosagi, Pleda, Dana, and Zohona, Ada Hon by here needs and Hona. I say, but the need Lehona, the Quishinache, I don't hear Nashtina, the Quishinache, Hobaka had your by needs to go Hona, but Dana and Zoe Hona, yes, and Lenny Hona, that's you get your Hosagi, I see here Hona, I don't find home, but the need less the Hona, and it's not it. We saw the art and Jane. The car drop in it and Horner. I don't know Horner. I toy Horner, Benashnate or less Horner, so sort of the Nibby is a Horner, they sort of the Bayashki given big is a Horner. On his 8 and the 8 and the house to Horner. I did in Hanna dog, I did to Horner by the $100 store. I don't know Horn is in his Hanan, so Kissiki Horner. We had what I did to Horner. As I say, a be card. The was Honda dot Lihona. Hard saying Honda has Honda egg as in Honda dot Lihona. She did city on Saint Honda. Or die Honda. When saying the so that so there's only Honda has stayed or less out get the last one, get the loud Honda. A Honda has dropped by a Honda. You about nearly the whole Honda about Honda. Originally not this any the Hona, the whole Hona, but so Kevin not a kedda. A the Hona, the whole Hona. A don't have the Hona, sound on the Hona. Because the law, I don't get the last for the Hona. I don't know Hona, I'll try Hona. The national or letter of Johnny the Inish Hona. The 3 branch Hona, executive branch. I wrote the legislative branch, judicial branch, I'll go Hona. So let's stay that hard, Tony Arabandan, let's see, I'll go Hona and Habata Hona, sound on this. Araba Sinahon, but for Kevin another kid as in the Halahon, Aaron Hartama, Sound or Leshona, out of Lanto Hona. Bismarck unneat Liddy Hona. Which Hoynan is which a king colony Dandlahona. Safety bed is down a Sohona. Then Hada Hoshiahona. Out of the action that Habstahama Sohona is the Hon, you for Kenyan Vilkeda What I hon here and has Arch Hona. Which in a lady thought and deep down the Hona. On that auto, but it on the case the Hona. One has the Hona. The yellow had a hundred, I don't know the had a hundred and the bed and Lenny Hona. Zono is not a slide of Honas on the base has an Lenita. alcohol hotaiba so the ni be ba state or le hona aro alcohol hona la hosin ba odisland hon la hosin la hadisland ba ni heben hol ni to le chudi na sein hona e hona al na de nothing to le alcohol hona what I hon so the an said they hon be state or le deep ni bi hona alcohol hona bevnant ada hona adon leda I miss hona partners staff and the chapter staff and chapter managers, chapter coordinators and from Habsahama what I thought on behalf state or let's do on the same hona, what I did they made or let's say Benivi hona, as for then his hozon or let's one art being the hon heart at the Santa Dada and at the now constant hona. Next, Naya Snidin his hozon or let's say, I don't ask for then his hozon or let's hona. Who's on hustling? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels, for that. Next on the agenda, we have the announcements. Do you have any announcements, Shanandai? Ms. Begay?
Chairman, I'm on. Delegate Freeland.
Honorable Freeland. Ms. Begay, do we have any announcements?
Mr. Chair, I believe tomorrow you have a Nabakia work session. And then on Friday, RDC has their leadership meeting with the Navajo Nation Tribal Ranchers and the Eastern Land Board. And that's was rescheduled from last Friday, the 19th. And we reset it to the 26th. So we'll be having a meeting on Friday. Department of Agriculture and Tribal Ranchers program are available on that day, Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Ms. McKay, Walker, introduction.
Thank you, Chairman and committee members. This is Thomas Walker, committee member, and I represent Talani Lake, Loop, Cameron, Coal Mine, and City chapters. Don the Ensign Shin on the peak of 20 Bashing. What's of the should say that Edo Sadishki Dashinada, a cut echo, Ado should say, so there's a Hinzi, a care, Dini do little cop. Cut ahead.
Honorable Stewart.
Good morning. Shanaika, Dosh, Jayaja Dosh, Majaka, Aro, staff, and Ofinigi, Asto, Aro, Anosko, Coroni, here from Ofinigi this morning. It's Wednesday morning, I thought Yant A. Anosko, Shaya Wilson, C. Stewart Jr. Ainshia, Do Kodogi A. Yat, Witsohi Ainshle, Nanish, Ajit Bashis Chin, Kachini, Dashache, Doppy between the Chanella, Aro. Todo back a cheat once alone he did the professionals and Shle Auto for Defiance Agency. I still represent for RDC Resource Development Committee. Again, good morning, everybody. Thank
you. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, good up. Colleagues, I know spoke up. It's in Senegate that was all in Shiagi Herman Daniels Jr. Adonana Adona and Slinigi Ebit Ani Ado Kilachin Eda Shize Ashkat Law Eda Shanala Foyet Lini Adonana Na Kaita E Ashichi or that mentioned on the Reda or Shito Shato Sabi Ken Arun the Natus Ane Banashnish or that you didn't have to say Dolescodo. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, good morning, colleagues as well. Thank you. I'm sorry for my tardiness. All the circuits were busy here in Crown Point this morning. So I kept dialing in, and I finally got through. Got patient on time. Almost go get those staff. We're very blessed with this moisture. I'm very thankful for it. I look forward to a wonderful spring and summer. Yeah. Shana, thank you for that prayer. So yeah, thank you very much, brother. She's a Mark Freeland, the share out of Lingy Totoni, Snowdog Kia Ani, Asia, Sandra Canada Shache. I don't turn up at the Asian. I represent 8 chapters out of Eastern Navajo, Crown Point, Nahdiskish, I have Vicente, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herfino, and Nyaza, plus the other 23 Eastern chapters as well, Chairman. Want to say good morning to all the workers and employees, and thankful for everyone helping out this morning. BIA, Roads, and NDOT as well. Big shout out for them clearing Route 9. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Kealan Begay.
Chairman, good morning. Ado, Sunda, RDC members, staff, and everyone that's on the line. Kudo need it statue. Hanagan hidden and strong here only. That's the adopt and that's a cheat sheet nationale. Ado Slago Sanda Patrashaki a Lumel, Kachibugat, Salani Cottonwood, Maslini, and mini farms at Kudo chapters. But I just want to say thank you. This morning we always have plenty of meetings every single day. So I just want to acknowledge my LDA for coordinating additional meeting prior to this RDC meeting, ongoing progress at the chapter level. So again, thank you, my LDA. But Ashin recognition, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Chair Rick Nazen, Chair of RDC, and Wasan and Snow, they cut cheating, but she's changed the map, but she shade okay on it. The Samala, the stronger chapters, Banash, and she get hog back. San Juan and Hanzad, Upper Fruitland, Burnham, and Newcomb. Welcome, everybody, and please keep your phones on mute. Thank you. RDC staff, Ms. Begay.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Yat A. Bene, Shami Begayin, Shadow Lay, Sawmill, Arizona, Deco, any chance now. Now, Kaden and Shaw, the British and the British chain. Topa, he did the shade, Katini, they the Schnella without 8 son and son. Otto Kehat, Shiaj, Herman Daniels, thank you for the beautiful prayer. Mr. Chair, back to you.
Thank you. Ms. Woody?
Good morning.
Ms. Woody?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. Other RDC members and all those that are listening. Mr. Daniels, first of all, thank you for the nice prayer. And then on Hatsanatins and the land Chicago. But I can't need all this. I don't say unless the Boden Hashne. Janon here, not as I and Schlinige Kapahan saw the battle in a bus chain here on it as she does not generate a chanel. I had always done and hot on each that's need all this. I don't hear it or yet and chair on it. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Woody.
Oh,
Ms. Khan?
Good morning.
Khan?
Good morning. Good morning.
yeah, you could have at least got change with that. That way I could have.
Good morning. Yat
Please. Go ahead, Ms. Khan.
Okay. Yat Neshik A. Yat Resources and Development Committee members who are on the line this morning. Ado Yat Beshbangasa Anigi, whoever is on the line this morning. Thank you for joining us. That was the most beautiful prayer, and it's true. We are very blessed to have this beautiful moisture. Che dona and the siniki a toyhead leaning the but Ahmi Bashis chin last che dashe tenjikina dashanala. And I am speaking to you today from the Window Rock, capital of the Navajo Nation, and I'll be listening on the line today. Good morning, one and all.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Do we have any 24th Council colleagues on the line with us?
Good morning, Chairman. This is Delegate Otto So. She Otto So and she so the members of the Resources and Development Committee, so Chairman, so the staff. The she keda needs and they she so she highlights she done. So it's not she Otto So and she now kind choice cleaning. I don't understand. I just trained to look at the net. I should say, not Jenny that don't that's none. Eventually, though, Conan is a day, but Bishman has an uninsular. Go a day hot air on hit it down. This seat or little, but here, Sinkodo, a own accommodate is a jar, she did a neat link at the fish on net, but the car dear, called lay the whole naked. A day hot air go hot did Satan little hot others should a bear is a bit that wet going late and shahad other and Nash after. And what here had national thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So, any other colleagues on the line with us?
Yeah, Chair. This is Delegate Brown. Resource and Development Committee Shananta. She quite Nathaniel Brown. Ado tropa hanchlo look up basis chain ki ani dash che hadot zashan dashanala. Adon le the nebenal ke trao hot chilchin be trodo dan hot so ado todineshe the nesh the panasha. Ado kodoshin oisins ado the as hayugo the neben hat to hitil aniban that jadi Beshmas anats anatలని nanish kedadno igi lagon ke nanish ado ihesla asodazen behinzi beshido beshit khayahot etole ado kwegi elkilndel nashi staff kokodon ka kan chatla hehetole ahon sohdole he.
Thank you, Honorable Brown. Any other colleagues? Then, yeah. We have from Speaker's Office,
Good morning,
Chairman.
Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Hey, Chairman, this is Speaker Damon. Good morning. Good morning to the Resource and Development Committee. Good morning to everybody listening in. I look forward to the discussion today. I'll be listening in today, Chairman. I'll be on the line. So good morning. And just to my relatives out there, I'm currently the Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I'm bitatin born for Nana Staja touching the door, Ashini edition check, and say good night, Deshanella.
Thank you for being on the line with us, Honorable Speaker Damon. Yeah. Any other colleagues on the line? None. Okay, we have from Speaker's Office, Ms. Yako.
Hi, good morning, Shananzai, Chairman Nez, and members of the Resources and Development Committee, and other members of the Council on the line. Shahat Doyat Ehbene, Shay Melinda Arviso Siako Yenshiedo, Tnajinin Shlonki Ani Bashishin, to Twitchini Dashichedo Dashini Dashanala. Adonana Shadlan Shiaj, Citizen Zinigi, Behinzigi, Benda Bigit, General Aya, Hitra. Dada hat hoshi hat au di nantiendo hat dat eningi an lado so even nach she had that nisto. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having us on the call today.
Thank you, Ms. Yako. BIA, Ms. Cheryl Curley, and Regional Director, Mr. Stevens.
Good morning. This is Acting Regional Director Sosi here on the line listening in. So thank you for the invitation. I believe Cheryl's also on the line.
Good morning, RDC Chair, RDC members, and Ms. Begay, Speaker Damon, everyone on the call.
Welcome, DIA, Mr. Sochi as well, Ms. Curley. Do we have Department of Justice on the line with us?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the RDC. This is Michelle Brown-Yazzie from the Water Rights Unit. Tachit Ninshle, Anahlana Bashishtin, Sinajani Dashache, Anahlana Dashanala. Thank you and good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is Veronica Blackhead from Natural Resources Unit. Tupajna Ajinsa Tway Lini Bashishtin, Nakaidinit Dasha. And Dasha Nala. Good morning. Thank you.
Next. Okay, anybody from Division of Natural Resources or Department of Ag? Controller's Office? Anybody wish to recognize themselves?
Hello, this is
Good morning,
Stephen Prince
Chair.
with Minerals Department in the Division of Natural Resources.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Chair.
This is Rowena
Philford
Cheremiah with Minerals.
Cheremiah? Go ahead.
Good morning. This is Rowena Cheremiah with Minerals Department. Chisenja Kena, born for Laguna in Spanish. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. OPVP, Mr. Philfred.
Good morning, Chair. This is Philford from OPVP. I'll be listening in.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, Chairman, honorable members of the committee. Leonard Chi here, representing IHS Yatesh Nanta.
Oh, yeah, Devin. Next.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Dwayne Wasita from Travel Housing Authority. Anastasia.
Thank you, Mr. Wasita. Anybody else from your office there, NHA?
We're having a little bit of problem with getting connected, so it's just me. I'm on a cell phone. So we're having a little bit of internet connection to the console. So as anybody comes on, they'll let me know. Okay. So currently it's just myself.
Thank you, Mr. Wasita. Hello. Do we have a gaming on the line with us?
Yate, Mr. Chairman, this is Brian Parrish, honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee. Thank you so much for including us in this meeting today. Brian Parrish, Yenishe, Denapde, Na Ajos, Banashnish, Ba Ahye Nisin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Parrish. Anybody else on the line with us? You may introduce yourself.
Good morning, Chairman Nez. Good morning, Chairman Nez. This is Barbara O'Kee from LDA to Delegate Edmund Yazzie. I'll be listening in on this meeting. I'm Tohe Blini Dot na Kaibashin. So Ada Sanala Dog here on that Elda a Kodo Yat a Benin Kidishnido committee.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, honorable delegates. Yate Abinin, DA Belinda Shirley with Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency. Yate Hanoso.
Good morning. Thank you. May everybody please put your phones on mute. Thank you. Next. Okay, there you go. Thank you, everybody. Next on the agenda, we have reviewing and approving the agenda. Ms. Begay, could you read that in for the record, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee and the 24th Council and the audience that are listening in to our meeting. Resource Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Teleconferencing RDC regular meeting, March 24, 2021, 10 a.m. Agenda. Presiding Ricky Nash, Chairperson. Thomas Walker Jr., Vice Chairperson. One, calling meeting to order. Roll call, invocation, announcement. 2, recognizing guests, visiting official. 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. 4, reviewing and approving the journals. 5, receiving report. A report from Paradox Resources, investing in the future of the Navajo Nation. Montezuma Creek Pipeline right-of-way and future outlook. B, a quarterly report from the Navajo Nation Housing Authority operation. C, update report from the Office of the Controller regarding the upcoming COVID-19 federal fund. D, quarterly report from the Division of Natural Resources. E, an update report from Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. A, legislation 003521. B, legislation 004321. C, legislation that should read as follows. Legislation number 0049-21. D, schedule a proposed meeting with NDOT and BIA prior to the April 4, 2021 RDC meeting with U.S. Department of Transportation. The recommended date was set for March 29, 2021 at 9 a.m. E, schedule a proposed leadership meeting with the Office of the Controller and Division of Economic Development for a follow-up on the BIDF financial report discussion. F, schedule a proposed leadership meeting with the Office of the Controller and Department of Agriculture for a follow-up on the AIF financial report discussion. 8, conclusion of committee meeting, other announcement, adjournment. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, there are 2 legislation that have came off of the 5-day comment period and was referred to RDC this morning. Those will need to be added on to the agenda at the request of the sponsor. Those legislations are 0043-21, 0044-21. Mr. Chair and members of the committee.
Thank you very much, Ms. Begay. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second.
Motion.
Chairman Keelan.
I'll second.
Keelan. Honorable Begay, second by Honorable Stewart.
Oh.
Thank you. Okay, Sananda. Ms. Begay said legislation 0043 needs to be added, but it's already on there. One legislation, which I'm the sponsor of, came off the 5-day comment period, is legislation 0044-21. I'd like to have a motion for Amendment 1 to add this to the agenda.
Chairman Freeland.
Motion. Honorable Freeland, thank you. Second by
I'll second, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Are there any additions to the agenda under Amendment 1?
Mr. Chair, this is Delegate Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, you have the floor, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to add an item to the agenda, maybe under reports. The Department of Agriculture, Cabo Nation Department of Agriculture. One of the grazing official, FY 2020, I believe this grazing official going to get paid for number of several months. So AD I'd like to add that to the agenda for maybe have a Department of Agriculture do an update on this Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Freeland and Honorable Stewart, there's a request to modify Amendment 1 to add a report by the Department of Agriculture, Mr. Watchman, to discuss the stipends, the funds for grazing officials. Do you concur, Honorable Freeland?
Chairman.
Honorable Stewart?
Yes.
Okay. So there's two additions, legislation 0044-21 and the Department of Agriculture report. Any other additions? None?
Mr. Chair, this is Mariana Khan.
Ms. Khan, go ahead.
I needed a little clarification when Ms. Shami Begay read the agenda. She read on the legislation new business. I heard her make a correction. It sounded like new business number item 7B, legislation number 0043-21. I believe that she had said that that is 0049-21. And then so that's one thing I needed clarification on. And the second was that she did not read, and maybe I don't have this right, but was legislation 0033-21 also on the agenda? Perhaps I'm wrong, but I thought that was posted on for the agenda. I just needed clarification on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Ms. Begay, could you clarify that, please? Ms. Begay? Press *6.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, when I scheduled the meeting, I posted an agenda with the Zoom, and after that, we revised the agenda. I sent out the revised agenda by email. I didn't repost on the Zoom. And so what you have as the revised agenda, 0 new business, C is currently labeled as 003321. That is a typo, and that should read 0049. That is Delegate Raymond Smith's legislation. Now, you have under new business the following legislation: 0035, which is Edmund Yazzie, 0043, which is Carl Slater, and 0049, that's Raymond Smith. So the only legislation we need to add is 0044-21, and that is the legislation that relates to the S Hill Sand and Gravel Lease for NECA, and that's sponsored by Chairman Ricky Nez. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, these legislations were all sent out to you this morning. In addition to all of the reports that I received, those were all distributed out this morning. The last report that went out is from Navajo Housing Authority. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, back to you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McGay, for that clarification. And under new business number 7, B is 0043-20 as written. The only change is under C, legislation 0033-21 will become 0049-21. And that will be part of the amendment 1 for this morning, adding legislation 0044-21 and add the report F by the Department of Agriculture, Mr. Watchman, and Ms. McGay, if you would contact Mr. Leo Watchman as well. Are there any questions related to Amendment 1?
Chairman. Mr. Chair, this is Delegate Daniels again.
Go ahead, Honorable Daniels.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Kodo he to add an item to the agenda. Amendment 1. Can we put this first on under receiving reports? Maybe A. Yeah. The reason why I say this is because the other reports is going to take. But this one is going to actually use that maybe 10 to 15 minutes of it. So, Mr. Chair, I don't know if this is a great grazing official. So, as you know, grazing officials, they have, I even understand, I want to put them up front. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Freeland, do you concur to place Department of Agriculture as the first report, which would be A?
Chairman, only my brother concurs to add them to include Eastern Land Board officials as well. I'll be there.
Okay, Honorable Freeland, did you say you want to add Eastern Land Board under that same report?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, since you made the motion, we'll modify that as well. And within the Department of Agriculture's report, we'll have the Eastern Land Board as well. Honorable Stewart, do you concur?
I guess so. Yes, I do.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Any questions on Amendment 1?
Chairman Callan.
Honorable Begay, you have the floor.
Chairman, could I say Mr. Daniel regarding the grazing? It's always best to request a lot of these in writing because there's several grazing officials and others probably that are still going through this particular situation. And we did receive an update about 2 weeks ago, but yes, it probably needs additional update. But I think that was already discussed. But could we get a written response so we can also share this with our agency grazing officials? A lot of times we just continue to be just messenger as a delegate. So it's best just to have everything in writing and request those and have them be forward so that we can relay these messages to the local chapter. Chairman, that's my request.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Ms. Begay, could you contact Mr. Watchman and have his report in writing related to the issues that we'll be discussing? Or even after the discussion, we would like for him to provide a statement as to why some of our grazing officials haven't been paid. So if you would do that, we'd appreciate that. Any other questions or comments?
Mr. Chair?
None?
Mr. Chair,
Honorable Freeland? Yes.
before you move forward, just letting you know that we may have some difficulties in getting the Department of Agriculture on the line because of the technical difficulties, issues in Window Rock. So just letting you know, I did send an email to them.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. Honorable members of RDC, any other questions or comments on Amendment 1?
Chairman.
None?
Chairman.
Honorable Freeland?
Chairman, we can make a motion to suspend the flow rules too, right? And do the legislations first?
Honorable Freeland, yes, we can do that right before the reports.
Okay. If that's okay with my colleagues, that way we can take our time on these reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Any other comments, questions? None? Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Honorable Begay?
Chairman Taylor votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
Chair, I vote green.
Honorable Daniels? Honorable
Green.
Daniels?
Green.
We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries on Amendment 1. Back to the main motion. Any questions or comments? Shananta?
Chair, question.
None? Proceed.
Okay, Shana, I have a question. My question is that now that we have our agenda set and everything, and we're ready to start our meeting, since IT sent out an email this morning saying that they are messing around with our internet services, what do we do in that case if we all get cut off? Do we just postpone?
Thank you for your question, Honorable Stewart. If we're having some bad connections and technical difficulties, we may have to postpone our meeting and then schedule a special meeting if we need to. Honorable Stewart.
Mr. Chair?
Ms. Begay?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, because of that announcement that we received yesterday, we are working from home for this meeting, for this particular meeting, so we should be okay. Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. Any other comments or questions on the main motions? None. We'll go ahead and vote on it. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Honorable Begay?
Chairman Gale votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
Chair, I vote green.
Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. We just approved the agenda. Number 4 on the agenda, reviewing and approving journals. There's none. We're down to number 5, receiving reports. Is there a motion to suspend the floor rules to go to new business?
Chairman Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, motion, second by
Stewart.
Honorable Stewart. Are there any questions on suspending the floor rules to go to new business? None. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote, sir?
Green, Chairman.
Honorable Stewart,
Green.
Honorable Begay,
Chairman Keelan was green.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker,
I vote green.
Honorable Daniels,
Green.
we have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. We suspended the floor rules. And we'll go to new business. And first on the list is legislation 0035-21. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, are you on the line, sir?
Chair, good morning. Members, can you hear me? Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Yazzie. Ms. Begay, could you read the legislation in for the record? And please, everybody, please mute your phones. Someone's making a lot of noise. Please put your phones on mute. Ms. Siako, if you would, if folks do not mute their phones, could you take them off the call? I would appreciate that. Thank you. The noisy ones. Thanks. Ms. Begay, could you read the legislation in for the record?
You have legislative summary sheet for tracking number 0035-21, March 3rd, 2021. The title of the resolution is an action relating to research development, health, education, human services, Nabakia Committee. Strongly advising that the Indian Health Services Office of Environmental Health streamline delivery of sanitation services. This legislation, if adopted, would strongly advise the Indian Health Services Office of Environmental Health to streamline delivery of sanitation services. This legislation is assigned to resource development. It will be referred to health, education, human services, and to Nabakia Committee. Prime sponsor of the legislation is Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. All of the exhibits that are referenced in the content of the legislation are attached to the legislation packet. You will see that on March 10, 2021, the packet was posted on the Canal Nation Council website. The 5-day comment period ended on March 15, 2021. There was no comments received. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, copy of this legislation was emailed out to you all. Mr. Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second.
Chairman, I'll motion Freeland.
Honorable Freeland motion, second by
Keelan.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, you have the floor, sir.
Chair, good morning, and also to the committee members, and then to everyone that is listening online, and then staff. Just so thankful for the snow that we got, and earlier was just out with the tractor, and we got a lot of snow here in Coolidge, and really quite thankful. It's going to benefit our planting and then with our livestock. But I want to thank the motioning parties on our legislation, and I asked the Resource Committee for your support. And the legislation that is before you, committee members, is pretty much asking IHS, not the medical area, but the IHS that takes care of installing the septic tanks for people, our membership, and and giving permission for right-of-ways to have water connected to each allottees or individuals that qualify for water. The reason why for this, and we're doing this legislation from past experience, my colleagues. As you know, there's a lot of projects that are pending and are still waiting to get acted on, but we do as much as we can to follow up, not to boss around, but with all due respect. But, you know, when we call and ask where are we at on this project, we, with respect, and this legislation is just asking the IHS office up in Virginia, and we did a lot of research on this, and asking them to please just expedite to get the water, to get the septic tanks installed so people can have running water and have wastewater for their homes. How about how did this come about? Was that, you know, of course, we get calls from our constituents, my colleagues, every other day or every day. People asking for electricity, people asking for water, what's going on, and we try to help our chapters. And so with this here, there's one constituent that lives out in Peru that been waiting for water. Everything's there, home site's there, ARC's there. And when I talked to NTUA and when I did more research, when we did more research on this, the holdup was that the permission from IHS. NTUA from the Crown Point office indicated that they're willing to give the running water to the people, but they're just waiting for IHS. And then not only for the Peru constituent, but there's a couple of homes in Church Rock that are in the same situation. And also probably throughout the Navajo Nation, my colleagues. And so based on the research that we've done and the deep investigations we've done, this is where we conclude of just drafting up a legislation. And once the legislation is passed, then we'll present it to IHS and hopefully they can act on this. As you know, we had experienced this deadly virus that's still among us. And we tell the people, to go by the CDC guidelines, wash your hands and keep yourself clean. But it's very hard for people that don't have running water that can't do this. And they rely on hauling water still, and they rely on just keeping hand sanitizers among themselves. And so we got funded millions of dollars through the CARES Act, my colleagues. And I know that was quite a challenge, but we accomplished, getting that throughout the system. And as you know, with this new president that's up in Washington and with Congress, more money is coming in. And so we like to see if we can be ready. And we know now what to do and what not to do based on that CARES Act. And hopefully that, this will, that train of thought will continue on. And so once the legislation is passed again, and hopefully this funding will come in and we can help our people to actually go to the kitchen, and when they want to make macaroni and cheese, they can actually turn on the water. Or they can go to the bathroom and wash up. And so instead of, having a difficult time in hauling water. So basically, Chair, I know you have quite a long agenda on reports, but I'll get to, I got to the points to the best of my ability, and I asked the Resource Committee for their support on this legislation. So, Chair, that will end my presentation, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Yazzie. Let me go to Honorable Kealan Begay. You have the floor, sir.
Chairman, legislation 3521 Hidamil Sozagi. Is it with the consent by the committee chairman? Is it possible to have a response from IHS? Could at the same time request for document to be available at NABI. I believe this legislation is going to NABI, Resource HES Committee and the NABI Committee. The last SDS listing that I know of, I believe it's listed at 600 plus projects now across the Navajo Nation. And I'm not sure what the total cost is. There's several factors. To some extent, IHS I believe that there should be a direction also internally. Hala kudo right of way. Sato hajashinata IHS based on nation in the Dutch Ayitland. Nihikudin he has onigate attained. I and has it all this because all these requirements to get point A to point B water line. A coco ishit at a patient out that a hit out codon here IHS Navajo region the response hit out a codoya hat ziston. And the one thing that I truly believe getting the water to the house is needed, but a lot of time we don't talk about what needs to come out of the house. The septic system. Liniki, ton chonch etas. Liniki, eight dot hit the net. Oh, hey, yeah, that's to add a coco a lahit out because all year people have been staying home majority of the time, especially the young kids. A coco the septic system Mickey halate kodo include that it does nation like these larger communities having their own water treatment. Could we go into that direction? I think there could be a cooperation between, because each community has a store, some type of a store, and then each communities have certain programs like the Navajo Nation program, the BIA programs, even public schools, BIA school, and community school, and then the chapter house, and then of course NHA, a cooperative effort rather than having sewage septic system. Could IHS possibly look into establishing, allocating water treatments? And I don't know if that could be identified separately, rather than maybe it could be included in this streamline. I think that would be a better approach as well. But some smaller communities, yes, they can probably still the septic system ki isi abohnet do asahanas the height the shit 8 and zago patapiga but shit or the hayugi the go the shit 8 I see they need to clean out the septic system right now. The average is about $400 to $500. And what IHS tells us is that once it's completed, then it's the responsibility of the homeowners. Not there should be some responsibility by IHS that if it didn't last more than 5 years or 10 years, that this particular system should be replaced or reviewed. Or could we ask for funding for those individuals that had their septic system broken? Because in some areas these septic systems, I mean, we're talking about health issue, but yet the water said, you open Bambina Khatazle, called Beso to Papa Hanet they end that door, and then we hardly have any septic services within our community. I guess they have no choice but to resort to these individuals. The IHS, I think there needs to be a broader discussion, just rather than just sending a statement to them to say that review these. But I think there needs to be an outline of some major issues that our Navajo people talk about. And I believe that a septic system improvement and wastewater treatments for communities should be developed. Because, like, for example, we've been working on this for the community of mini farms. We got 3 school systems. We got the public school, we got mini farms community school, and mini farm high school. A mini farm high school, they have three fields that was established, but only one is being utilized for the school. We approached them and asking them, could the other 2 be utilized by the community? It's probably a lengthy process to ask the BIA school to get this going. To some communities, but yet the major need the community people. I think that really needs to be maybe ask and tell NHA to get things like this in place, in part, and branching off, just like the way we're talking about broadband. The main backbone, Nikki, out of its onto the the Niki Sato, baby hotel, battle, link up and Nikki, and I believe that a septic system or water treatment that each community would be could be good, and maybe direct NTUA to provide us a design, because everything is turned over to NTUA once it's completed. And then another area, maybe we need to ask IHS to add additional fundings for bathroom addition. One of my chapter, Nazlini, is being asked to build 9 or 10 bathroom addition now. Now, if you add, if now the cost of these material, lumber, usually it averages about 8 to 9,000 per home. So just multiply that by 9, and that's how much the local chapter needs to cough up to build a bathroom addition. In from community development, these chapters did about chapters, but yet the Navajo Nation government doesn't provide sufficient funding for these type of services. A lot of these families have been waiting now that this will be an obstacle or be a reason why they wouldn't open up just because they didn't build. The chapter may not have additional funding to build a bathroom addition. Once the construction comes into play, bathroom addition is not done, then so bathroom addition then IHS that's another area that I believe that we need to get an input from IHS. How much of this bathroom addition needs to be that could be included. Although the other area is the determination of these IHS to being utilizing to get water line to an individual. They call it the economic feasibility of Yegoko in Dashka. Again, another example with one of my chapter. Talan Khan, which did out and then Linigi could the Naki or Tat that should Hawan Dashaja. The closest water line is about 3 miles, 4 miles. The IHS had determined that it's not economic feasible because it's going to cost too much to get it. No, in the chapter, keep base with a young need and in the Ishanshi on hit need Aden a call that age. So, dig of legislation did ego toti nigo a call, but yet the IHS determines a lot of these policy that determines who's going to get water or not. But every home should be able to get water. But if a person if there's only one household that lives about 5 miles away from the water line, I mean, do we say that it's going to cost too much or not? So Mr. Yazi, I mean, how do we help these families that are in these particular situations where they're being told that it's going to be too much cost effective to run a water line for one house if it's more than 3 or 4 miles. So I think that's what really needs to be outlined. So the legislation, it is really does just provide the whereas, just outlines of how things are situated, and then therefore resolve because unless I'm missing a different document, unless there's a additional added document. But on the main legislation, I believe that these are some of the areas that we should outline and to be included to identify that these are the specific that the Navajo Nation is requesting to IHS to get it resolved, and how much money does it need to do, or that the Navajo Nation needs to resolve its right-of-way issue. The other hit Saturn hit net the shin Sato and hin not the hill that the late baker she the door see that the arch got in the one water meter door want to eat and shit and that's how much you guys have to pay to another but the next door. So did that Kodo yard and Diniki, I mean Kodo IHS legislation which I believe that we really need to identify in this particular legislation. Although the emergency declaration had been dead, maybe get a request, a written response from NTUA, if not NECA. I mean, they're the main one that will provide us some information as well. NECA Liniki Kodo Totayet se what specific area do they encounter when they're doing these work out in the area? And they never taho todas liniki tate that seheki dit ego kodo hit Allah and has maybe they should provide an input as well. So hey did out adnal source nihila in later hit they had boots on the ground. These are what our workers encounters when we are running pipes or water line to these homes. These are the areas that we really need help from the Navajo Nation. So that way, maybe these septic system who really determines that if once it's underground, who really determines that it's properly fixed. So that's the thing that I believe that may be a reason why a lot of these septic systems are so there needs to be a broader inquiry to NECA and then into A. So if that's the case, there's certain part of NTA and NECA should be responsible on a lot of these projects that they do across the Navajo Nation. Out of the specific area of locations, for example, two of my chapters, Touchy Blue Gap and Low Mountain, they're in the NPL area. I mean, I don't want to say that there should be a specialized, special preference water line projects, but we were talking about all the 110 chapters. But the NPL, maybe the checkerboard area, and then the former beneficiaries area. Ego to Aden to Yard and Linigi to Pipini, Kit Halit Alakodo, Ice as and Linigi Sato, and Hayana, and Slato, and Hay at Ego Kodo did out, and then need IC baby train. Nahote, Dick at art, and the SDS, Linigi or art, and it or less Elia. I mean, there's really there's the one that's project ready. A launch note that if there's there's a ranking column in there. There's a ranking column called, you're talking about from 1 to 600. A lot of our projects are down in the, like for me, I have the last request from IHS for my 5 projects. A lot of them were down in the 400s and 500s. What can we do to get this going? The feasibility studies, and a lot of them really needs to be get these studies in place. The engineer studies, no. So maybe another area that IHS needs to do is probably reach out to have some type of engineering right-of-way studies and because, like for example, Miniform OEH office has to cover the Chile agency. You're talking about every day 1 person or 2 person has to go out and go through all these different areas. The 16 chapters in the Chile agency. It takes about a month or 2 months. So you multiply that by 16 chapters, and that's how many months that the next chapter is going to get their feasibility study done. Maybe they need to beef up their staffing at the local level to get all of these water lines to get going. Otherwise, we'll continue to have this SDS listing that probably will be in excess of 600 to 700 projects. So, Chairman, I don't know if you got all my recommended amendment proposal. Maybe other committee members may have some other requests to add this on. So just writing just kind of like a plain statement to IHS doesn't really jive with me to say that, I'm sure they'll ask a question, okay, if we list some of these, I believe that they'll be more specific, that they'll be concentrating to say that, okay, I guess the more important thing, the overall, is the funding availability, the resource availability, and getting the construction going, workers that in need, and then some fundings to the local chapters or the government to say that bathroom addition in maybe maybe there's other ways that we can work on this particular water line projects across the Navajo Nation. So, Chairman, that will be my input at the moment, but I stand for an amendment later on if other committee members have spoken or provided additional clarification or request to this proposed amendment. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. On your amendment, could you email our legislative council as well as our advisor? That way they can start preparing the language to the amendment. Honorable Begay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let me go back to Honorable Yazzie, your response, sir.
Chair, thank you. Mr. Key Allen Begay, appreciate your comments, sir. There's a couple of things that you mentioned on the legislation. That one of the questions we asked is the directive on the legislation. I was told by our attorneys, that we can't, make it directive, and so we're tossing around the wording. All we can do is just get this recognized and let the IHS know that we are looking at this and trying to get the water projects going. And you mentioned the septic tank. Yeah, I do agree. We all been staying home, so, and I know there was a study that was out that, we kind of, not I, but the study showed that, we kind of gain weight. And so, each flush of the household, to my understanding, is 5 gallons. But I guess, anyway, something that was kind of interesting to me. So the septic tank is included in bill, Mr. Kealan Begay, on page 2, line 4. It has septic tank drain field systems as well in the bill, and I'm open. Chair and committee members, to any add-ons and just to make the bill stronger. And if Mr. Key Allen Begay, you want instead of making it just a simple request, I suggest to make it as an order from RDC, and I'm pleased with that. And so hopefully, and the other IHS documents, like for surveys and whatnot, yes, that can, we can, as the committee wants, if you want that, then it's within RDC's authority. I know there's a exhibit that was added to the bill too that was directed to President Nez. And so hopefully I kind of help answer some of your comments, your questions, Mr. Key Allen Begay. So I'll leave it at that. Chair, sir?
Thank you, Honorable Yazzie. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any questions or comments for Honorable Yazzie?
Chairman.
Honorable Freeland?
I'll let my most honorable, distinguished Che go first. I'll yield to him. Then you can come to me, Chairman.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
Yes, thank you, Chairman and committee members, and thank you for allowing me to go first. Otherwise, sponsor the legislation, committee members, and then listening audience. This discussion, it seems to be in need of a bigger conversation. And then with other entities and other agencies taking part, looking at the broader scope of need here on Navajo. That's probably where it's headed. I just want to say it here that it would be good to have a bigger discussion on this. Obviously, there's many parts to the whole 121-86 projects again. The law itself, and then the resources, the policies, and then all that's involved, all that takes part in these waterline projects and building sanitation facilities. And it's not just that; it's the operation and maintenance also. It's the right-of-ways, it's the community support, land user support. There's a lot of parts to this, obviously. I know that BIA also is on the call. They are a stakeholder in this, as well as our own enterprises, NTUA and NECA. The IHS we can have IHS as recipient of our comments and certainly this legislation, but there's more that are involved. I would think it's probably better to have all of them at the table, a roundtable discussion on this. How could this be, the system itself, how could it be better? The system or the process. When these laws were created decades ago, Navajo Nation was smaller in population. Far fewer communities were out there. And we have all kind of little communities popping up and growing, and we have primary growth centers, secondary growth centers, and the likes. The need to have this infrastructure is critically important for daily safety and healthcare needs. But our future depends on it in all kind of ways. I see I may have other comments later, but for now, Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Freeland, you have the floor, sir.
Chairman, thank you. Other colleagues and Honorable Yazzie, thank you for this legislation, brother. A little bit ago, we were talking about giving it some teeth, and what can we do to give it some teeth or some traction? Maybe I know we can't direct a federal agency to implement or we can strongly recommend or have them recommend it adhere or something to that effect. Maybe if we title the legislation to the President of the United States, to Health and Human Services Secretary Hashapievsky, the guy from California, who oversees Indian Health Service as well, and the new IHS director, as well as the regional director. And, that way you'll get their attention maybe. But that's just a recommendation, Chairman and colleagues. Honorable Yazzie, I don't know if you want to go that far, but I know if anything, it'd be great for it to cover our area as well. But, I know my colleagues would like for it to cover all of the Navajo Nation as a whole entirely. So, Eddie, just some comments, Chairman, and recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Let me go back to Honorable Chairman Yazzie. You have the floor.
Sure, Ned, thank you. And members of the committee, appreciate the comments again. And I do ask for your guidance, committee members. I mean, even if Mr. Freeland had indicated that we should address the level up in Washington, D.C., I'm open to that. And Mr. Walker, too, your statements is much appreciated as well. This would be a question to the committee members and chair. Maybe we can, before this bill continues on, I'd like for it to continue on, but you brought up some good points. Maybe getting IHS online and getting the departments that need to be on. And and I like to give the first chance to RDC. If you want to do that, then I'm willing to go ahead and hold off until we get as per Vice Chair Walker indicated that to get everybody at the table, and I agree to that too as well. And so, but I appreciate the comments and questions, Chair, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Yazi. Any other questions? Honorable Freeland, go ahead, sir.
We can't table this legislation, or we can't defer it or anything like that. It's going to have to move on. And I appreciate Honorable Yazi's willingness, of course, to work with RDC. And I wish we could do that, because it'd be great to have a dialogue with IHS and other stakeholders and how we can enhance these type of services. What's our game plan for the America Rescue Plan? Just things like that. It'd be great to get that outlined and detailed. What is our game plan for the America Rescue Plan initiative, and how are we going to address areas that we still need to get running water to on the Navajo Nation? And it would be great to have that discussion, but this legislation will have to move on, I believe, if I'm correct, Ms. Khan. Area Chairman, thank you. That's all I want to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Yes, this legislation goes to Health, Education, Human Services next, and then to Navigiete. So, Honorable Kialam Begay, if you want to provide your amendments at Navigiete, that can be done, or if you want to take care of it today, it would be your choice, Honorable Begay.
Chairman.
Honorable Begay, go ahead.
Chairman, Joe, maybe if Mr. Yazi were able to work with us before it gets to NABI to modify maybe some statement, that would be okay. So I can go ahead and take a step back on making the amendment. But I did send an email, Adline, which Wakashla to Legislative Council. The 5 areas that could be identified, add funding for bathroom addition. I forgot to put addition. Adding funding for bathroom addition projects. Other exception of the feasibility economic study requirement. Larger community to allocate funds for water treatment, plant sewage pond, and I did this quickly, so I left out some words here. So bullet 3 should say larger community to allocate funds for water treatment and plant and sewage pond. Though ISS should be responsible to fix broken septic systems. Although the last one is fund for additional staff for Navajo OAH to do additional fieldwork engineering study. Maybe there should be a requirement that once the septic system infrastructure is complete, who really determines that it's correct? So if it's broken, that water is just running out of the ground or through some of these manhole. I would think that I don't know. the system is not working properly. So that was my RDC recommendation. But further, I wanted to say that maybe if RDC is able to do or conduct a work session with the other committees, get a report from IHS, NECA, and NTUA to really streamline the request to IHS through this legislation. Now, the other area, I believe we got a statement that some of our congressional delegation will be seeking for the entire SDS listing for Navajo. So if that is the case, and then additional funding that's going to be coming toward the Navajo within months. So all that based on his so, but I really like to maybe at NABI, maybe a request to IHS to do and provide a thorough, complete, updated report to NABI committee before this legislation will be presented. At NABI, chairman. So maybe go ahead and take a step back on my amendment, but request through RDC to have IHS, NECA, and NTUA provide their input and a thorough report on their input or recommendation of how we should be able to make a statement to the IHS. A lot of times we just follow them to say so I believe that the Navajo Nation can turn around and really make a position to say that they need to understand the cultural sensitive area of our Navajo people. They're clustered in one location. Beta initial were more of a scattered housing and different locations, but now shit on the but Joe had go in hit the nanny limitation not to be in the Yosin a call now was she did Neto Nabonet the door Neto Nabi I believe that really should fall back onto the federal government to say that why are you denying just because that they live far away from the water line, or it's going to cost too much to run water lines to them. And I believe that shouldn't be even a question. It should be that how soon can we get water to these people? That should be the main focus rather than delaying or eliminating some of these projects just because that our Navajo people lives off in the rural part of the Navajo Nation. Request chairman.
I'm okay. I believe RDC needs to have can you hear me? I believe RDC needs to have a leadership meeting with IHS, OHS, NECA, and all. So let me give some time to Yazi, Honorable Yazi.
Chair, thank you, sir. And committee members, quite grateful again on the comments and questions. I am willing to keep this here with RDC. Yes, I mean, it moves on no matter what action is taken with RDC. But I will let the chair of HESI know that, it's going to go, but as a sponsor, I'll keep it here with RDC because we got, good comments and we got to get the departments all together. And I'll let the chair of HESI know that there's even talks about a joint meeting with HESI. But as a sponsor of the bill, and I'll keep it with RDC, Chair, and I'm to make this stronger for all the people that we serve. Chair, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Yazzie. As I was saying, I believe we really need to have a work session, a leadership meeting with IHS as well as OEH and MECA and all those involved as well, to even the land department and general land development department for the rights of way issues. So are there any other comments or questions?
Chairman Nez, Delegate So.
I'm sorry about that, Honorable. So you did text me, so go ahead. You have the floor, sir.
Oh, okay, Shananta. So I did. Oasis. So I did. Shananta. Shanam, Mr. Yazzie, your legislation pertaining to your to the request from Indian Health Services, and I can. What I can say is I'm going to give you a perspective from working for the 1-to-1 program, and what I'm getting to is that you need to have a discussion with Indian Health Service on how the projects go, how the projects are filtered through the process, and I myself working with Indian Health Service for many years, seeing the light of how projects come about and how projects feasibility studies are made and how they're determined and how the engineering portion is done. It takes time. A lot of it is the Navajo Nation right-of-way process also. Our own policy hinders a lot of these things, the archaeological clearances, the T&E clearances that's required, threatened endangered species surveys. The other is the simple right-of-way issue that we run into at Gallup BIA when the BIA process begins. And a lot of it, the streamlining portion, we need to get Congress to relieve some of the requirements. That's what's listed in the Federal Code of Regulation relating to Indian country. That these 1-to-1 programs, SDS, it's based off a point system. And because Indian Health Services, the bathroom addition, what Honorable Callan Gay speaks to, is that I guess inside the scope of work for the for Indian Health Service under Public Law 86-121, the bathroom addition is the responsibility of the homeowner. The O&M, operation maintenance, homeowners training. The homeowner is given a rundown on how these things are done, how the maintenance is done. But a lot of it is that the homeowners don't take care of it. That's what allows a lot of these septic systems to fail, and things like that. Sometimes they overload it, This is just from my view, working with Indian Health Services for many years. I helped build water line extensions in Western Navajo in Shiprock Agency, and a lot of Indian Health Services. I cover areas in Torian, Oho, Encino, all of northern agencies, IHS Service Unit in Tuba City Service Unit. But I understand how the projects go. A thorough evaluation and one-on-one sit down with the IHS would be very, very instrumental for Resources Development Committee. And send
Thank you, Honorable So. Let me give some time to our Legislative Counsel, Ms. Khan.
Good morning again, Mr. Chair and members of the Resources and Development Committee. I've been listening to the conversation and comments, and very meaningful and insightful comments about the need for these various projects to be completed on the Navajo Nation. I just wanted to bring to your attention again that the process of the Navajo Nation Council's rules and regulations and Title II requirements in this instance requires that the legislation go forward to the next standing committee for which the legislation has been assigned by the Speaker. There is meaningful discussion about having a work session with the IHS, NECA, NTUA, and various Navajo Nation departments that would be of assistance in this matter. However, I see that as a request that can be made by the committee to the Speaker Damon with regard to a Navik Ia work session to be set up. I just want to reiterate that the Title II requires that the standing committee forward the legislation to the next standing committee after an action is taken, either tabling, voting for the legislation, or voting down the legislation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kong. Honorable Gay. So what are your wishes as far as the amendment?
Chairman, like I said, again, Mr. Yari has up that he wishes to go ahead, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be here for a month or so. But the sooner the better that we need to get this going. And maybe even because Hess has their meeting every Wednesdays as well. Somehow, if we get something in place, maybe Mr. Yazi doesn't need to hold off on this to get to Hess committee. Yes, it can move forward. I don't mind that happening. But again, at the end, the final, which is Nabi, to add in the AD, could add by maybe add the next out that's the list to add in the ASO, could do Shindana, but yes, he'll hit the list. These outline requirements, and I always say that these policies is meant to be changed. Regulations that the legislatures and Navajo delegation to Washington to AB to so this is the public infrastructure based on so in a way highways a teen if there's a pothole, it's a public and the Naganigin, the Ben Nohotli, to Dabet, the Diad, and the Hishing, Tina Daliati, Ajbi Bahnas La Ajab, Date La Bana Day. So it may be different in a way in each a housing that are with housing Sato, anyway, that's my thought. I mean, we all have different input and recommendation, but as a committee and advocating on behalf of my community, our Navajo people, I like for us, and RDC members need to make this strong recommendation to IHS and help improve and help our Navajo people. If you look at the economic or workforce on the Navajo Nation, and a lot of our Navajo people depends on a lot of these month-to-month paycheck. So they don't have the luxury of have extra funding to pay and get things fixed. So so really maybe, I don't know, it affects them healthily, their health, just because of some of these waters. So AD could ask as an RDC committee, making a position statement to them, to the Nabi, to say that with input from these programs, IHS, NECA, and BIA, and then even NTUA, Dit Anna Yasil there's several front according at OIS beso Ilya min not so Ilya go. Well, I guarantee they'll come back to say that, well, because on the DN, we're just following what the policy says. Onan hit it don't need IHS, maybe just get them notice to say that maybe run a legislation to the congressional delegations to say that these are some factors that are listed in these policies that really needs to be changed. Don't need it. That's it's the so I mean, there's ways that we could do it. Did our legislation needs so on the so they got legislation he done it so the baby not go hot I to bias and need lenigi so it could don't be not up not sit on the chairman.
Chair?
Yes, Honorable Stewart, go ahead. Honorable Stewart?
Chairman, this is Edmund Yazi. No.
Okay.
Chair, this
Honorable,
is Edmund.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Again, and committee members and everyone that's listening, listening to all, again, the good comments. And Chair and committee members, it was stated by our legal person that no matter what action is being taken with RDC, it moves on. Yes, it moves on, but as a sponsor of the legislation, I, again, can let HESI Chair know that we talked about the work session, that I am not going to be there as a sponsor to hear the bill on HESI until we get the work session going with RDC. So, members, you know, I mean, there's no co-sponsor of the bill. And so when this moves forward, HESI will, this legislation will be on the HESI committee, but there will not be a sponsor. Okay? So having said that, I really agree with all the comments of work sessions with the proper department, with the most powerful committee, which is RDC regarding land issues, which this is relating to. And so just wanted to mention that, Chair, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Yazzie, for that. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? If not, we can put it to a vote. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chair and committee members. I'll be brief. We're wrapping up this discussion and considering the legislation. At the leadership meeting that we're thinking about and planning, I would like to request our staff invite the Office of Indian Self-Determination under the Navajo Area Indian Health Services. I think there are parts of what we're talking about, areas of the whole 86-121 where Navajo could step in and become, do contracting, 638 contracting to help with the process. So in other words, Navajo, we could step up also as a contractor.
Vice Chair Walker. Vice Chair Walker, could you pause one moment, please? Ashwara, please put your phones on mute. Please put your phones on mute. Ms. Yakov, could you take those people off the phone, please? Thank you. Go ahead, proceed, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Sorry about that.
Okay, so I would like to request Office of Indian Self-Determination under Navajo Area IHS to be at this leadership meeting. For Navajo also to see if we are able or we're
interested in becoming a contractor in this whole 86-121 process. So in other words, Navajo, we could step up also. Yeah, so what are you, Chairman? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Mr. Gay, could we also have the Office of Indian Self-Determination be a part of this work session when we do with RDC? Ms. Begay?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I made note of that. I believe you mentioned IXS, OEH, NTUA, NECA, and Land Department, Navajo Nation Land Department, and now the Office of Indian Self-Determination Act. Those are the programs that I will make contact with when we schedule the meeting. Mr. Chair.
Chairman.
Thank you very much. Please, everybody, please keep your phones on mute. Ashwara, we're trying to have a discussion on this legislation. Ashwara Bananhoshkan, please put your phones on mute. Thank you. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions?
Chairman Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. That list that Shamath just read, could we also include Jason John and maybe even the water commissioners too, our newly appointed water commissioners? Thank you, Chair.
Akpashila, thank you, Honorable Freeland. Ms. Begay will take care of that for us, so thank you. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions on legislation 0035-21? Atanya, we'll go ahead and put it to a vote. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote, sir?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart? Honorable Stewart? Honorable Begay?
Green.
Chairman Calvin.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
Chairman, I vote green.
Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green, Chennai.
Okay, thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries for legislation 0035-21. Thank you, Honorable Chairman Yazzie.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee members, and look forward to the work session, and I'll keep it here at RDC. Sir.
Thank you. New business, item B, legislation 0043-21. Kodoshi, Honorable Slater is on the line. So Ms. Begay, could you read this legislation in for the record, please?
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, you have a legislative summary sheet for tracking number 0043-21. The date on it is March 12, 2021. Title of the resolution, a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution. An action relating to resource and development, Nabakia Committee and Navajo Nation Council. Rescinding CMA 1620, entitled An Action Relating to an Emergency Regarding the COVID-19 Virus Within the Territorial Jurisdiction of the Navajo Nation. Ensuring safe protection upon roads within the Navajo Nation by declaring all Navajo Nation owned and maintained roads shall be closed to all visitors and tourists. This legislation was assigned to Resource Development Committee, Nabakia Committee, and Navajo Nation Council. Prime sponsor is Carl Slater, co-sponsored by Herman M. Daniels, Chairman Rick Nez, and I don't know whose signature is on there as well. There's another sponsor. Again, this legislation, when it reaches the nomination council, it will be read fully into the record. There, in the content of the legislation, it references and exhibits. Those are attached to the packet. And you will note that the packet has been posted on the council website on hold on. It was posted on the council website on 3/17/21. The 5-day comment period ended on March 22nd, 2021. It appears that there are some comments that were received. I can't upload the full document, but these documents were referred to you by email from both legislative tracking section and myself, and you should have copies of it. Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you very much, Ms. Begay, for reading that into the record. And then let's establish a motion and a second.
Motion, Chair.
Could you repeat that again? Okay, Honorable Stewart seconds. Who motioned?
Daniel.
Honorable Daniel, I'll give some time over to Honorable Carl Slater. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman Chairnez. I appreciate the opportunity to present legislation 43-20 to the committee. And I thank you for your time today in considering this legislation. This legislation will rescind CMA 16-20, which closed down the Navajo Nation to outsiders. And that had an impact that was disproportionately felt by our tourism industry and our small businesses that support that industry. So this legislation will permit, when it is appropriate, for the nation to reopen. It does not reopen the nation. So I ask that the committee take that framework, that we are not trying to overstep any sort of public health orders, that we're not getting ahead of ourselves in where we're at in confronting the virus. Right now, we're in the orange status. In the future, we could be in the yellow status as early as maybe next week, depending on the gating measures. As we move forward, we need to make sure that we can allow tourists and others to come onto the Navajo Nation and support our small business owners. And I believe that the Parks Department, the Division of Economic Development, and the Department of Health have been assisting and approving small business owners' reopening plans with COVID safety precautions. Those plans are being well vetted, and they'll be consistent with the reopening scheme that the nation has based off of which status we're on. So this is a simple legislation. It unties our hands as a nation that when it is appropriate in the future to allow certain sorts of activities to take place that are prohibited right now, and most importantly, getting that outside revenue for the small business owners who need it. in our nation that needs it. So, Chair, I don't want to belabor the legislation. I appreciate the support from some of the committee members. Shania, Delegate Daniels, I really think that his initial legislation, CMA 16-20, was prudent and demonstrated to the world, because we have international attractions here on Navajo, that the Navajo Nation is taking this virus and global pandemic seriously, and that we're not going to back down in the face of adversity, and we're willing to make sacrifices. And so this is a different time in March 2021. It's been a year, and I think it's time to untie what we've wrapped up and get back to business in a safe manner. So thank you, committee. For those of you who don't know me, Adonai Shungi A. Kiani, Shay Sontana Dashichin, Sinajini Dashichair, Sontana Dashanella, Shay Carl Russell Slater Dashijine, Semikano Bent Nasha. My name is Carl Russell Slater. I represent Round Rock, Spetchuja, Rough Rock, Okeechobee, Saley, Wheatfield, and Rock Point on the Navigation Council. I'm vice chair of the HES committee, and I'm Kiani, born for the Jewish people. Okay, Chair, I'll yield my time back to yourself.
Thank you, Honorable Slater, for that. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions on legislation 0043-21?
Chairman.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, you have the floor, sir.
Yes, Chairman Nez and members of RDC, our staff, Office of Legislative Council, listeners, audience, relatives, sponsor of this legislation, Shitsui, Delegate Slater. I am in support of this legislation here as it is proposed. Just thinking, I guess as delegates, we think about our regions, sometimes the very communities that have elected us. If they are impacted or affected by policy change or new policies, new regulations, then of course that prompts us to speak in favor or otherwise. In this case, this legislation does have an effect for our area, Western Agency, in particular the Cameron, Coal Mine, Cuba City, Botaway Gap areas of the Navajo Nation. Although we are right next door to a number of monuments and national parks. With this morning, I was my staff was contacted by Grand Canyon National Park, their tribal liaison office, seeking support in their discussions and to reopen the east entrance of the Grand Canyon. And of course, that road from Navajo to Grand Canyon is Highway 64, and then a turnoff from Highway 89. So running right through Cameron. So this legislation would help in those discussions at the local area. I believe Cameron chapter needs to take a position on that question, reopening the Grand Canyon's east entrance, although it's a federal agency and it's off reservation, but their respect for our wishes and our nation's closures, businesses, government, and of course roads. Yeah, that's why they still have it closed. So, and as Delegate Slater indicated, that the interests people have are local community members, residents, adult businesses, and vendors, artisans, craftspeople. They're still sort of held in abeyance. They're not engaging in economic activities right now. And that is an issue, economic issue. We don't want that also to become economic hardship issue any more than it is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Any other comments or questions? None. Aye.
Mr. Chair, this is Delegate Daniels.
Honorable Daniels, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah. Adonana Kodo Shanat Senigi Kodo Resources and Development Committee Kodo colleagues, his staff, Legislative Council, Kodo Shamakena Senigi. Adonana Kodo Tahis Ago Kodo Dainos Fagi. Then Fago Kodo. Ado Kodo Adole Banate, Ido Kodo Adole. Nabaki is Kikwegi. Ado Kodo Shista Kodo. Delegate Slater. Vice Chair Slater Kodo Kodo. Thank you for bringing this legislation before Resources and Development Committee today. Yeah, this is a very, very important legislation. And I totally agree and I totally support this legislation 100%. The reason why I say this is because we have families out there in areas like in the Monument Valley, like Antelope Canyon, Four Corners, and other areas that really rely on tourists. And that's how they make their income. That's how they make and meet every day. So for those maybe a question to Legislative Council. Legislative Council, this legislation that is before us today. I know we have tribal parks on the Navajo Nation. In Monument Valley is one of the tribal parks on the Navajo Nation. And roads into Monument Valley, those are public roads maintained by Parks and Recreation. Adonana Kodo Biai Road, and when you get to the visitor center, there's all third road, and that's open to the public still, the Valley residents, but it's closed to the visitors. So if we pass this legislation all the way, Navigated Council, and if it gets this, if this legislation gets signed into law, will it reopen the tribal parks on the Navajo Nation? The reason why I say this also is because at these tribal parks, we have families, we have businesses that are within the Navajo tribal parks. Monument Valley, Antelope Canyon. At Monument Valley, we have there's a motel, the View Hotel, and that Navajo business really relies on tourists. So no tourist goes into the tribal park, Monument Valley. Other areas close to Monument Valley, close to the View Hotel, maybe about 5 miles west from there, there's a private property. That motel has been open throughout the pandemic. The stores, gas station, but this the View Hotel, that's been closed throughout the pandemic, and as of today, it's still closed. So so with this legislation, will it reopen the tribal parks? It goes into the tribal parks, and the the tourists and not just Americans, but we used to get Europeans, people from overseas. but to this, as of today, the roads are closed. So, will this legislation reopen the parks within the Navajo Nation? I'm given these roads, it goes into tribal parks. And also, I'm really thinking about our Navajo business people within the Navajo tribal parks, Monument Valley, Adonai, Four Corners, Antelope Canyon. Do we need to do an amendment to this legislation? So, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels, for that question. Let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Slater, your response, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair Nez. With respect to the reopening of the tribal parks, I saw a press release. I think it was a press release. I can't remember exactly what the title of the document was, but it was from Martin Begay, the parks director, saying that they could not reopen the parks with this legislation in place. So that was one of the impetuses to move this legislation forward, is exactly for my constituents in Monument Valley, Oljeto, and across the nation, but those who have businesses that operate both in tribal parks and then also in our national parks, where they've been respecting our sovereignty, as my chair said, Delegate Walker. So I don't believe that an amendment is required at this time, that CMA 1620 was the obstacle for getting them open. And so by rescinding it, as long as the parks and the businesses that are operating within them are operating according to the public health orders and the guidelines on our color coding system. Are we at 25%? Are we at 50%? Then they'll be able to operate. I apologize. I don't think I have Mr. Begay on the line right now, and I'm obviously not your legal counsel, but this is all of the reasoning that went into this legislation, and it's to support exactly what Delegate Daniels is saying. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Honorable Slater. Ms. Begay, could you contact Mr. Martin Begay and let him know that we would like for him to get on the RDC teleconference meeting? Would appreciate that. Ms. Begay?
I'll do that right now, sir.
Thank you. And then, Honorable Kealan Begay, you're up, sir.
Chairman, maybe another committee member wants to speak. I'm trying to review the latest health order. Get back with me after, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions?
Chairman.
Honorable Freeland, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Slater, thank you for the legislation. And I totally agree with the legislation itself. And we have a U.S. highway that runs right through Crown Point, and it runs from I-40 all the way up to Farmington. And there's no way that we could stop people, even during the midst of the pandemic, to come through this area. There was still RVs, there was still trailers, camper trailers coming through. The businesses were shut down. Yes, Bastards was shut down. Grandma's restaurant was shut down. Speedway was shut down. And, even during the pandemic, I was out with my chapters, and I was, out in the midst of very remote areas around Chaco Canyon, and driving around out there and checking on people. But to see cars out there with California license plates or Michigan or out-of-state license plates that were going around Chaco Canyon, you see these $200,000, $300,000 RVs pulling Jeeps or other vehicles out there in the middle. I don't want to say in the middle of nowhere, but on the way to Chaco Canyon. And yet our people reside right there, right north of Chaco Canyon. And, I think of why or how could we not have stopped these people from coming on to these areas? Number one, that's not our jurisdiction. We don't have that jurisdiction, and because of the checkerboard and land statuses, we don't have that we don't have that right. It really comes down to a Park Service or a federal obligation. It seems like this is something for the first time I've as a delegate had to encounter. And I bring this up because I heard from numerous constituents out there in Naize and Lake Valley, Naize mainly. And, there used to be an old road to Chaco, and we were out there. But you see these cars out there getting lost, and they're driving around all these remote areas, yet our people are still out there too, hauling water, getting their necessities. And, I always remember these passing a RV, one of these really huge RVs, and it stuck out like a sore thumb out there. And, I thought, how can we not, we don't have the resources to stop them. We don't have the jurisdiction to stop them. But, this legislation brings to mind all those encounters I had during the pandemic while I was out there and trying to protect our people and check on people. But, yet people were still coming on. And, I'm grateful that, that nothing happened. I'm grateful that nothing occurred from it. But it was a very scary scenario. And, I think of that time particularly because this legislation really reminds me of that time. Anyway, I colleagues, we did get an email yesterday or the day before on the reopening of the schools. And, OPVP or the president and vice president are asking the general public if we should reopen the schools, or if they should reopen the schools, or Doty should reopen the schools. I kind of think it might happen again. I'm not a fortune teller, or I can't predict the future, but I can already see a press release coming from OPVP about this legislation. And it's really unfortunate because I read that email, or that press release as are we getting pitted against one another? Are we not in the right? Are we not correct or obligated to do what we need or what we feel we should do as legislators? It was kind of mind-boggling how that press release came out. And, I read it and I asked questions. I scratched my head about it more and more. But, the council is the governing body. And, I even hear these radio ads on KTNN about it. Contact your council delegate. Here's the email address. Submit your comments. And I don't know why we're going to that length. And maybe, I don't know. It's kind of mind-boggling why this is happening. And I guess I bring up that whole occurrence because there's a potential that could happen to this legislation too. And I don't want to feel like we're the bad ones or we're incorrect about doing something like this. And and it's just one of those things that travel politics is about. And I wish that wasn't the case, but that's the case. And at some point we should move beyond politics and just figure things out and do what's best for our people and put all politics aside. And I wish that was the case in the real world, but unfortunately that's not always the case. But Area Chairman, just wanted to mention that, and that brought to mind that email. And I even had a good conversation with one of the staff about it. and we both agreed. And you know, I read that email and I read that press release, and I just thought, wow, okay. I guess we're deemed up to be the bad ones again. So, yeah, Chairman, just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Chair Nez. Thank you, Shiat. I think these are more comments, Chair. With respect to the reopening of the schools, just as a matter for a point of clarification, those two legislations, the other ones, which is 46 and 47-20, they'll be considered by HES this afternoon, but they're not reopening. They're permitting schools on a case-by-case basis to have more options and not just be confined to solely not doing in-person instruction. There will be a Board of Education endorsed reopening plan and guidance that will be attached to those. And I think it's fair for the committee to consider these sorts of parallel efforts, in that on the one hand, CMA 16-20 was focused more on businesses, economic activity, commerce on the nation, and ensuring that we can get a grip on the pandemic by regulating those activities. Then the other two were with respect to education. And so they'll be moving to Navi, and then 47 will go to full council. I think that's it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Let me go back to Honorable Kiel Begay.
Chairman, RDC member, Delegate Slater, the health order, in a way, you give some, take some. We're talking about roads today, and immediate brother Yahaji, Delegate Freeland. I believe there wasn't really much. It wasn't even enforced on some. Because even stopping by in my area, because I always say that Mini Farm is probably the crossroad between Canyon de Chelly, Bonnet Valley, Grand Canyon, and Four Corners. The travel, you always see endless travel trailers or out of state license plate refueling at these gas stations. And I sincerely believe that it wasn't even enforced. So what's the difference on such case? But it did make these businesses and the parks to be closed while the visitors continue to travel the Navajo Nation. The latest one, because it indicates 25%. I don't know how you could determine that at these park services. So does that mean that you'll have a line of vehicles waiting to get into these park locations across the Navajo Nation, but you still have people have congregated in these areas? While we continue to suppress, I would say that, suppress our Navajo people to stay home, but yet we're allowing, and we don't know if these visitors, because it's just a broad term visitor. How do we determine if this visitor had not traveled abroad? Brazil and certain areas of these the virus continues to be a factor in those countries. I guess that's what the Navajo Nation needs to be prepared for. While we know that some of our Navajo people continue to say they agree to some extent that they don't want to be home, but yes, just to be safe to being home. But yet, it's just like going to your house is clean, but you don't know the person that you're inviting into your house is not spreading the virus. So, Navajo Nation but yet but go ahead and stay in your bedroom. We couldn't have living room kitchen shape and the or then the bended and dark hay. In perspective on such a case, it's okay for us to invite non-Navajos onto the Navajo Nation, but yet at the same time we say that we can't do this. So what's the difference between a park service where people are congregating, then we're saying that flea market during the orange status that there should be no flea market because although the Krikoshi youth activities and the created that's still not allowed. No. So the requirement or that's all yeah. It's okay to do one thing, but then it's okay to do another thing. Of course, it should be a teen that's it. At all dance is a or don't identify at all the was hot egg could be on the shave a $1,000. They got each road from at least into the Navajo Nation. At then, no one is monitoring it. During these pandemic, what's that? Other issues that there were factors because we really didn't control or monitor the roads. Other that the state roads, BIA roads, now county roads, that. And then of course the Dashing back road, Dashing respect the husband. That was that DJ could Dashing that. Shipwreck was also so and lead. Because shipwreck up a hole, you have to quiet fighting. I get you RV vehicles parked at Mazinket. No, that. Reasons and did that a pentilla watching is on the bigger deal. A call that Egon see case at the addition my only recommendation request would be is a specific before it gets to the council because this is going before the council. Maybe just ask an input because even though we are the governing body or we are in the position as a delegate, but I believe that we also need to have an understanding about these other programs that are in place. The Navajo Nation Health Command Center, Niniki Operation Command Center, Niniki Aden, Niniki per policy. Entitled to be bit go Kodoye, the Nishkila, Aden, in that case, maybe that's my request to you, Ash, before it gets to the Navajo Nation Council, let the Health Command Center, legislation, you had see, but don't need a lot, other Yahadot. Asian, that's a baby, Nashikodo, Decodo, Menashe did out. That's all, yeah. I may change a vote at the end of the at the council, the way I vote based on the response from the Health Command Center. Jade out to you need look conk at Artoja, Kodo, a hot a hacky, a codit in the gay issue or open Nadina Gonde. So we really don't know who had the virus and came through and even had a quick stop at the store, and then next thing you know that there's an uncontrollable spread. No, the next call, the added IC gas station, the convenience store, next call, the quack. IC control emails and the add. So, but yet we say 25% the need, but you have 8 pumps go. You have people in line of going in and out of the convenience store and putting in gas, and nobody's really took a. If you read the health order, it says that, for example, in between disinfect or sanitize the area where it was used, don't allow other people to come in again. No, because after a gas station, what then? People these gas pump, the handle, was handled by so many people without even being clean. I mean, we say one thing, we're too strict on certain areas, and then we're not too strict on certain activity of Navajo people. Because open and again the need the plagan do the end then hit go to the yin hold now they on the garden go up at yada a quaggin saw the quaggin nay this now say in the need of this store ado what hagishi ani. I mean, we sincerely believe that Navajo people in the Kaigi Yego, which is, yes, it's understandable. So, which is very important, the life of our Navajo people, or getting money from our visitors. Nabi about the dot is a good in the Kajir yard and then again the dot ask Ashi Arjit not a yake and I can not the bag or ye not next issue is thought aimed. But again, as a percentage wise, how many is it that we're talking about our Navajo people that will be really benefiting from these particular area of this event? But the rest of the majority of the Navajo people, especially our young kids, that again not actually Johannik at Diego and Hatchin, Chiniazi Gita, another dozen Haki not actually not by Yata. A coco 8 issues as an individual from the agency that I represent. But all the Bansas Kisha, to it that Schnido to it not Schnida. But Bansoto, Cosit out Kodo did Nijo, Betty Lissiki. Me Kodo Ban Yelke a call baby Nasagreed arts or at understand, and she needs and dog could have been hit the G baby Nasagodi out at the least negation to the Yana on the shoulder. It ate at the same quaggas and the crash of head at the team, the and the young son, if it did not, but they want the net dog. It's also in city, new Agoshin, at that unlatter. You're being encouraged by your family to eat mutton, which really going to affect your health. So, all an had not been hit the Jigit and had indeed store. Because, you see, you in Chehgate or Yego, Albert Bahos and the air pieces in the door, Tassigit and Sakis, but as an overall, the net, but now had indication to job and Sakis, I thought, a course, just as you don't all out on Sakis. I could that so the Zenda in the bin Nay Handat and Nasi a coach church and not after that court so doesn't with the side that then he did not know that I was in Nay to the sad nada incident on the Haljish court as though call that age by ye catopic be or ye kage that adida. So sometimes I always say that it's okay for us to have visitors as beyond these Nipan, she putting to the Naji, keep in how take it or Joba back when it's not Akushing, did out the lifty Isla, or Honanet and Hadentira will accommodate more off reservation people to come into our house and never know that if they were in fact or were sick or not. So how do we determine and how do we say that 25% ninigi e kwaki kishin to job because even though will it cost the businesses to run their business on a daily basis, knowing that there's only going to be limited people coming in and out? Will they be spending more money just so that they accommodate 25% of the Navajo, the visitors to come to their location where they're spending more money? That age seems to be that Adida. But nonetheless, we get sometimes we may be overreacting or whatnot, but the caution always has to be there. What I should ban such cases is and no syniki. Koko dik at orange status niniki. I mean, what really determines conducting at CDC and then every day White House that no that did that fachi that how does that affect the Navajo people? How does that affect the Navajo nation? It all that sato yin dad squad chana win so dan sana the case sto ko adam that na yes that ati it the mandate, even though you got 2 shots not that na or send it out ain't on the mask law social distance. No, the other benefit yana that store ko that age shin in KCG that shinant an clinic ko ebe benachs zero a kwage the sponsoring party if not maybe RDC can send a statement or a letter to the command center inquiring about their input on this particular legislation. Koko ebe benach did National Nation that's a lefty legislation chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Are there any other comments or questions? Nanta?
Chair, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, I apologize. You did text me, so if you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Slater, for this legislation. RDC, not only clinic, Aunt LA Aroleban case. Those that Aunt LA Aroled by Yeltito Navik Yelti. A call, they could Nash Ego, did. Kodos Cheo Yahat, Kodo. I down Kodon as Hadil Deck at this shade. A co I down Kodon the tourist and then again get Hada Kay. Out at the local level, Maray Dam, Antelope Canyon, Adonan and Maray Dam, Monument Valley. Hundishni. Monument Valley. You don't actually have to go into Monument Valley to see Monument Valley. You can see it from the road, the highway. At 8. The gun is little you keep Bahabasha this I down. I don't know what that is. Can't shut the age. So, Hoya had they should shake without them. There's uneasy and there was no enforcement throughout the pandemic. So, and I don't condition. The Navajo Nation is not shut down. It's not closed. As of today, Kodota, but she had a gun in later day cocking towards and Linigi Adam Dark. Adonana Kodo Maray Force Gump Hill. There's vendors like that came out another Miskat. Adonan along that the highway, Cameron area. At Yon another Miskat. Hajoba Dinson. Hajoba that Lokodo. Of course, Shitty Kodo Nash Ego Equado E. So the Nay Kodo I see Kodo. Over the Dunhall. Kodona Gata I was reading the press release Kodo had Hagi. I see them not all that net or T every beach and niche or Dunhall and a horse. Kodo I see the Bansa case at the local level. We hit an end Leniki. Hajoba in Zeniki. So the kado by yasti again again. That any Vudo hayu that. Eso don't dal misat. I don't know kado arts and craft any it on a base on daddy they ho the baby chan that need town ho. Or you do ya shwan ho. Do daddy no daddy no press release kado. Na radio sa na how you do she you do. We ain't do she amigo national. So I don't know. We have businesses, Navajo businesses within the tribal parks. I don't know. Not everyone, not every business owners got approved yet, and they didn't get even a dime from that. The 60 million that was approved, that was allocated to Navajo Nation economic development. You had that they landed. They didn't get a response. They didn't get a denial letter or approval letter. So in the other base was under the other. So I don't know quite. I see quite Baba City causing so ya did quite. Just as me, I support this legislation. I don't know casinos though. Not as Jean Sosa, Nasia. Either sort of a national ego. I just thought that Nasi had your bad either by Nasia. I see Yabastajo. So that Ecuador, I see Ecuador Baba City, Costo Nana, and Great Travel Park State, Ecuador, Zudahans for the Baba Yaba, and that all nice. So it's a seven do you hotel, the never at the snitty. I don't know how she's so based on his Yanai, and there's Ecuador. For 1 year, we didn't even get a dime or from tourists going into these tribal parks. So, you based on it, at the they're on their way to Grand Canyon or they're on their way to Moab, Utah. Could they do trying to get at Chasney? I don't let's say that you at that even though he copy the gun towards them Liniki. So what that a college order to next eagle when you're off the Navajo Nation in Gallup. Some of these businesses they're open. These restaurants are that Higgy. I see what them. I see how down these don't have and got what he needs and hit an end Liniki. So I see what or not for the he needs to put on a press release for him there or that. And that is card. No, yes, I understand. So what them or that's in a way that maybe tomorrow's never get meeting that or you dish killing so to have a serious talk with the president. Arunana Kodo, the Department of Health, Dr. Jill Jim. So she could Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. As a matter of fact, we have Dr. Jill Jim on the line with us today. So, Dr. Jill Jim, could you respond to some of these concerns that are raised, please? Push *6 to unmute. Dr. Jim?
Can you hear me, Chair? Honorable
Yes, Dr. Jim, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, Ednan. I just joined a while ago. I did hear two questions. If I missed a question, let me know. So I don't know if Honorable Slater wants to summarize some of these questions before I answer them. Will that work?
Yes, Dr. Jim. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, could you summarize, please, sir?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Jim, for joining us. In terms of the direct questions to HDOC, if you heard all of my Delegate Keon Begay's remarks, then you'll have heard all the questions. And then Delegate Daniels had some comments as well. But the primary point I think that Delegate Begay was getting to is there's an effect for entities that say are external to the nations, like the National Park Service. Also, some of the spaces that the nation controls, like the tribal parks, and access to the nation, while it was legally prohibited. These are public, these are federally funded highways, 160, 163, 491, 191, and so people were still traveling through. And then I think the second part that is getting at was who will be the responsible entities? And how are we calculating these percentages and risks? Even if you have like one infectious person who is carrying like the Brazil variant or something back to the nation within a say tourism setting or one of the other business settings. But I think it comes down to, again, who is responsible for carrying out, developing, seeking approval, and carrying out these safety plans for our businesses, and then walking through how HCOC helps develop these public health emergency orders that define, each parameter within the potential for reopening a business. I'm sure there's more I missed in there, but I think that can help get you going, and Chair Nez can help provide further clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Dr. Jill Jim, you have the floor.
Okay, yeah, Honorable Nez, and also RDC committee members, Honorable Slater, as well as other guests on the call regarding the questions around the legislation CMA 1620. The Health Command Operations Center has issued out numerous public health emergency orders. Last year, there was a total, I think, around 32 public health emergency orders, and this year we're at 6. In 2021, we have issued 6 public health emergency orders under the authorization for Department of Health to respond to the public health emergency for COVID-19. We have been in this pandemic over 1 year, and we do have set certain recommendations on businesses reopening since last year, and we've updated them recently through the changes that are occurring with just reopening in general. Health professionals that are physicians, public health individuals such as epidemiologists, as well as safety personnel across Indian Health Service and Navajo Nation have looked at reassessing a lot of these recently in order to respond to the fluidness of the pandemic. And we are in a period of time right now. We're all grateful that we had no cases one day this week, no deaths, and we had 3 yesterday. And so our efforts to maintain that are still being looked at every single day as well. So in regards to businesses, reopening plan, parks and marinas were put in the reopening plan as opening in the orange status as of last year. And so we never opened those services due to CMA 1620. So as far as that's concerned, I think the command center has supported that to some extent on how businesses operate. And those are related to specific gating indicators that we have under the Health Command Operations Center to help with decision making. Those relate to the number of cases, new cases over a 7-day period. Also, the hospitalization, how many staff beds there are. There's limits to each of the gating criteria. So if our hospitals are almost full and our cases are very high, and we don't have adequate contact tracers, or that we have positivity, there are a lot of positive tests coming back for those that get tested lets us know that there's uncontrolled spread or a widespread or severe spread. So there's risk levels that we have for each of those combined measures that we make decisions on to allow movement across the Navajo Nation. The business reopening plan doesn't apply to tribal governments or individual behaviors. So those are only business related. Some changes that were made in the recent public health order 5 was the opening of, or the acknowledgement of opening at orange status, but also indicating that the safety plans of all businesses on the Navajo Nation operating at orange status will need to submit their plan to Division of Economic Development under the direction of Executive Director J.T. Willie. So those type of that specific task was not as far as it was not required before in the previous reopening plan, but it is now required that they submit a safety plan, and it is submitted to DED for review and also filing. So that means all businesses, including tourism companies or anyone operating under a business, will need to submit that plan to ensure there are plans in relation to 6 or so major requirements regarding social distancing, masking, ventilation, cleaning procedures, reporting cases to the HCOC and local health facilities if there's an exposure. And so this week, the last couple of weeks, we've been working with the Tribal Park Office under the Economic Recovery Group to better understand their process for permits and their agreements they have with the tourism and businesses. So the safety team under community mitigation for HCOC has been reviewing their plans, and we're in the middle of providing guidance on to the tourism companies. We believe the agreements don't need major changes because it does address the basic requirements, and their recommendations for operating is in line with the reopening percentages. Our part is just to provide additional guidance from the safety team. We will be requesting a site visit to some of these different tour types to get a better understanding to ensure there are proper safety measures in place. So maybe we'll work with Honorable Paul Begay with the Page area, which I haven't requested, to see if we can look at, the safety team can look at some of their procedures in person. This same process was also done with gaming as well. The only reason why we do extra visits for some of these that are most risky, and to the extent that they haven't operated in orange yet, we really want to ensure that there are proper procedures in place, that visitors know where to access services, and visitors should know that when they're coming to these tourism places, that they're not, if they are sick or if they're exposed, that they shouldn't be there receiving services. Just the way we message to everybody that if you are sick, please don't go and do errands to go to the grocery store. If you are sick, stay home. If you are sick, don't go to work, don't go to school. So those are the same precautions that will be initiated in their safety plans to make sure tour companies comply with those. So those are what we have so far. So safety team has been active not only in the gaming reopening process, but schools and also the tourism and parks as well. And as there are more requests for safety procedures and advice and recommendations, we do have access to them, and this is a combined effort of risk management under HCOC and also General Services team members, NOSHA, and also Indian Health Service Environmental Protection Program and Navajo Environmental Health Program for food. So those are the individuals that have been involved in looking at safety procedures and guidance. So they'll continue to occur during the pandemic, but there are specific guidelines in place. So in regards to safety. So those are the updates that I have. The public health emergency orders, as I mentioned, are following our gating criteria to make decisions. I think that any continuation and support of those decisions through public health emergency orders have been happening, but will continue to happen. The only, I think, barrier that we had is that we couldn't supersede, or I guess to some extent, not comply with the laws that were put in place, such as CMA 1620. Otherwise, the Health Command Operation Center does have the capacity and decision-making with support from safety and healthcare professionals to support how businesses reopen and not open, and to try to ensure that safety measures are in place and are complied with. So that will end my comment. I'm open for any other questions. Honorable Nez, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jill Jim, for that. I would like to just kind of provide a rendition in Navajo of this legislation so everybody understands what is being discussed here. For those that would like to understand this in Navajo, I am a certified federal and state courtroom interpreter. So, betan hadit ahne tarhanil sozginos pastonas pastoti tot betas jotona kilo asa pron hepesh bahas anan lengon re host toja hot zogi Honorable Carl Slater bahadelian la akoti besh bahas antiko sakobets anacha Lenigi Resources and Development Committee bedi na RDC ne tarhanil sos do di kro e bandit inspeniga Bekedo e na begiat hip betahon nanal source of bekede at ibes fans anya nacha hebetahna il source a koti sad sketa shijan leni sabeta dahni ahiki e yaha tibe has ani hadalia and ate asana khata CMA astro aros thats at aronas to donatin a kwagi enego e den sohoden delki benina the costing tarnash nehigidi, the never nahastop kaya bakaki. Yahati hajo at the Ahanyado, the Neba Ahanya gogo, de Nehitahonda as Tiniki, de Oteko, then Linigit or the Nedan Linigi, Yahakon, the only Hitahanda Kedado Lesben Yahot a Beshmas and the Tahonil South go a bela as Lee, the gate and Agonda Galgo, but had at Jaco. She got out at a tourist station. That is NATO at a loud Asban, should I just enable in a has at the she, the costant side, and there isn't that Kagono, what out on Nitiki, ha, Benina, hot outside, and had it, I had a liaki, ha, at that base pass, and yet last snake or this the 80 the night sourciki, not a hard old source resend or get. Nasha hadol sosto saho an da hodol nes hodol nidiki penina e koron hipes pas an Carl Slater e aj na sabeta na hadit a hepahatelia a koti sabeta na hadit an linike to an lede as hoko the nebecha an do nesta a kwagi e hot asis kirko e koro ne nihe wen lego koro Dr. Jill Jim Jan has Israel has Ajdo Hans Sagoshidi, it's spread, he has Ajigi, Stokoti art ended it, never has Sobakai Ishi, and the Hinal Geba Hogando, Hate Ocean Adole, the Yoshi, Yahatinal source, Yahadatis, Akon the safety plan, Oliga. What I had at what I ate at a Hiliado and here. Don't reden hit handa krigi bada hinya or late any had a ink on the diet and the internal catoti could in guest zunda what it don't nihiben get a cotic a dish the corn kidiki ha the so got a cheeky a quaggy SS kid could in our shares at sort of she is kid or less the data cosmic son he cannot name Dinike ayat ehoya what's a creature. Now, toss the channel, Hickman, Natch A at a house and go a con ne Kazef and the Sato, ye Hans Sagoshi, yendan tin lenike yat esa koti esa hol just on that dik a big a tislet hodol let don nike ajo hot asat the emergency orders are hegin so hadan tel koti be has ani hadat hege ajbe Asian hot ahadat joyen hitnar hadna les a koti korotish nike ya sada etan hadit a hege di resen or hegit e quibinit ido koros sato ani penyen da it kin lego sahon da has agos estobach an da or nes hot neniki ntaka di safety plan neniki e kunna sols go on the touch hot an has ne koro do che hot hon zashe abenish anin so go shi koro ben kil hilchen aro lesson and not sen giro rais not age not ko kashe ya corona she based an not senigi resource and development committee set the salats bahana chito bahna kitida. Do you have any questions or comments, honorable members of RDC or any of the delegates on the line?
Chair, this is Daniel.
Okay, Honorable Daniels and then Honorable Gay. Honorable Daniels, you have the floor, sir.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I see that the Zonoban happened, that could have Chair, what I'd make a Zono equatory, the Nebet is Johnny in La Coto, Banate, indicate to Nabki, Kiki could have. I don't could have throughout this pandemic, I don't know, with all these emergency orders in place, Italia, a cocon laid the AIC and das did Snobaha, the eco. I call the year should be I get to the year go should be. There's no enforcement yet out at the local level. For the public safety, they when they had shutdowns, not now. I don't think we get that. Curfew hours, not NATO, no, shutdown, not now. Hashin was Lebanon today, public safety. You were issuing out citations. But how to say on that? Because a year ago, does no other and big. So that Ecuador, there is no enforcement, even though we have all these emergency orders in place in the Adonan, Ecuador, in my area, other areas, seeing what that is though. Abacha is and that's the there's an establishment. It's a private property in Manama Valley. Buildings. It's east side because there was an outbreak of COVID-19. The Department of Health, in Michigan, it's east side. That's the because private property that no. I don't know, Ecuador, he removed the Navajo Nation WIC sticker off their window, even as it on I believe we still have jurisdiction over buildings. I don't know, Ecuador, throughout the pandemic, they were in operation for the hotels at that age. Towards the question, while we have our own Navajo business owner, a little ways from Gouldings, maybe about 5 miles east from Gouldings, hit the Hawaii, they have a motel. North, it's not that it. Because you gave it these, because you gave it Tabati, and since that, and you Khalid Elam, sorry, I see Papan's case. As Zashi Huti need the Hudo, Dr. Jim Hudo, as Zashi Hotaro Lebayan Kinte. There is no enforcement out there. Heshe Ade, it's Hisana Yort less on this. So be no hata. Could it say how it's under the Ika? Rangers by age. That's another issue. As in the bed now, who's going to enforce? Who's going to do the enforcement out there? At them. So get the edge ahead that and get your baba the snatide. I don't towards the dark. I say, I thought that no, it's an was at then. A year on here, Navajo Reservation. It's about the size of West Virginia, 27,000 square miles. A cocoa thought that. So when they don't add at the door, and they add and Hatagato, Leliki, Tohalnoda. Quadrato, I think it was not for height, add emergency orders that no. But could add and in the city, they laid it on he can alte. Papa, Nelia, see they were born at Sakoto. They don't want to skin hard down these toyak, and I guess compared to often that reservation, though Chomil Ghana said that chance. With this hardship dollars, all that the hardship money went off the Navajo Nation. Could they thought that is called, they know, that's what only he got your head skin. Gale up those ones that as charge. We made them millionaires. And him hit the net of best of the Hotato, and that's all that he no quite made that. I see what he be need day now. He be need and hit the net and Lenny. So you hold out net loan so you even not snuggle. A zord or less with on it. It's not a mess. I call our one's gonna, it's now it's out. I think Jonathan less. So idiot about $3 less. As a check, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Let me go back to Dr. Jim. Your response.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels and Chair Nance for that question. I'm basically just stating that the legislation up to date that's being up for discussion is it has delayed businesses reopening. The Health Command Operations Center has supported the tourism and tribal parks in the orange phase. So I'm not sure if there's some confusion around the public health emergency order. So, and I just want to make that clear. And then as far as compliance, yes, the Health Command Operations Center here there is no general dollars funding to support the operations of this response. The funding has predominantly, personnel has been supported by Navajo Department of Health, a few programs from Division of General Services, and then for succinct things, DOJ was helping with donations, DEM, certain areas of humanitarian, and then also that DED is now helping. And so as the pandemic continues, there's still a threat out there with the variants. And that's why we're still actively monitoring their responses. The businesses that haven't been in compliance, yes, there are concerns around that Department of Justice has to get involved in to assist us. We did look into the Goulding situation. We have been in conversation with Utah Navajo Health System. They have not provided us information if there were true positive cases, even though there was a report of that. And we can't really enact on that until there is evidence of positive cases. So that time has passed in regards to responding to current positive cases. But the businesses there in the reservation, all businesses should be able to report any positive cases through our portal or to their health facilities. That's a requirement of the public health emergency order, and we do respond to it. We have what we call CLOE teams that we're reassessing, cluster investigation units under the Health Command Operations Center when there's a community cluster or a business cluster. We respond to those cases when we begin seeing some sort of outbreak in a certain setting. So that's the responsibility of the businesses, that they have to be in compliant with when there's a positive case, because they're going to have safety procedures that look at contact tracing. They have to have a log of individuals that come to those tourism spots or certain areas where they have to document who these individuals were in case there was a positive case. So as we continue to respond, those are very important points, but I think that we will have to continue to work with Gouldings if there seems to be a lack of miscommunication with them on their ability to respond. That will require assistance from the Department of Justice on that part. So we are doing our part to try to work with Gouldings, but if that is out of our realm, that means we would have to get legal advice, which we have. So we can always issue out another letter and correspondence to be in compliance with public health emergency orders. And there has been visitors on the Navajo Nation, like I indicated. We do want participation from businesses on their end and their responsibility to ensure that they are following safety procedures to reduce the risk of transmission. And that's why as we are reassessing some of these, that's why Division of Economic Development was included in this, because it does relate to their ability to function during a pandemic, that all businesses should have a safety plan in place. But we also continually need additional resources and staffing. Throughout the pandemic, we continue to respond to incidents and cases of gatherings and whatnot. Those are all the assistance that we receive from Division of Public Safety too. They're the ones that go out and give warnings out to reports that happen in the community when individuals are not in compliance with gatherings or other sources. It always relates back to resources, but we do the best we can to respond to what we can. I'm pretty sure we have missed a couple of concerns out in the community, but as I indicated, we need cooperation from the community in order to address this pandemic. It goes back to individual responsibility as well as we're lifting some of these restrictions. It goes back to that individual decision making, and we still encourage everyone to take the responsibility to stay at home if they need to and seek essential services as needed in other areas. And so I hope that kind of helps in supporting that we are here to just address the Health Command Operations Center in regards to what you raised. We'll continue to work with different compliance of these public health emergency orders and also the safety concerns around these operations, since all businesses have to be required to. I hope that they follow those plans that they submit. In order to support businesses to open, they have to have plans in place, and they have to have such as PPE in place, masks and other things. So I hope that that kind of sheds light on the safety responsibilities, and I hope that the different divisions like DNR will support following those public health emergency orders with the tourism. We will need help to continue to have companies understand their compliance, but it's really up to them to make sure they're not out of compliance, but following these recommendations in order to keep our citizens safe. So thank you very much, Chair and Honorable Daniels.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jim, for that. Shananta, we have been, it's 1:30 now. Koro ai shilana gate ado Koroshin Honorable Kialam Begay. You're up, sir.
Chairman, maybe earlier requested slotted to we get a response from the Department Health Command Center because I just sent a question, text a question to the RDC member. I've asked a question. This particular legislation is asking to reopen the roads, but on the latest emergency order, 21-006 or quit number now. Page 3, letter E, all roads shall remain closed until the emergency declaration is lifted. During the duration of the emergency declaration, I guess my question to be answered that I'll be asking, not necessarily now, is that which takes precedent, if the legislation is approved, or if the health command center takes the public health order. That's a basis, like car basis, like even now, health command center. It all like Kodoya in Chihada dot traditional Bahasi. Although I'm sure you guys, Mr. Dr. Jill Jim, Yananate, Kokodo, Plateau, Bahananin, Siki. The only biggest concern I have is that telling people to stay home and telling people to follow procedures of social distancing and so on. But like the gas station, I think you guys really need to focus on these convenience stores to have them do periodic cleaning, especially I forgot the name of that gas pump, the hose. You have to lift that up and put in gas. I don't see anyone cleaning them, and so on. We ask people to be 25% less bedient, but yet we have these people congregating, especially if they have 10 gas pumps, and then you get all these gas pump being used, and then you got people lining up and so on. Yes, they're in their vehicle, but the point is that people gets out and touches these equipment when they're putting in gas. Cool. But in between, the store doesn't even clean the gas hose. I don't know if that's the proper name for it. Though even the door handles when people goes in and out of the store. So anyway, that's one area. I see the next not. I think that would be more focus. And so again, what's the purpose of dishing out a lot of these health order, but yet the enforcement and the participation by some of these convenience stores is not there? Then what's the use? It wouldn't matter to me the way I see it. Reopening the roads, because I've seen people going here and there everywhere on the Navajo Nation. It's not, especially those people that from the outside the states. Dr. Jill Jim, that there should be more focus on at the convenience stores, that they need to participate in helping keep the facilities sanitized and so on, especially the gas pumps. Gas or something. I don't know. But anyway, but this legislation, again, is destined for the council. So again, like I said, I'm just asking if there's an official response, if that needs to be done, not to make it too complicated, this legislation, but more of what the position is, not for them to I don't know. I mean, because of what I've said earlier, that on page 3 of the recent public health order indicates that all roads should be remain closed during the duration of the public health order of COP. So it is Dr. Joseph Dodge is not us. They can't have seat on this, so ready to move forward, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Dr. Jim, could you summarize your response, and I'll give the time back over to Honorable Slater. Dr. Jim?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Begay Kehap, for that question. Donan Chairnez for giving me time to respond. The public health emergency orders does relate to the CMA 1620. As long as that's active, we're always going to refer to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Slater?
Thank you very much, Chair Nez, and to Dr. Jim and to Masna Ash for the questions. The public health orders include that provision because that is Navajo Nation law. But as Dr. Jim stated, the executive branch is working with businesses to open in compliance with the public health orders. And when this is rescinded, it will permit the public health orders to have more latitude so that they can amend that provision and say that, well, the roads actually are open and tourists are permitted, but you need to respect our laws, our guidance, and our regulations. And that will be conveyed in the public health orders. So right now, obviously, law, statute takes precedence over the public health orders, but the health orders are informed and derive some of their power from that particular law. Beyond that, the president will then be able to exercise his authority to open or close, depending on the circumstances, the roads and the, businesses as the public health experts see fit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, honorable members of RDC, are we ready to vote on this? Any other questions or comments? This legislation will go to Navigiete as well as the full council. There's no further questions or comments, Nanda. We'll go ahead and vote on this legislation. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote, sir?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kell votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniels?
Green.
We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries for legislation 0043-21. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Chair Ness and colleagues.
Yes, sir. Be safe out there. Have a good day. Next, C on the agenda, legislation 0049-21. Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith is on the line for this, waiting on his legislation. So, Ms. Begay, could you read this in for the record, please? Ms. Begay, press *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, you have legislative summary sheet for tracking number 0049-21, March 18, 2021. The title of the resolution is an action relating to Resource Development, Budget and Finance Committee, approving a change in the resolution number CAP 3518 for Lupton chapter by deleting the cemetery pre-design project number D143 and adding a cemetery plan, design, construct, and equipment project for Lupton chapter. This legislation will be referred to Budget and Finance Committee. Budget and Finance Committee will have final authority on it. Prime sponsor of the legislation is Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. The packet was posted on the council website on March 18, 2021. 5-day comment period ended on March 23rd, 2021. The exhibits that are referenced are attached to the packet, and there is one supporting comment received. That supporting comment, excuse me, is attached to the packet that was sent out to you. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, back to you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Begay, for that. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second.
Motion.
Motion. Honorable Stewart, is that you?
Yes, no.
Okay. Okay, second by Honorable Freeland, motion by Honorable Stewart. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor, sir. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, press *6 to unmute.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Nez, members of the Resource Development Committee. I bring forth to you a project that Lupton chapter is working with and is ready to do construction with the citizen funds that was provided under the CAP-35-18 under the legislation 049-21 is to amend the language so that it will include the planning, pre-design, land, and construction of the cemetery. As we all know, we as chapters don't have a designated cemetery, and Lupton is one of them out of the 110 chapters. So Shananda, I'm here representing the Lupton chapter. There's a resolution that has been passed by the Susquehanna chapter, which is Exhibit 3, and they are requesting that the language would reflect what they are wanting to do within this TSA-201-04-020. It's been passed by the Susquehanna chapter in favor of this. And in Exhibit 1, if you look at Exhibit 1 with your legislation here, it coincides with the Exhibit D, which was the main packet with CAP 35-18. Within Exhibit 1 in this legislation, it's referring to project number D-143, which says Chapter Lupton, and it has the project description, cemetery, pre-design in 13 months, and it's at the third year of the funding. So with that, they would like to have this language changed so that that pre-design would include construction to get the cemetery. Heavy equipment, we're waiting for the heavy equipment. So I'm sure that those heavy equipment will be utilized out there to provide the cemetery. And the landsman, which are on, the Bevenant has gone out there and provided that. And all we need to do is have this changed with an Exhibit D. Exhibit 2, that's that Citizen Project Amendment Certification. December 16, 2019. And his the Shido the Kent Grantson. He's the one that signed it. He's with CPMD back in December 12, 2019. Yeah, and it's the one that around about that time, just not too shortly after that, COVID-19 been also. But now we're pushing this along since the Navajo Nations want to go back to possibly open up 50%, and we're ready to do this project. And Exhibit 3, like I said, is the resolution for the chapter, and we have a support from the chapter president. I don't know if the chapter president's available, but if not, I'll be ready for questions, and I'm hoping that maybe Kent Grantson is listening in to provide the information if there's any technical information that needs to be provided for this. But this is just a for the actual construction of the Citizen Project Amendments or certification as Exhibit 2. Cemetery
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, for that. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any questions or comments? Honorable language change as far as exhibits as well? Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Honorable Delegate Raymond Smith, I'm on the line. This is the chapter president.
Okay, great. Shinandad, RDC members, she's on the line, so about this for this project. The RDC members of the Navajo Nation Council.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Chapter President, please state your name clearly for the record, and you have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Yvonne Murphy. I am the Sesa'ana Chapter President. Adona Enshlenige Yaha the Betlejanenshne. Kintichini da Shije, Wanagahni da Shichedo, Nakai da Shanale, Uta is Sanenshne. I'd just like to thank our delegate, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., for presenting this legislation before the RDC committee. On behalf of our chapter, we are working diligently to get a cemetery for our community, as we don't have a community cemetery within our community and never have had a cemetery before. So this is an undertaking that our community, our chapter is pushing forward with. And we realize that the language in the original Citizen Project limits our ability to complete the project from the beginning to the end, which is why we're asking for an amendment to the language change so that we can complete this project completely and have a community cemetery, because as we all know right now, you know, this pandemic is really putting is really affecting families and communities when we have loved ones passing and there's no place for them to be properly buried. They either have to go off reservation or burial. at family plots. So this is one area that having a community cemetery would really benefit our community and our people and other chapters as well, whoever needs a place to lay their loved one to rest. So ahwan so ashle ako hiya ashnan dad anolsko isnolt amagi.
Hagoshi Kedlash agent on the introduction and where we're going with this CAP-35-18 project number 143. Back to the chair of the Resource Development Committee, Shiche. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions? Honorable Vice Chair Smith, so did you request an amendment to your legislation?
Thank you, Chair. No, the amendment is within the language that's already put forth with the CAP-35-18. There's no amendments requested. All it is just the legislation to be blessed by the RDC committee as it is. It's just changing in there with the legislation. I don't be so nasna dos kishin the BNF. Thank you for that question.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Honorable members of RDC, any comments or questions? None? Koshila Shnanda. We'll go ahead and put it to a vote. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote, sir?
Green.
Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart. Honorable Kialam Begay.
Yeah, those are
Chairman Kialam votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart.
Green, Chair.
Okay. We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries for legislation 0049-21. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith.
Cool. Thank you very much. Have a good day and God bless you all.
There you go. Honorable members of RDC, we next have legislation 0044-21 on the agenda. So let me give the floor over to the gavel over to Honorable Freeland. Are you on the line?
Chairman, I'm here.
Honorable Freeland, could you facilitate this meeting, please? I'm the sponsor of this next legislation, and I'm driving over here, and I hope I don't lose reception. So
All right, Chair.
I'll hand it over to you, sir.
I'm also in the midst of doing some home repair too, so I'll put away my paintbrush. Santa, thank you, Chairman Nez and colleagues and Committee Resource Development Committee members. Ms. Begay, could we go ahead and get the legislation read into record, please?
Pro Tem Chair and Resources Development Committee, you have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0044-21. The date on it is March 12, 2021. The title of the resolution is a proposed standing committee resolution and action relating to resource development, approving the S Hill Sand and Gravel lease to Navajo Engineering and Construction Authority to extract sand and gravel from the Navajo Nation trust land located within the Sedagon chapter vicinity, Navajo Nation, San Juan County, New Mexico. The purpose of the legislation is to approve a S Hill Sand and Gravel lease to NECA. RDC has final authority. Prime sponsor of the legislation is Rick Nez, tracking number 004420, and action relating to Resource Development Committee approving this S Hill Sand and Gravel lease to NECA, to Navajo Engineering Construction Authority to extract sand and gravel from the Navajo Nation trust land located within the vicinity of Sedagon chapter vicinity, Navajo Nation, San Juan County, New Mexico. Be it enacted, Section 1, Authority. A, the Resource Development Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council, 2 NNC Section 500A. B, the Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council has authority to give final approval of all land withdrawal, non-mineral leases, permit, license, rights of way, surface easement, bonding requirement on Navajo Nation land, unrestricted fee land. This authority shall include sublease, modification, assignments, leasehold encumbrance, transfer, include renewal and termination to NNC Section 501B2. Section 2, finding. A, the Navajo Engineering Construction Authority, Post Office Box 969, Shiprock, New Mexico 87420, has submitted an application subdivided into 3 parcels for a sand and gravel lease to establish, operate, and maintain a sand and gravel pit, aggregate stockpile, construction yard in the vicinity of Sedagon chapter, San Juan County, New Mexico. The proposed sand and gravel lease is attached as Exhibit A. B, the proposed sand and gravel lease consists of 36.30 acres more or less for Section 1, 20.46 acres more or less for Section 3, and 60.18 acres more or less for Section 3, for a total of 116.94 acres more or less of Navajo Nation trust land, more particularly described in Exhibit B. C, the land user's consent have been obtained and attached as Exhibit C. The environmental archaeological studies clearance have been completed and are attached hereto, incorporated herein by this reference. The S Hill Sand and Gravel mining lease biological evaluation is Exhibit D. The finding of no significant impact environmental assessment EA 10-0-101 is attached as Exhibit E. The cultural compliance form NNHPD number HPD 09-1263 is attached as Exhibit F. The archaeological inventory attached as Exhibit G. E, the purpose of the statement of purpose, NECA S Hill gravel pit is attached as Exhibit H. F, the stormwater pollution prevention plan is attached as Exhibit I. G, the mining plan, NECA S Hill gravel pit is attached as Exhibit J. H, the reclamation plan, NECA's S Hill gravel pit is attached as Exhibit K. I, the Sedagon Community Chapter supports the approval of the sand and gravel lease resolution TDK 2002-01 attached as Exhibit L. J, the Navajo Engineering Construction Authority Board of Directors through Resolution NECA 12-3-12 attached as Exhibit M, is requesting approval of the sand and gravel lease request waivers of requirement for performance reclamation bond. K, executive official review document 005866 entitled approving NEAS Hill S&G lease is attached as Exhibit N. Section 3, approval. A, the Resource Development Committee of the Nomination Council hereby approve S Hill sand and gravel lease for sand and gravel lease on Nomination Trust land in the Sedacon chapter vicinity, Nomination San Juan County, New Mexico to Navajo Engineering Construction Authority, NECA. The locations more particularly described on the survey map attached as Exhibit B. B, the nomination here approves the sand and gravel lease subject to, but not limited to, conditions stated in the sand and gravel lease as attached as Exhibit A. C, the nomination hereby authorizes the president of the nomination to execute any and all documents necessary to implement and the purpose of this resolution. The exhibits that are referenced in the content of the legislation, they are all attached to the packet that was emailed to you. You will note that the packet was posted on the council website on March 17, 2021. 5-day comment period ended on March 22nd, 2021. There's one comment recommendation that was received, and the comments is attached to the packet. And another comment came in, which also is either just a comment or a recommendation. And again, that comment is attached to the packet as well. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, Pro Tem Chair, back to you.
Yeah, Maxima, thank you very much. Colleagues, can we go ahead and get a motion established and a second, please, for this legislation?
Daniel, motion.
Honorable Herman Daniels makes a motion. Second.
Kiel.
Honorable Kiel Nishina makes a second. Thank you very much, colleagues. We do have a motion and a second in place. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Chairman Nez, and I don't know if you have any of your agents, Chair. But, floor is yours, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Pro Tem Chair, as well as my honorable members of the Resource and Development Committee and staff, as well as everyone listening. I do have an agent from NECA, Ms. Bittas, on the line with us. This project has been in the planning stages for quite some time and going through the review process, and finally it's completed everything. Everything is just ready to go and get this gravel pit underway so we can have some more roads established on the Navajo Nation. So the gravel pit, the S Hill over at Sedacon Hogback Community, that's where the location is at. So Mr. Pro Tem Chair, I would like to provide some time to NECA, Ms. Bitta, or Mr. Grubbs. With your permission, sir.
Chairman, Aviga, agent from NECA, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Nez. Honorable members of the committee, this is Brett Grubbs with NECA. As Mr. Nez mentioned, this has been a long time coming. NECA has been preparing documents and trying to go through this process for nearly 12 years now. There are significant projects in the future that this pit will benefit. and it will open the doors for a lot of the northern half of the nation and to have a gravel source big enough to supply the gravel without having to go to surrounding communities to buy the rock for the Navajo Nation. So this is it's been a long time coming, and it's a very beneficial to the nation and the highway program for the northern half of the Navajo Nation. Manny, is there anything you want to say? Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Just Honorable Ned and the committee of the RDC committee, there are a couple of corrections that we requested. It should be in the comment period. The first one is on page 1 of the application. It has S and GRM, which should read New Mexico, and NPM, which is New Mexico Prime Meridian. And it says Apache County, it should read San Juan County, and State of Arizona should read New Mexico. And also on item number, what was it, $2, you said you want to change it to $150.
No, we got to keep it.
Oh, keep it, okay, that's okay. And then there was also a document that wasn't signed by Mr. Grubbs, which is signed now, which is attached, the Section 7 SWIP certification. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from NECA or your agent, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Honorable Pro Tem Chair Freeland. I believe that NECA has just requested an amendment. So if we could have our legal counsel, Ms. Kahn, provide that language, it would be appreciated. Thank you. That's all on our presentation, sir.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. There's your agent. Ms. Kahn?
Good afternoon, Mr. Pro Tem Chair. I was trying to catch the proposed amendment language. I'll have to ask again for that language to be, or those two places that needed amendments to be explained again. It sounded like they were in the exhibits, but I need that explained one more time. Thank you.
Chairman or your agents, can you go ahead and repeat that request for the amendment, please?
Yes, Honorable Freeland.
Yes.
This is,
Go ahead, Mr. Grubb.
yeah. Thanks again for the opportunity and the floor. Ms. Kahn, basically what it says is there was a correction on page 1 of the lease. There was an error at the bottom. It used to say Sand and Gravel RM, and it should read New Mexico Prime Meridian.
That's Gila
And then the county was Apache County, and it should read San Juan County.
and the state.
The state of Arizona should be changed to New Mexico. And then the last page, page 13 of the stormwater pollution plan was not signed by myself, and I have signed that and included that. And these were placed in the comment period. So the documents are out there. We can actually send these again if necessary.
Rich Carlton fixed it.
And that's the extent of all of the addendums.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kahn, did you get that?
Yes, Mr. Pro Tem Chair. What I suggest is that the Exhibit A, I would guess that's Exhibit A. Just a second, let me bring up the, oh, here it is. Exhibit A be exchanged for a new Exhibit A, and the new Exhibit A will have those changes that Mr. Grubb has stated. Let me go all the way down the page to see where these new exhibits are in the comments. I don't have them in the comments that I have.
It's on page
my
86, Mariana.
86, okay. Page 86, okay. Okay, page 86 is the letter. Is page 87, that's the language that needs to be inserted, and it is inserted there, and there are strikeovers. Okay, then the Exhibit A, page 1 of 7, needs to be changed out. And the Exhibit A that is currently with the legislation, the first page of Exhibit A needs to be changed out with what's on page 87 of the comment page, along with page 86, which explains what is happening on page 87. So that would be, let me write that out really quickly here in an email. So this would be Amendment 1.
Okay.
Amendment 1, and that would be Exhibit A, page 1 of 7. Change out page 1. Which page 1 with page 87 of the comment page, of the comment section of the legislation. And then also a second part of the exhibit of Amendment 1 is to include page 86. Is that 80? Yeah, include page 86 of the comment section. With Exhibit A. And then the third item to be changed will be Exhibit. What was that last exhibit again, Mr. Grubb? To bring in your signature. It was on the what? Stormwater plan.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit I, Stormwater Plan.
And it's page 13, which is the last page, Ms. Khan.
Okay. Okay, then Exhibit I, page 13. Which page 13 with page okay, with on the comment page, it is on what page of the comment page does it have your signature? Mr. Grubb.
It's page
Mariana,
Yeah.
the comment page is on page 88.
Okay, there it is, last page. Okay, page 88. All right, Exhibit I, page 13 of Exhibit I, switch page 13 with page 88 of the comment page. Okay, let me just review what I've written and I will send it off to RDC members and to Mr. Grubb. Just a second, it takes me a little while to put this in.
Protect Chair, point of order.
Point of order. Honorable Keelan McGee or Honorable Herman Daniels?
It's Keelan.
Okay, Honorable Keelan McGee. Sorry, brother.
Chairman, I believe they're still in the presenting process, and the agent just identified needs to be a change of there needs to be an amendment Z, and now we're got into directly into trying to resolve where the amendment needs to be taking place. Maybe have them figure that out and then let them finalize their presentation, then let the RDC members resolve the amendment process. Chairman, that's my point of order.
Thank you, Honorable Keelan McGee. Now, I believe Chairman Nez did state that he had concluded with his presentation, brother. That's why. So they don't have anything else to present except the requested amendment.
But I think that should come directly from the committee member, not going directly without our input, Chairman.
Okay, I got you. Chairman Nez, could you go ahead and restate that amendment if you can, sir?
Mr. Pro Tem Chair, Chairman Naz did make a request to the Legislative Council for the amendment language. And based on that amendment language, there will be a motion and a second in place.
Okay. Okay, I got you. Ms. Khan, are you concluded with the amendment?
Not quite yet. I just need about 2 more minutes to make it very clear here. Just please indulge me in 2 more minutes here.
Chairman Keelan.
Chairman, Honorable Keelan, go ahead. Tonight.
Again, the procedure, the way I always see is that once they're done with the presentation, yes, a request by the presenter, then it comes to the committee to make and request those actions. Whatever needs to be made on the amendment. But besides that point, I have a quick question on this legislation while they're trying to resolve the amendment. Potent Chair, though, other Kodoshana legislation, Hitanin Soziki, a did cut amendment by Yatshiki. At the top, it doesn't have any beginning date or end date as well. That needs to be in place. It's going to support the northern part of the Navajo Nation. I believe the Navajo Nation need like 10 of these similar sites across the Navajo Nation to get projects going. Which is the next request? And what is the duration? The duration, I believe it may be part of the legislation purpose statement, but what's the duration and how many amount of materials will they be extracting for the projects? And the duration, how long? Will this be an ongoing activity of gravel and sand pit? In that that's it. Hello, yes. Neka that's it. That's easy. Maybe like local chapter that's easy. Not just for other smaller projects. Chapters this not just without charging outrageous price. Or how are they coordinating this with the Navajo Department of Transportation? The way I just felt we were getting information that once whoever establishes infrastructure, they're the sole owner and say so on these particular projects. Nekadat what are you? Bebahnilia, Godas, Bidashin, Kodo, Biday, at the Hodnita, I don't know that's the correct term to say it. A co-edit, Shanai Dictator, Chairman.
Chairman Nez, did you want to respond, sir?
Thank you for that, Honorable Pro Tem Chair Freeland, as well as Honorable Gay, for your question. I will refer the question over to NECA, Mr. Grubbs. But the question, Mr. Grubbs, is how will you coordinate with the local chapters as far as pricing and coordinating with Navajo Division of Transportation as well? Mr. Grubbs?
Yes, sir, Mr. Nez. To answer Honorable Begay's comments, in the very first page, the reason why there's no day in there is that day is filled out by the BIA. Once the BIA approves all of this, then that length of period and the day of, once it's approved, the BIA signs that right there. Secondly, your question was about how long that this lease is going to be open. Right now, it's in 5-year increments, so it'll go for 5 years with the option to extend it after 5 years. It's also done in phases, so as we mine something out and extract the gravel, then we'll reclaim the portion and move to the next section. That's in 5-year increments, up to 20 years. The price is determined by working with the Navajo Nation Minerals. We work with the Minerals Department, and they establish a royalty price for that. As far as working with the local chapters, as you all are aware, NECA does a good job of working with the local chapters, and we will charge them to cover the royalty. We're not trying to make a profit off of the chapters. So it would cover the royalty and the cost to create the gravel, but that's all the price that would be looking for in that instance. That should answer all your questions, Mr. Begay. Thank you.
Now, did that answer your question?
Yes, that answers some of the questions. So again, Chairman, am I recognized again?
Go ahead, Chair. Honorable Kiel Begay.
Okay. Again, I appreciate the response. I don't have a problem with these progress. I mean, it's much needed on the Navajo Nation. It's just the fact that a lot of time, once the council gets out of the picture, then we always have some situation where some of these resources begins to be, not afforded to our local community members or even the chapters or other programs across the Navajo Nation. So I think just right from the get-go. I just want to make sure that this particular request is also have some leeway for our local chapters, because they always have some projects that needs to be done, similar to the one that we have over here in just the Gene region, where the 16 chapters pull in some funding to maintain or improve some of these dirt roads from the old Peabody mine site. Because a lot of time chapters are being told that these maybe to some extent some of these private entryways that they've seen fit to be fixed. Gravel, but another attempt that to improve that nagi. So you laba da iledo dan zaden da hagyo base papa hata down benatika jo mean dan chu don da haskin, which is grateful, but lot it night na the tree are the baby chain that has it call a baby nashiko kodo. I really like to have some assurance that the local chapter will also be benefiting in utilizing some of these processes, and I don't know if that will really make a big difference in the agreement here. The quick sheet and the given that in this time are there. Cooperated it up and yet to those Hagiki Yat and so on. The chairman. Okay, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Shana, for those comments as well. Colleagues, Ms. Khan, are you completed with the amendment?
Mr. Pro Tem Chair, I have sent out the amendment, and I'm of course now working from Window Rock. I hope I'm not in this time now where we're having internet problems.
Pro Tem Chair.
Chair,
this is Shammy. I have the amendment.
Okay, it was sent out at 2:24 p.m. Amendment to legislation 0041-21. Ms. Begay, I don't know if colleagues, has everyone received the amendment from email from Ms. Khan?
I can read the amendment language into the record.
Okay, let's make sure everyone has the email though first, Shema.
Okay.
If that's okay. Colleagues, does everyone have that email amendment?
Yes.
Mr. Pro Tem Chair, I also sent the language to Mr. Brett Grubbs. Hopefully he has received it.
Okay, we'll go through Chairman Nez on that, okay? If Mr. Grubbs through Chairman Nez is okay with it. Colleagues, everyone get the email? Honorable Daniels, Honorable Gay, Honorable Stewart.
Chairman, motion.
Okay. Let me have Ms. Begay read it to record first, brother, and I'll come back for a motion in a second.
Okay.
Ms. Begay, go ahead and read it into the record.
Amendment 1, language 1, in Exhibit A, switch page 1 of 7 with page 87 from the comics section of legislation 04421. 2, in Exhibit A, include page 86 of the comment section of legislation 00421 as the last page of Exhibit A. In Exhibit 3, in Exhibit I, switch page 13 with page 88 from the comment section of the legislation 004421. Back to you, Pro Tem Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Figueroa. Colleagues, let's go ahead and establish a motion then.
Motion, Callan.
All right. Is that you, brother?
Delegate Callan, motion.
Okay, sorry. Honorable Keelan McGee makes a motion and a second on Amendment 1. Second motion. Colleagues? Is there a second? REC members?
Delegate Rick Nez, seconds.
Honorable Nez. Okay, Chairman Nez. With that, we do have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions on Amendment 1, colleagues? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Okay, with that, no comments or questions. I'll go ahead and call for the vote. Honorable Chair Walker, Vice Chair Walker, I don't believe you're on the call, but go ahead and call for you for your vote. Chairman Nez, how do you vote, sir? Chairman Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Okay. Honorable Keelan McGee.
Delegate Callan votes green.
Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Wilson Stewart. Okay, I got a text message from Vice Chair Walker. He votes green as well. Vice Chair Walker votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart, are you on the line, brother?
Yeah, just got back on.
We lost you there, brother. You vote green?
Oh.
Okay, thank you. With that, Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Okay, with that, Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. With that, colleagues, we have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and pro tem chair not voting. Amendment 1 does pass. Going back to the main motion, colleagues, are there any other comments or questions related to the main motion?
Chairman Callan.
Honorable Keelan McGee, you have the floor, brother.
Pro Tem Chair, can the agent clarify again how they're coordinating this with NDOT, Chairman?
Chairman Nez, can we have your agent clarify, requested by Honorable Keelan McGee?
Yes, Honorable Pro Tem Chair Freeland. I'll have my agent, Mr. Grubbs, respond to that. Mr. Grubbs?
Yes, Pro Tem Chair, Honorable Nez. The way NECA coordinates with NDOT is NDOT bids these jobs on a competitive basis. In other words, they advertise the job to bid. So anybody that's willing to put a bid bond up can bid the job. So we will bid that job and we will use the gravel from this source to bid that job. That will save, hopefully, and create an advantage for us because we won't have to buy it from the surrounding communities to buy the gravel when it will be already on the Navajo Nation. But we don't have any agreements with NDOT prior to those requests for proposals to sell this gravel. They put all of their highway projects out for a competitive advertisement. They could, in the future, ask us to buy gravel for a roadway, or they could ask us to do many other things. But right now, as of today, the only thing that they do is advertise publicly for any contractor in the Southwest United States to bid. So there's no predetermined arrangement for the gravel for this pit. NECA will open this pit up at our own expense and prepare gravel for the surrounding communities until such time when NDOT or someone else puts a job out to bid that we can use that gravel on. I hope that helps explain it, but there's no other, we don't have a predetermined an agreement with Navajo Division of Transportation for this gravel. It's just to prepare ourselves in the event that they do bid a job on the northern part of the Navajo Nation. We will have this source ready to go when they bid that job. Does that answer your question, sir?
Honorable Michael McGee, does that answer your question, brother?
Chairman, does answer my question and continue to get in-depth information about all this progress on the Navajo Nation. So indirectly, I'm learning a lot of these processes. So just making sure that every program on the Navajo Nation is able and have access to these resources for the intended purpose of our Navajo people. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, any other comments or questions related to legislation 0044-21? If there's none, I want to go ahead and call for the vote then. Honorable Chairman Nez, how do you vote, sir?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Vice Chairman Thomas Walker. Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker, Che. Honorable Kiel Begay Jr.
Chairman Kiel votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Herman Daniel.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker.
I vote green.
Okay. With that, the main motion does pass. 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 abstention. Pro Tem Chair not voting. Thank you, Chairman, as well as your agents. I'll go ahead and hand the virtual gavel back over to you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable colleagues. And thank you, Honorable Freeland. Good job. Appreciate your assistance. Back to the agenda, Shananta. We're on D of new business. Schedule a proposed meeting with NDOT and BIA prior to the RDC USDOT meeting on April 1st. Recommended date is on Monday, the 29th. I believe that's probably a good date for this. I'd like to establish a motion and a second.
Chairman Kellen. Motion.
I'll second Chairman Freeland.
Thank you. Motion by Honorable Kiel and Begay, second by Honorable Freeland. Shananta, I just got a text message that there's some serious technical difficulties, so I'm going to make sure that our advisor is on the line. Is Shami Begay?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Go ahead.
Okay, good. The network in Window Rock is completely out. So I'm glad that you do have the monitoring status there. And thank you, Ms. Begay, for that. So Ms. Begay, the 29th at 9 o'clock on Monday for this meeting. Are we good with that, Shananta?
Yes, we already had that penciled in for the 29th when we had the leadership meeting with NDOT and BIA. we already selected that date. So this is just a confirmation by RDC so that I can submit the memo.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. Honorable members of RDC, any comments or questions on this?
Chairman Keller.
Honorable Begay, you have the floor.
Chairman, I don't know if I'm getting ahead of myself. There was a response back from the April 1st meeting. They're requesting for time. I don't know if that needs to be resolved here while we're talking about the prep meeting for the April 1st, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. I remember receiving a group text with our Honorable Senator Carlisle Begay. I'm looking at the email and the recommended dates available on the 1st for that meeting, Eastern Time, Baka, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. That is 3 hours that they're available. This is on a different note, so we may have to make corrections, right, Ms. Begay, for our time?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, once you approve this meeting date, I will work with Carlisle and see what time we will be meeting on the 1st, and then I'll get back to you on it. This is just to submit the memo to the Speaker's office for approval for RDC to meet on the 1st. And I'll work with Carlisle on the rest of the.
Okay, thank you. So this meeting will be on Monday, the 9th at 9 a.m. prior to the meeting that will take place April 1st. On April 1st, we did receive dates for availability from Washington office. So we'll go ahead and move forward and approve this, Shananta, if there's no other questions.
Mr. Chair?
Comments.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
On the 29th is when NDOT will be presenting to the committee the white paper that and all of the written documents that they wanted to present to the committee for presentation on the meeting on the 1st.
Yes, thank you for that, Ms. Begay. Any other comments or questions, Nanda?
Chairman Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Hello, colleagues, hello, staff. Let's also keep in mind, colleagues, that we might have a special session on the 29th, which is Monday. There was some emails going around last evening about a petition for a special session for Friday, but it sounded like a lot of delegates were not too enthused. I shouldn't say too enthused, but they had already had schedules. I have some stuff scheduled. We have the Eastern Ranchers meeting as well as I think our brother has a visit from Hess at Shanto. So there was some requests for a special session to be held on Monday. So, yeah, Chairman, just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Honorable Freeland. We did schedule this Monday, and I believe the special session request was requested that same day too. But that special session should be approved because it only has one legislation, and it could be easily be approved. Maybe like at 3 o'clock if the petition is changed to like 3 o'clock on that. So that's on a different note. So thank you for that, Honorable Freeland. Any other comments or questions? But then we'll go ahead and vote on this. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kellen, votes green.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you.
We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. We'll set the date for Monday at 9 a.m. E, schedule a proposed leadership meeting with Office of the Controller, Division of Economic Development for a follow-up on BIDF financial report discussion. Ms. Begay, do you have a date available for us?
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Begay?
Mr.
Go
Chair,
ahead.
I have April 5th open and April 6th, 8, and 9. I don't know how long the meeting will be, and I'm thinking that it'll be a couple hours. But those dates are open, 5th, 6th, 8, and 9. You hear me?
Yes, Ms. Begay. Samantha, the 5th is on a Monday, and then the 6th is Tuesday, Thursday, and then Friday that same week, the 8th and the 9th. Which would you prefer? The first come, first serve, Monday? The 5th. Are there any objections? None? Okay. We'll set up for April 5th, Monday at 9 o'clock a.m. I know we have a lot of meetings, like chapter planning meetings that come up, and chapter meetings as well at the first 2 weeks of the beginning of each month. So April 5th at 9 o'clock. Are there any objections to that? Any comments? None? We'll call for the questions. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote? Excuse me, sorry. Let's establish a motion. I'm sorry. Motion, please.
Freeland.
Second by second.
Stewart.
Honorable Stewart. Thank you. Any questions? Comments? None? Honorable Freeland, how do you vote, sir?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Honorable Begay?
Chairman Calowitz, green. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniels?
Green.
We had a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries for this meeting on April 5th at 9 a.m. Going down to F, schedule a proposed leadership meeting with Office of the Controller and Department of Agriculture for a follow-up on the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund financial report discussions. Recommended date, and we could have this the next day on the 6th. Are there any objections to this? Comments? None? None. I would like to establish a motion and a second.
Motion.
Honorable Stewart.
I'll
Second by Vice Chair Walker. Any questions, comments? So the meeting will be set for Tuesday, the 6th of April at 9 o'clock a.m. Any questions or comments? None? Honorable Freeland, how do you vote, sir?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Honorable Begay?
Calowitz, green. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
Chairman, I vote green.
Honorable Daniels?
Green.
We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. We'll set that date for the 6th. and I believe we're done with new business. We'll go back to reports. The first on the list is Department of Agriculture. Mr. Watchman, are you? Yes.
Before we get on to the reports, with the issue in Window Rock, with the network being down, is that hampering, or do we need to have the network in place?
Chairman?
Thank you for your question, Honorable Freeland. Thank you for that. Let me go to Ms. Siako.
Thank you, Chairman. Nez and the Resources and Development Committee, this is Melinda. No, the network, there is no impact to the Zoom call. Everything is still recording and on schedule and online. We have given the full hosting capabilities to Ms. Begay. So Shami has the network, the Zoom operation going on her end where she's located. So we're okay to continue the call.
Thank you very much, Ms. Siako, for that. Honorable Freeland, are you good?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions before we move on? None. We'll go ahead and start with reports. First, Department of Agriculture, Mr. Watchman, are you on the line, sir?
Oh, yes, Mr. Chairman, I am.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Watchman, there was a question raised by Honorable Herman Daniels, and let me give the time over to Mr. Honorable Daniels first, and then you can respond, sir. Honorable Daniels?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah. I don't like RDC kudo members. I don't like kudo based on Anna. I see that is not the go. Yeah, kudo. I don't know staff. I don't know. Thank you, Mr. Watchman. Kudo the great Department of Agriculture. I just in Michigan kudo grazing management program. This is in regards to some questions, concerns from the local grazing officials, from District 8, maybe from others as well. Eastern Land Board. So this one again, it's coming from one of the grazing officials that hasn't been paid last FY 2020, March all the way up to September. That's what he's indicating to me. And I believe he's on the line as well. The grazing official. So I see, so yeah, he's been going to the office. Just the other day he went there again, and what he was told was the FY 2020 so these grazing officials, they're out there, they're working out there day and night. So 11 not old over the way Zealand for you about this case and I'm sure there's other grazing officials that are being treated like this. Still I don't agree that grazing and the Department of Agriculture in Hadid Nish do even dash nabadishni. Grazing official in the Ecuador in Hada in Nish ad, just like us council delegates. Hotels and Hidon Hada is not Ebekeko, the Department of Ag in Handal, this is short to do even dash nesta. Nahada in Nish so baby Jahanas Seko. So Edia Kododa, Mr. Chair, Edia say, British yet Kodo. And my brother delegate Freeland, Eastern Land Board, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Freeland, you have the floor, sir.
Chairman, thank you. Shana, colleagues, and Mr. Watchman. Honorable Daniels made the request for grazing officials, or one of his grazing officials, I maybe had asked if all the Eastern Land Boards were also processed and paid out or getting paid out as well. I did hear from one of my land boards in District 15, and I don't know. I haven't had a chance to follow up with him, but I just wanted to ask that question as well, if the Eastern Land Boards were also processed and paid out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland and Honorable Daniels, for wanting to address these concerns for our local level officials, which we also do ourselves. We have to answer to our constituents, just as our grazing officials have to, and they work and drive around in the communities, and even during this pandemic. So some of them have not, and would like to know why they haven't been paid. And Mr. Watchman, would like to have you provide a report, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did try to forward some stuff over to Ms. Begay, sort of giving more detail to that particular grazing official. In a nutshell, in terms of verbally, and I will follow it up with a written report on some of the other things that have been asked. Again, it's been a long-going issue regarding processing paperwork through the various programs that are to affiliate an official when they get sworn into office. But in this particular one that Delegate Daniels is referring to, it was a position or a grazing official spot that was filled midterm. So basically, this individual took an oath of office back in March 4th of 2020, or 2020, excuse me. However, even though he might have taken oath of office, the paperwork and processing his final signature on a PAF didn't take place until August 27th. So several months went by. There was a number of reasons linked to that, but overall, it was really due to the pandemic. And then the opening and closure of the nation involved other entities. Yes, he did take an oath of office, however, did not complete his work until end of August, almost September. And I did give a handout, and hopefully Ms. Begay can forward it on to Delegate Daniels. But he was paid. Unfortunately, what he wasn't paid for was an $800 monthly stipend. And this to quickly get through it, each official is budgeted 12 monthly stipends of $800. In this particular case, what he's requesting, and still has not been paid, and we're working on it, those months in which, so that'll be March, April, June, July, August. What had happened is that when his paperwork was finally processed, these are processed every month for the first pay period of the nominations payroll. As you can look at those dates, in September, which is the last payroll of the fiscal year, his paperwork did not reach, but he was paid all the other meetings all the way back to March. Those are monthly meetings and stipends, trainings, and so forth. Reason for that is that the fiscal year ended by the time it met payroll. So that created a problem. It was budgeted in the prior fiscal year. So what happened is that moving into the new fiscal year, payroll basically said, you only have what you've been budgeted. So since then, he's been paid $800 per month. And then when the new election came, a new office came in, there was a glitch again. And it's following up with the officials. They did not submit, or oath of office didn't come timely. To date, the handout goes in to say we paid all the meetings that he officially attended, or all the compensation due monthly. However, we're still trying to work on where do we get the money from to pay one fiscal year back, in which I believe Mr. Big is aware of, Mr. grazing official Big is aware that, in a nutshell, the money's lapsed. So what we're doing is that we're compiling any kind of budget savings and to make a request. Since that was almost 5 months of payment, that's a substantial amount. And it isn't like we can pull money from another account. Each official has their own budget since they are considered a quasi-employee. So their budget anywhere from $9,000 to $10,000 annually under this line item. So what happened is that when it came down to it, when the fiscal year turned, when it met payroll, they only paid 1 month and they did not back pay. So with reference to that, we are working to back pay those months, and we may need help in reference to how we do that, but we're hoping to work with payroll and then also on budget savings within the accounts currently. We couldn't do that at the beginning of the fiscal year because they just started the fiscal year and it wouldn't really be any budget savings. In essence, what we would then do is process any budget space savings that he did not attend. So he did not attend a meeting, since October until now, is considered budget savings and then redirected that to pay, to back pay. That's what we're doing with Mr. Big. Yes, there are several other officials that have not gotten paid, but there's a variety of reasons. One would be the oath of office and other documents were finally updated, but a majority of them got their lump sum of money this past Tuesday or the Tuesday before, payroll Tuesday, under the electronic payment. However, there's a few, and when it comes to Eastern Navajo, there's probably about 5 to 6 that are still waiting personal documents for payroll. That would be bank statements or some kind of a bank information, and that holds up electronic payment. But their first payment after their PF was processed, it's usually a manual check. So I believe that has been done. But nonetheless, we still have about 3 to 4 that will be finally paid in April, more like April 6th will be their first payment. And that goes back to, I guess, a number of reasons. One, oath of office didn't come through. They're updating of their own personal documents. That could be their W-9, that could be their some of the waivers they have. But at this point, there's probably only one official is not scheduled to get payment, which is an oath of office to date of 141, Mr. Chair. And we can, if there's any specific grazing official, farm board, or Eastern Land Board that we need to inquire about, we can send over a kind of a history of their record of what they've been paid from ag, and that's what I've done for Delegate Daniels. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Watchman. Let me go to Honorable Begay. You have the floor, sir.
Chairman, but as a committee member, I do have several grazing officials from my area as well. But I guess what's the solution? What is the solution to resolve of continuing to ask for information regarding some of our local elected officials? It seems paperwork is always an issue. The process. What's the simplest recommendation that we can resolve this situation? The time that we came in as an RDC, we met with agency grazing officials, and they provided several recommendations. So based on those recommendations, I made a request to the Department of Agriculture that two main areas, I don't know if this will resolve the situation. I just resent another email earlier regarding requesting for budget forms to create and get all these graded officials payments to be administered by the local chapter. To the chapter with review by your department. I believe so. And then the other one is, can we create agency office? And that's the email. This was back in a year, 2 years ago. That made a recommendation. So, aimed at those. Not Yego. Journey hikwa the banani de hindishni. Chapter, delegates ni. Everything is blamed on us that we're not doing enough, or that their situation is because that we're not doing enough, and that is always the response from some of our local officials.
All the holes there.
Please put your phones on mute. Ashwater, please be respectful when.
Sorry, Chairman, that was me. Sorry.
That was you, Honorable Freeland? You're not going to get your stipend for this, for interrupting Honorable Begay.
Sorry, Chairman, that was me, man. Sorry.
Okay, you're going to have to buy him a burrito now. Honorable Begay, proceed, sir.
There's always 9 lives, so there's one out of the way, Brother Freeland. But Chairman, what is the situation that we need to do? I don't know what the appropriate statement would be, the best way to say that every other meeting is not long grazing but the point is, why do we have to continue bringing this up at RDC meeting to get things going or to get things done? Maybe maybe get a request to OMB and Office of the Controller. What would be their recommendation in having our local officials or grazing officials to be able to have worrisome or concern if the next payday, if they're going to get or expecting their pay again, that they don't need to worry about it. That, hey, I mean, why is it that they having to raise this issue every other month or every month? Johnson, chairman. And again, back in January, I did send a memo, resend it out again. Legislative council is just telling me that we can't do anything unless we get the budget forms, the account numbers that you're referring to. And I don't know how long we're going to wait. And I don't know if the program or the administrators or the division say that, my request through memo, and I don't know if there's a memo is sent by a delegate to a program or anything at that nature. How seriously are we being taken, Chairman? How seriously are we being taken? because there's memo after memo. I mean, but I'm glad it's out there. Maybe I'll just start posting them and saying that, okay, this is what I sent to, but again, it or other, that's all basically not understood. So, but I'm glad that I'm posting. I mean, I have these documents and I'm having these requests in writing, but yet there's nothing is being done. So I like to pursue in getting this situated as soon as possible, Chairman. With our effort and our request and get this going would really make a big difference in Sin. And even talking directly to the division director, Mr. Shabala Dashi, or even to the president's office, maybe they can help us direct these programs to provide documents to the requesting individuals to get these legislation in place. Again, I don't know if that will resolve this situation. So the point is that I'm trying to reestablish, we have a legislation where the account of these grazing officials will be administered by the chapter. Or establish an agency office at each of the 5 agencies, and that was one of the recommendation by the Western Agency. Recommend you by the grazing officials. Yankee Hashins the hope they need Nishin Hajin hit that next to Aden. A baby Nashiko a quacky hash up for the not. Or if not, maybe, like I said, Office of the Controller and OMB may provide us a solution of how we can fix this particular situation where we don't have to continue hearing from our local officials, grazing officials, that these type of statement or situation continues to be situated out there. Chairman, through your leadership and through the RDC member, as being the oversight, and hoping that we get this information to us as soon as possible. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Here, this is Controller.
I'll give you some time here in a little bit, Madam Controller, and I really appreciate you calling in, because we're having a very serious discussion here, and let me get back to you first in a little while, okay? Aro, Shimanta, Di Koro, Ane, and the Hot Igi Bahonate Hotel, Farm Board, Dog, Grazing Official, which is Blackie, Department of Agriculture, and a Reda Bahon Single. Chapters based on Hollow Art, which is Scotland, Jonda Sahot Alia, Ahonana Liala, Hate Ela, a Cotide, Basa Seat Lake or Nana, finding a solution to mitigate Chilla, Nehota, Hate Ala, Yahatit, Edigo, Hashtedid, Ne. Nishi Oba Yelkin Hadland, Latashin Hotayed and him, and grazing officials, all that Nikito Nishinde could Hanana tea. That is Anako, but though even in our 5 agencies, what about his seatly, equal now, it and his Linda Joannick at Okonana. So, Adwa Nathan, Fundishin, to each other, or the machine when Sata. The Korohanani Masko Ea Nina Bikian Adi Kito Hate Adi, Mississippi Kai, Kito Afane, Koro Controller, Colony La. So Koroshi Hate Ayan, Chikazit Abes Ani, Middle English, Infoyen, about this. So, Madam Controller Kurt, you have the floor.
Chair, those who did that's
Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
Chair, other members of the RDC committee. I just wanted to just background information. I believe in 2008, the Internal Revenue Service, IRS, came in and audited the nation. IRS there was a settlement with the IRS by the nation, and that was prior to my time. I started in 2017. So I believe back then, IRS is audit and so the previous settlement, these in a call 2017 beginning calendar year 2018, that is the reason why we put in a different process to pay the grazing officials, farm board, land commissioners. Which is not IRS worker classification. You either have to be an employee or an independent contractor. Previously, the nation was paying them out as according to the IRS, independent contractor. In those previous audits and a previous settlement, IRS told us they are not independent contractors. They are actually employees for tax purposes. So the reason why is it was all based upon an analysis by the IRS and pretty much saying that the nation does tell them how to do their job and so forth. And all of it is in our Navajo Nation code and so forth. So in 2017, when the IRS came into the nation did paid a heavy penalty. We paid, I want to say it was 2.2 million. So for all those years, they made us pay a hefty penalty. From 2018. So we treat them like we would if we hire an employee. So the Department of Ag, they pretty much are, since there's a administrator, in terms of the documents and the paperwork. So if they get sworn in, there's new grazing officials coming on board. So there are a lot of reasons why. I'm sure Mr. Watchman can tell you the reasons why the PAFs were not signed, they were not done, etc. So payroll, that's what we see, not just with grazing officials, but when programs they are hired, when they do the hiring, their critical documents, your PAS, from our office payroll, we depend on the program. We depend on DPM, OMB, because PAF, so that's something that has to take place between the program and the DPM. When we have to cut the check, we also have to make sure there's a budget. Ako budget nana deno analfo sine iliagi danar ketle. So hut au we depend on the program. The program has to work with DPM to make sure the PAFs are there. The program has to ensure there's a funds availability, there's a budget available. Budget the program has to work on a budget revision request and those types of things. And all of those things take time as well. So before it comes to payroll, we always say we're at the tail end. Lady den also see the in the PAF out of budget sigi in hush edit in the big the Iliaki been not so but I wanted to bring up the process. The process got changed, I believe, in 2018, and the reason for it is the IRS told us to do it. And we should have done it as a nation years before that, but we didn't. We had to pay some hefty penalties on that. So in that way, it's very important to keep with the process, at least as it's being centralized here with the nation still. I don't know how, if it gets decentralized and it gets sent into the chapters, whether that's about what it is. But no matter where it is, it's still important process because every so often the IRS does knock on our door and they'll always ask this question. So I just wanted to bring up some of those points.
Thank you, Madam Controller Kurt. Honorable Kialan Begay, do you have a follow-up question?
Chairman, I appreciate the response from the Madam Controller Kodoshinale. Now that you are on the line, we understand the process of you making payout. On the other hand, the accountability is there and should be there and continue to be there and should be monitored. The point is that we have employees, as we call them now, but they are elected officials, that they perform a duty, a job, but yet why is it that they have to continue chase after the money that they have earned? You, Mr. Watchman, myself, if we're in that same situation, how would we feel if we continue to have our payment that we perform our job and that we didn't get paid for it? I think that's the point that we're trying to make here. What system and what is the proper best way that we could establish, knowing that the grading official doesn't have to worry about if they're going to be getting paid or not during the next payroll, and that they continue to do the job that they're elected to do. That's the main point here. So what is the effective way? If it has to stay within the Department of Agriculture, by God, let's fix this system. You would recommend to the Department of Agriculture, and why is it only Department of Agriculture is within this situation where we don't really hear this from other programs? If it's just the Department of Agriculture is that this is happening to them, maybe the system that is that's set up for the other programs, maybe let's go into that area. My solution, and I may be wrong, is all I'm saying is that the system, and I believe that our local chapter has the capability at the same finance person in Windrup that they have the capability at the local level. Everything should be kept in Windrup. So when and how is it that we're really going to push to say that, okay, local governance, just at the whole finance system, ki khato tle khajoti up and not le e be not quite give yard and then ki na soki e pet up on the yard ki hoti ni a hodat haki to e kha il kit ni he open o the no e khat a hot haki o hot e to le so ben na go to end this let me be up front with everyone. To end this, the hala kodan sa yahanatos, ben na go joba at the nis etishne. What is your solution? I'm not asking you to give me an answer right away. Maybe look into, provide us a report within 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Okay, this is the solution to this. Let's fix it this way, that way. It's not the blame of the Department of Agriculture. It's not the blame of whoever, but as long as we know that our department, our grazing officials are being taken care of. It aid us staff programs that our prime goal is to keep an eye or making sure that our employees are thought of first, and they're the first one because they're the main one driving this particular program. So the grazing official is enforcing, abiding, and doing the work at the local chapter level. Na nisha the yena kako kodor chide ko it eta hatni se thona hetel chale ko a khot ko beso baby we on last year go baby na ho yid na. And then they have to drive all the way into Windrush just to drop off a document just so that they get paid. So these are the situations that they're going through. And this is what we hear at the local level. Maybe only from us, but my expression, my tone is what's coming from my local chapter officials and my community members. But Shisazito Ecuador, the Nepane, Tahagito, Nepana, Shahagi, the officials, Bana, Shahagi, Ebayash, Kito, Kotopa, Hit Alaba, the Snow of the Shna. Yes, the policy is in place, or not, over that case, the Handika, Kodot, Nasi Catholic, do it neither. Let's keep these accountability in place, but let's resolve and delaying and not paying our grazing official. So again, I apologize, Madam Controller. I don't mean to be in the position of raising my tone or something, but it is frustrating in a way. It is frustrating. Why is it that we have to continue to bring this up at every other committee meeting? So, I sure like to move forward in the request for legislation. So, yes, all of you see. But it does not cause a taban yana to add the ship at the least store. But hate I over the 8 to not to Sakode. So, the only way we can get this legislation going is we start getting the requested document from the programs. Otherwise, we can't do anything. Chairman, appreciate the time.
Thank you, Honorable Begay, for that. Madam Controller Perk, also could you provide us a written statement as to the history of how all this started, how it emanated from how they used to get paid from the local chapters and the issues with IRS and back to Department of Agriculture? Madam Controller, you may also respond.
Chair, can you hear me?
Oh, Alida, go ahead.
Chair, members of the committee, and I don't take offense. I didn't think you raised your voice, but if I do, let me know. All I want to say is, and writing a written response is not a problem. We write memos all day. I was trying to work on one while I was listening to you guys. I'm not sure, I'm not too familiar with the times when these payments were being done at the chapter level. And so I can't speak to that. I also am aware that there are certified chapters with their own internal controls, also non-certified, so I don't know what their capabilities are. All I'm saying is that since the nation has centralized these payments with the history, then comes with a lot of scrutiny by the IRS. So the other thing I just want to say is, from the controller, my office, we don't have a say administratively what happens before things come to us. And it's frustrating for us too, because a lot of people think that it's our office and we're the problem. So I'm not Leo Watchman's boss, in other words. So if there's issues with, there's a few things I want to point out. One is individual responsibility. So your elected official, they need to submit their documents every 2 weeks, whatever, you know, as often as they need to submit their documents. So things may get held up if they're not doing that. Number two, Mr. Watchman and his group, they've got to make sure the PAFs are in place. They got to work with those individuals to make sure they got all the necessary documents to make it happen. I know there was issues recently with the oath and, you know, et cetera, and things like that. And then he just explained the budgets, like if you miss something, then, you know, it may snowball, which is what it sounds like with the budget issue. And so administratively, all of those things have to be taken care of. And understandably, I'm not trying to throw him under the bus or whatever, but we see this all the time. In this situation, it's with the grazing and this group. And you may not know that this happens in other areas. Just recently, it happened when since January, for several of our federally funded programs, the grant period ends. There's basically you're transitioning from one grant year to the next, and then something happens. I think it happened back in October. I forget which program it was. They didn't get paid for a month. It happened in January. I want to say TANF. And then Head Start. Head Start was panicking at the end of February. And really, I mean, people take offense to me because I'm sitting there harping away, you know, telling the Chief of Staff, Mr. Traco, like, hurry, get this program to do this, you know, do this, you know, and so, because it does affect a lot of our employees. Sometimes we have, you know, anywhere from 100, and so that's one way things get held up, is when there's PAF issues and so forth. And then there's a number of reasons. There's budget issues too. We just went through a continuing resolution situation that kind of threw a wrench in all of the budget issues. So all of those things have an impact. But ultimately, between individual responsibility to program responsibility, programs have to be held accountable. I challenged the division director for education a month ago to say, hey, you know, please take care of your employees. You know, before you hire and bring them on board, make sure you get the paperwork started, their PAS done. Because some programs are worse than others, and so everybody starts running around, and so it shouldn't have to be that way. Our office in DPM, they do publish calendars. We have cutoff deadlines, but unfortunately, a lot of times people don't mind those cutoff deadlines, and for the reasons that we are talking about, because our office, like clockwork, we do our job. We process our payroll every 2 weeks, bi-weekly. We haven't missed a beat. But we depend on everybody else to do their job and get all the documents in. So I don't know what I can do because I'm not everybody else's boss, chief of staff is. So when we see that a whole group of employees aren't going to get paid, we try our best to inform the chief and say, hey, we're looking at 100 people, push these programs to do this, push DPM to input it ASAP, because we're going to run payroll on this day. And, we do our part in trying to help, but we're just one division. It takes a whole group of people to do this. So it's no different than some of these other processes that we have, where we really need the program to be on top of it and so forth. Granted, lots of things happen. Some of them are not within the program's control, but everybody else has to do their part. So it is important. And that's accountability. Who do you hold accountable? You hold individuals who don't submit their documents on time, programs that don't take care of their employees to make sure that they have the necessary documents and the budgets, so that's how it works. And I'm not Leo's boss, so I can't rag on him and say, hurry, get this done. And so those are all the things, I just want to say that sometimes it happens every year, like Head Start, the same thing happens every year. It's like you would think that we would learn after 1 year, and then the next year we would prepare, but it's the same thing. A lot of times it might be employee turnover. You have different employees, and it's their first year, and it's the same thing. So there's a lot of things that go into it. But at the end of the day, our office, from our standpoint, we rely on everybody else to submit all the documents and so forth, because at the end, somebody will ask us, well, how come you paid that person and they don't have a PAF? Or you paid that person and, there's no budget. Those are internal controls that we have in place. And so that's how it works. I think it's a concert effort if you want to improve the administration of those things. But we provide training. We have provided training from when the process was changed. And then also we publish our cutoff deadlines. I know DPM has cutoff deadlines too, and whether people pay attention to those things, I don't know, but we publish them on our website, and those are key information that people need to follow as well. So we do what we can on our end, but a lot of times, obviously, it doesn't always work because we're here and we're discussing this. So I just want to say that as well.
Thank you, Madam Controller. Honorable Daniels, you have the floor, sir.
Yes, in regards to grades and officials, grade that FY 2020, the ones that haven't get paid yet, Mr. Chair, can I have Mr. Delbert Big because he has physical. So we really appreciate giving him some time. Mr. Chair, grades and official from Chief Chibito. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for your request, Honorable Daniels. If there are no objections from committee members, and this issue does concern grazing officials, so if there's no objection, Shananta, we can have Mr. Big address the Resource and Development Committee. Mr. Big, you have the floor, sir.
Oh, yes, sir. Good afternoon. Oh, yes, sir. This is Mentos Manta.
Large the some tagido, pedo some tagido, on the committee, the research committee, RDC, DA, by a trade, back in March, I took off on March 4th. On March 5th on the area, that was my first grazing meeting. So I asked about it. You can go ahead and attend it. You'll still claim it. So I attended that meeting. The next day, March 6th, Friday, I went up to we're just at Shikali from Tenahutuk grazing official, Kenneth Johnson. هم بخمسة أجوهرنا توسيهني نالكلين فورنس. هنا توسيهتاتيشلا. نميجي بهن توسيهنيشلا. نانا أوتب أفستو. توسيهني جا. هتلا دو بكيدو this pandemic hit. هتلا أدي أوجيش. Not until August, near the end of August, NPL training, I don't mean, the book. This is the area. Then I'll toss it to you, the sheet. This is us, then I'll toss not it, just all submit the not or admit. So that's what I did. I didn't have a problem. I thought I learned, you know. That's the only so such a dolly. In so even just so to was some so go to Ilana. So not sociota short to Dinita. These are confidential. I have my social securities on the numbers, you know, over that 80 or collect all the but I resubmitted everything, but I don't know. He got this one to cut the whole head of us. He made $800 every month. I can be auto shit on the other thing. I don't have this use. And also, who's up for this? Collect all law, I have also the thoughts. Elected officials, no. Not in the person, but the city out if on it, Tato Payet. Of course, Niche, don't you just Tato and clean on the Nahan Churches to the next. Yo, and Hakat in the no, so the snow band is just because of this. A lake all who've just been overlooked. Now, then, in it, what I want to do that clarification. It's not time. Share. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity for the who's Argendale, Benin, Tato, Pond Board, Eastern Land Board, the Ajo, not on it, not on it, Tato on it, this shot, the Hamon, the Adi, yes, the other not so on that will make us bigger payments. Now, again, I don't urge on as large as not a but pretty much just like go from paycheck to paycheck. Yes, sir. I need it. Share for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Mr. Big, hello. What did Ben Hitchin Henty to what had been also Sigi Yanat Janda, the Nodos, it's on your days, Nado Arabasa has a snake. Shannon is in the Nova Hinsig, Koro, not Kevin, and got out on machines energy. To Koroshi has on NATO sheet at your aid in your coron, not on any hit area or data. But on nation lineage or that eggy a store, which is almost is a caution. Corona has on of ear deals get all candy. Back to you, Mr. Daniels, Honorable Daniel.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Big, it's a bit it's a hard lead or could I pass it on Nesto, Gano Kodo, Babaki Hoto, I didn't know as about Bajo by instant. I don't know could have said Nagoya Yashki, Salita Kodo instead of these national Yashki could integrate up permanent up based on a Degi or Babakena or Hiki to cut it Egi and the house Anderson a congregate at Queen of integrate chat which honors in whole Zizico. So Salita about not these national like Yashki or I think could share could also say by Yanski could other could on great or that could even these ask could on great chair could on great Department of Ag. I feel Yaki Datos could Mr. Big and probably other grazing officials and other Eastern Land Board. So it is add all this, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Daniels with that. Department of Agriculture, Mr. Watchman. We would like to provide you with a directive that you resolve some of these payment issues for the elected officials, whether it be grazing officials or farm board. Mr. Watchman, and I'm going to give you some time to respond at this time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Okay. Well, a lot of dialogue there, but this going back in this brief history in what we have done and also what the council has done, as well as the Office of the Controller referencing identifying monies. What wasn't mentioned that about 3-4 fiscal years ago, maybe not that much, there was no monies identified for these officials. So each year they had to ask for some form of supplemental. And there was one year they didn't get anything until 8 months into the calendar year. So we have improved, but obviously we haven't improved. We actually digress, I guess. But within that legislation, then this is what the settlement. Unfortunately, we challenged the settlement and said that we didn't feel that the grazing official should be an employee for tax purposes and also the limited supervision that IRS claims that Department of Ag has and Natural Resources have. But that's another story, Mr. Chair. But what has happened is that the officials, we could take any form of payment, any form of reimbursement, as long as they had to claim any time of the week prior to a settlement, and it was described perfectly by Madam Controller, basically saying that we had settled in this, but we didn't comply for 5 to almost 10 years, and now we have to do this. But arbitrarily, it was sort of mid-year, and what happened is they transferred everything into personnel and said, you're going to have to provide PAS for everyone. In like Mr. Big's case, he was an official when that took place. It's now, but he was a prior official before that, and this wasn't required, And so we have some older officials that are returning, and there's a little frustration. They're having to have more paperwork, and there's a requirement. It's like you had to become an employee. So, Mr. Chair, in reference to not, saying, well, this is why, but I'm just saying that there's some clarification that we've explained before, but I'm glad it's brought out a little more. But to answer Delegate Begay's question, there is another delegate, Delegate So, that has asked. So like we keep referring back to the January memo. Within the January memo that Delegate Begay had, he had a few things in there. We've been working on them, but one of the key ones is it's really outside of our hands, and we have scheduled a meeting but has not taken place. It's out with the DOJ tax unit. So I believe that's going to be scheduled on April 1st. Might give some enlightenment to where to go, because what happened in the settlement, basically, the Nomination Council, along with the Controller's Office, agreed with the settlement that this function will be a central function, not a sub-government function. That's the reason why it's at a central disbursement for tax purpose and also subsidiary tax, so like the chapters. So again, that was also protecting the chapters, because a lot of them, they had to go back and find money to pay a subsidiary government tax to the federal government. There's a lot of back history to that, so that was the best solution for everyone. Even though I know that the officials are, what good thing that came out of it is that they received $800 basically for just being an elected official. They don't have to attend anything, but that's also a problem now when we don't meet deadlines. And that's where it really comes down to being. It's just deadlines. We're not mentioning there's about 45 officials that had no impact. They met the deadline. They complied with the elections office. They got all their paperwork, everything in, and they received their monies and stipend in a reasonable transaction or transition within not having any problems within 3 weeks. So after January. So, but the rest, it became a deadline issue. They didn't, have any oath of office. They didn't have the proper financial paperwork. They didn't sign their PF. They wanted to maintain old documents that were at personnel. There's a variety of different things. So I think there's probably 4 or 5 programs that struggle along with ag to getting these things in. We're at the last leg now. We probably only have one official that we know that's not going to get paid next week or in April. But the rest should get some form of payment. But in the case of Mr. Big, he's the only one that has a back payment, which goes back a fiscal cycle. So we are going to be working on that. But again, with outside of a special appropriation, we're trying to handle that with some budget revisions, Mr. Chair. But at the end, it's hard, and I'll just be forward with you, is that during the pandemic, we couldn't find these officials. So the ones we could find, when it came to complaints, we asked them to do services in other communities that wasn't their elected area. So that's another problem probably coming up. So pretty much 70% weren't doing their jobs. And I know it sounds great that they're in the front line, but realistically, 70% of them, so over 80 of them, almost upwards of 90, we couldn't find them. And the other thing too is that when the election took place in August, we completely couldn't find the ones that did not, either got defeated or they didn't run again. So we had about another half of them. We haven't really seen them since August. But under how it's budgeted, they still get paid. But I can honestly say they weren't servicing any of the communities. So it's been a struggle for us. We've had to have the ones like, there's a few out there, they had to take the load on. But now they're asking, where's the compensation? Why are you paying them? We did their work. So there's another hidden area to that. The overall questions, what was being asked and how we can resolve this, yes, we need to get everyone certified to get paid in the meantime, in which we are. Secondly, moving forward to, the sub-government, whether it can be at the chapter or not. There was a point in time that we had 2 meetings of the chapter that the chapter paid, and there was 2 meetings at the central government, which the Department of Ag paid. That seemed to work, but under the settlement, that was done away with. There was no payment at the chapter, so maybe that could be revisited. There is a meeting with Delegate So, and I'm inviting Delegate Begay. Everyone really been pushing forward to seeing how we might look at chapter as being a form of a fiscal manager to this. But it goes back to maybe what the tax unit prescribes or states moving forward. keeping in mind the council did appropriate to the chapter, but it was when the OMB got it, and even though the council approved it, OMB was directed to switch it back to ag. So there has been some attempts, in the past 4 years. It wasn't trying to do it anywhere, but it's the will of the council. If they want to approve money at the local level, is my argument. But that didn't seem to last too long because there was a settlement by IRS, as mentioned by Madam Controller. So, Mr. Chair, we'll give an update on entire, but I guess a verbal update would be we are working on Mr. Biggs and Eastern Navajo. We do have about 9 members that we have some issues regarding their, the bank information, but they will receive in some form of a check. But hopefully they get that information by the next deadline. And there's deadlines, and that's where it really comes down to being. Prior years, they didn't really have a deadline. It was this, when they got the claim in, they would get paid after that. But now it's linked to payroll and has to be, justified and meet every 2-week justifications or timelines. And that's been, our biggest drawback, Mr. Chair. And only thing I can say is we can do better, but we have made some progress to this point. And we do have, if there's any specific elected official that we can report on, we much are willing to. I'll leave with the only one other statement is the grazing officials weren't the only elected position. We were told that school boards and other commissions were going to be a part of this. That's probably would direct directly back to what we're having problems with. Do they have PAFs and those kind of things? And maybe we can mirror, and if they're having the same difficulty, maybe we can work together, because they were also part of the settlement. Well, from my understanding, the first, folks that were needed to comply was the elected ag officials. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watchman, for that. Honorable Stewart, you have the floor.
Okay. Good afternoon, Shania. Shania, Kedlish is at the edge of my education. In the Chanel Office Controller, Madam Kirk. Mr. Watchman. With the grazing officials and farm board, Dr. Hagee, and then listening to the conversation this far. My questions and concerns, I guess, would go back to the Department of Agriculture. Has probably been stated to us before, but out of how many staff handle the official document, grazing, farm board, the commissioners for the ranches on eastern side, how many staff handle those documents of the these officials to get them submitted for payroll and to make sure that everything is sufficient enough to have? And like Madam Controller Chanel, to make sure that there's monies in there, budgeted monies in there to even start. There's the process of pre-planning again to make sure that these officials, as they come in, they have their documents already done, their PAFs, and everything is ready to go for them. And the reason why I asked that is because I'm thinking back of working with high school and college students, and they had to go through the same process. But we did 1 day or 2 days. And this is by agency. But the protocol then was to make sure that they went through a 1-day orientation where everything was submitted. And I know that those PAFs, they're computer generated now. So what is the process on generating these documents? Or what is what would be the protocol in the future to put these documents online for them to submit? I mean, yes, I understand that part of it is a part of their lies on them as well for not making sure that their documents are in, and just trusting another individual to make sure that they're submitted. So what would be the process and making this and getting this cleaned up for them? And in the future, how can it be done better to make sure that these are done by agencies? Are we going to employ, look at employment with the agency offices, and that'll probably cost money again. And then where are we going to get those funds again? These things all revolve around the money. That's a major part in this whole thing, is the money issue with it. So how are we going to make sure that in the future that we try to better this program or better this system as delegates and as officials here, staff here? How are we going to make sure that these are better? And then I asked Department of Ag, how many staff do you have working on these individuals' payroll? Question goes back to Madam Controller Shanada. How many staff handle Navajo Nation's payroll? There's more Navajo Nation employees, so how many staff handle those? How is that going to compare in those numbers too? And that's just what I see on this side, and I want to make those questions, bring out those questions, and then see what responses I would get. Shania, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Mr. Watchman?
Yes, Mr. Chair. For each of the officials, and the grazing officials have more, they have 78, but there's one staff assigned that work on these every week. We are in the process of doing capacity building in reference of the monies we already have, but we haven't hired. Eastern Navajo we have staff that could assist with this, as well as the office here in Winter Rock, but that's still going through the personnel process of classifying and also advertising. But in essence, what we would have in place in time, I guess somewhere in the near future, would be at least 2 per elected position, even though the Farm Board or Eastern Land Board only has 20. We do combine those with our Farm Board, which is 41. So, Mr. Chair, I guess that would be the answer in terms of what our thoughts are. But it is adequate service. I know it's time-consuming, those people working on them. Unfortunately, and I've said this, as the kindest way as possible, but we can't force them to sign documents or provide these financial, disclosures, and that became the problem, and we resolved that. And also at times these folks, they don't want to refill out something when they maybe put a date on there, and when they're told, at this point in the game, they get very upset. So we've been doing what we can to not violate any law or offend anybody, but we're at this point. But in the future wise, FTE might be the answer. A full-time employee might be considered, seeing there's other things they're asking for, like they don't have any insurance, and yet they're considered a full-time employee and they have a PAF. They don't have no deferred compensation. They're probably the most front line is always described all the time to me, but they won't have no deferred comp or any retirement. So some of those things also maybe can be brought up moving forward to maybe help the officials more comprehensively, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watchman. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions?
Chair, this is Controller.
Madam Controller, go ahead. You have the floor.
Chair and members of the committee, I just wanted to make some points based on questions and comments. Delegate Wilson Stewart was asking how many people within OOC handles particularly the agriculture payroll for this. So I just want to say that our office, and specifically in the payroll section, we have 12 full-time employees, including our accounting manager. And those 12 employees that I have, they're full-time, and they handle, in addition to what is being discussed right now, they handle anywhere between 5,000 to 7,000 employees. We're responsible for the payroll for those employees. Every 2 weeks, we run the payroll. So not only for executive branch, but the other 2 branches, and then as well as this, what we call employees for tax purposes group. I just also want to point out, Mr. Watchman was asking earlier whether other commissions and boards, yes, we went through an exercise with DOJ based on the then IRS settlement. So we had to do the analysis on a number of other boards. I want to say there was 20 of them. And so we've determined, or DOJ's determined, who all has to be treated in this manner. And so we do the same process. I used to serve on the Navajo Nation Tax Commission, and again, I had to fill out those same documents, the application, and also a PAS in addition to my regular job. So those are being done with other boards and commissions as well. But anyways, back to my staff, we have 12 full-time. We take care of everybody that we get through the payroll. We run our payroll every 2 weeks like clockwork. And then we have one individual assigned to do not only the agriculture, but a number of other departments and programs. So just wanted to let you know that. I think that's all I have. The only other thing is we call this classification internally because there's a difference in and DPM is not here, or I don't know, maybe they're on the line, but we have different classifications. We have your regular employees, then there's, of course, temporary, part-time, those types. We have political appointees. This particular group, they're strictly called employees for tax purposes. And we've also added a specific fringe rate because they are not eligible for benefits and so forth, because they're, obviously they're elected officials, but because of the IRS, we have to treat them like employees. So it's a very narrow group, and so that's how they're treated. And so they don't have the fringe rates and things like that for budgeting purposes because they don't receive those benefits and so forth. If ever there's going to be a change in that, obviously then there's associated costs with those things, but I just want to point that out. It's a narrow classification. It's a result of that IRS ruling essentially, and that's again prior to my time regarding the worker classification. So, but there are other boards and commissions that apply to them, and it's the same process as well. So just want to make those comments.
Thank you, Madam Controller. Samantha, I believe we discussed this issue, and we not only did talk, we did provide a directive. We need to have the Department of Agriculture, Mr. Watchman, provide a report back to RDC within 30 days and give us an update on how well things are going. Mr. Watchman?
Mr. Chair, we'll do so. I appreciate the time and also the concern. Again, the process we have in place, it's just following Navajo code and from being able to receive a reimbursement to getting payroll. And I know at times it's a growing pain, but I think we might have to change it, and hopefully we'll come out with some recommendations along with the report that we have on what progress we made with, like the meeting I'm referring to with the tax unit, and maybe encourage some of the other officials to give their colleagues and join us on those points that were being brought up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watchman. Honorable members of RDC, we never established a motion and a second, which is my fault. I'd like to establish a motion and a second now. Manta. Motion. Honorable Daniels, second by. There a second?
Kevin Calvin.
Honorable Begay, thank you. There's also a question, a comment by Honorable Chair Aroso. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I have a similar situation in Tuba City, grazing officer. I thought was just we have not gotten any sort of stipend payment. And it's very interesting to hear that this happened. This is going on in that office, and I guess I really don't want to overstep Mr. Watchman's position, and but Mr. Watchman, these employees work under you, and you're the lead person for that agency, and I guess if you can find a better way to manage and get this under control, that would be my recommendation to your office there. The other thing that council can do is, with mine, it's the second one here. So we could recommend to hold the division director's salary for, or the division agriculture director's salary, 10% of your salary. We can drop legislation. That's the power that the council has. But and that's things, and just to hear the grazing officer from up in district up in Kayenta area, and it's really Bayani Zing. I got shame of the Navajo Nation not doing their work. We give it to you, and we expect these services to be done. And this is an executive branch function, and please pay them if you can. If you can't pay them, be upfront to them and say, "I'm sorry, we can't pay you." Maybe then and there we can seek someone else to manage that office. But and it really baffles me and makes me think that you have pro managers and workers in there for years and years, and it's always the same old each year. Oh, we weren't ready for it. We didn't know. They didn't do this. They didn't do that. How can you simplify the process for them so they're not having these grazing officials or other elected officials, farm board member, trying to turn the wheel out in the field. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Shaw. Honorable Freeland, you have the floor, sir. Honorable Freeland, press star 6.
Well, I was really talking to myself. Chairman, I muted myself after that incident, Crown Point. Chairman and colleagues, RDC members, I appreciate the time and the report and the update from Mr. Watchman. I understand yesterday that Eastern Land Board was in midst of orientation, and I don't know if Dr. Jim is was there, but apparently she shut down the orientation. Now I don't know what happened, but the Joint Land Board was the same. I attended the Joint Land Board at the Sports Center, and the way they had it set up was, they were very, they were following protocol, and they were very aware of social distancing and whatnot. Very careful. I guess I bring this up because the orientation part is probably one of the most important dialogues that can happen, especially for newly elected land board. Describing job duties, everything. Maybe even this discussion with, the issue of financial documents or PAFs or W-9s or whatever, I-9s, excuse me. But, without having that orientation, a lot of, especially Eastern Land Boards, I have a little sister. Well, she's my little clan sister, but she's a newly elected land board, and I'm really hoping a lot of them, and I'm really thankful a lot of them stepped up and ran, but they're very eager to get to work, and they're very eager to start making a difference in our communities. And I just wanted to say, how can we make this orientation, or how can this orientation happen? Because it's so important. I think it's so important because, you want to start them all off on the same page. And, I did attend a virtual Joint Land Board last week, but, just what Dr. Jim had mentioned earlier, how do we move forward? And, I always remember as a council, we had that orientation, and we had everything discussed to us as well, and NDOT. So, I really want to encourage and emphasize the importance of orientation, whether it be for grading officials, farm board, or Eastern Land Board. That's probably the biggest key for establishing and putting into motion the success for our leadership. And I really rely on our land boards a lot. And I have 3 districts, 15, 19, and 20. And I really rely on them a lot. And they've been out there since the pandemic, since March. And Mr. Watchman made a comment about a lot of them weren't being able to be found. And if they can't be found, Mr. Watchman, please let me know, and I'll find them for you, and especially in my area. But Chairman, I just wanted to mention that because I think the orientation part is just so important. And I know something happened, but maybe just something to have, maybe Mr. Watchman, or I don't know if any of his staff was on the line, but what had occurred yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Samantha, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Samantha, koro niship the Bevenant Ibages Lagi Bayelkio Conholsis. Koro Mr. Watchman Sheen, it's a report made out Lito Dihut without a matter of answer, no, she didn't sit in the house. So we're at this juncture now, and perhaps as we've visited all 5 agencies, we need to have an all-day leadership meeting with the grazing officials again Perhaps within about a month we can do that, schedule that in, including the Eastern Land Board, which Honorable Freeland. So, are there any other comments or questions, Nandar? We'll go ahead and vote to accept the report. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote, sir?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kellen Witz Green. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
Chair, I vote green.
Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Wattsman, for that, and also Madam Controller. Next on the list, we have a report from Paradox Resources, Investing in the Future of the Navajo Nation, Montezuma Creek Pipeline, Rights of Ways and the Future Outlook. Presenter, Mr. Todd Brooks, CEO of Paradox Midstream. Mr. Brooks?
Yes, good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir. You have the floor, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chairman Nez and Honorable Vice Chairman Walker and all honorable council members. At first I was going to say good morning, but I'm going to say good afternoon. And thank you all very much for your time and for receiving me and for us on this call today, and for allowing me to introduce myself and our company to the Resources Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. My name is Todd Allen Brooks. I am the founder, the owner, the chairman, and CEO of Paradox Resources, which is the parent company of Paradox Midstream and Paradox Upstream. I'm calling in here from Houston alongside Nathaniel Grady, our CFO and recently appointed president. And I will share that Nate has earned this recent promotion as he is a very hard worker like myself. I will also share that we have a lot of moisture here in Houston, and I wish I could share almost all of this at all times. When I heard you guys talking about the moisture, it's all around us here. Anyway, I submitted a package about a week ago that is pretty detailed for everyone's reference, and maybe it was too detailed, but I will just share, as I shared quite a while back with Navajo Minerals and Navajo Nation Oil and Gas. I'm here to provide disclosure and information about ourselves and what we are trying to accomplish. This afternoon, I'd like to share a little bit more high level and a little bit specifically. Number one, who we are, and number two, what we are working to do. Part of who I am and who we are runs part and parcel with the following. I am here to be respectful to the Navajo Nation, the Navajo Nation's councils, and the Navajo Nation's people. We are here to work hard toward a mutually beneficial relationship, which will lead to mutual success with the Navajo Nation. Hopefully, we are here to earn the trust and respect of the Navajo Nation Resources Development Committee members, as well as work hand in hand with other committees and other organizations, which we've already begun doing. It was nice to hear Rowena Jeremiah and Steve Prince's voices on the roll call at the beginning of this meeting as the head and leaders of the Navajo Minerals Division. We have been initially speaking with and more recently working hand in hand with them for years now. We've also been working with Navajo Nation Oil and Gas and James McClure and his team, especially as relates to bringing helium-rich Navajo Nation natural gas up the pipelines that already exist on the nation to the Lisbon Valley helium plant. Paradox Resources, we own and operate the Lisbon Valley helium plant, which is located approximately 70 miles directly north of the Montezuma Creek community. And we also own and operate 6 natural gas fields and pipelines that are located beginning right near the Lisbon Valley helium plant and extending from field to field, connected by pipelines we operated, extending approximately 50 miles directly east from the plant, which is approximately 70 miles north, as I stated, of the Montezuma Creek community. And these fields and pipelines extend into the state of Colorado. I would like to share that we are a closely held company versus a faceless corporation. I am a person, and the team and our hardworking employees at Paradox Resources are more like extended family. When I go to the field and visit the Lisbon Valley helium plant, my meetings and my time spent with Coy Young, our head of the Lisbon Valley plant, and with David Neal Hinkins, our head of our upstream operations, my in-person time and our meetings each time begin with a handshake and a look in each other's eyes as we hug briefly, and then we get to business. We and myself have been through battles to get here today. The prior owner who sold me the Lisbon Valley helium plant and who abandoned the basin with very little notice and who later abandoned the San Juan River plant near Farmington ransacked and destroyed my Lisbon Valley helium plant 1 week before I closed and funded with my hard-earned money to buy it. I was notified of this on the first morning after funding and closing in my first Paradox Resources kickoff call more than 4 years ago in February of 2017. Being a 6th-generation Texan and this being in my blood, I have worked tirelessly and through difficult circumstances, and I reobtained about 85% of what was taken and hauled off on 36 very large flatbed trucks. And Coy Young, my plant manager who I just mentioned, who grew up and has spent his entire life near Dove Creek, and myself, we together with our team, we reworked and rebuilt and reassembled and made the Lisbon plant better than it was before. We've optimized the plant, we've brought new automation and controls to the plant, we've cut costs and made things more efficient. And we've done this without big teams of people. We've done this with our small and dedicated team. And it's the same team that is Paradox today. What we are working to do, and the reason I'm on this call and introducing myself and our company, is that given our location to the north, and given that we own and operate an important pipeline called the Aneth 10-inch pipeline that extends from the Lisbon Valley helium plant all the way to the northern Navajo Nation border, which is approximately, the border is approximately 10 miles north of the Montezuma Creek community. We are working to put back together the pieces of what I call the pipeline highway that connects the Navajo Nation helium-rich gas to the Lisbon Valley helium plant. In the past, it appears to me that there has been dispersed ownership amongst 4 or 5 different companies at various times, and management of these various pipelines and competing interests, and with the fact that there were 2 gas plants. The San Juan gas plant in Farmington was sold by Anadarko in 2014 because of safety concerns and high operating costs and no helium facilities, to the owner who subsequently shut down and abruptly exited the San Juan plant and the basin and multiple pipelines. To me now, especially, but quite frankly always, the vision and the path is clear. The Navajo Nation is blessed with minerals that are helium rich. And when I say helium rich, I mean that on a world-class level. I'm talking about helium content in the 7% range and even more. The revenue at stake for Navajo Minerals and the Navajo Nation from filling up the Lisbon Valley helium plant of 1,000 MCF a day will equate to $15 to $20 million a year if we can get these volumes up to Lisbon. So over time, through a 10-year right-of-way, that is $150 to $200 million for the Navajo Nation Minerals, and the Navajo Nation people. The Lisbon Valley Helium and Gas Plant would alone cost $500 million to build today. The helium plant is a plant within a plant. It has the ability not only to purify to what in the helium business is called the 5 nines, or 99.999% purity, but the Lisbon Valley Helium Plant also has the ability to liquefy. When helium is liquefied, it becomes a global asset and can command an even higher price than what I was referring to on the revenue, and can be put on ships and shipped to places as far as China, Japan, and beyond. First, we need to fill up the plant to generate this revenue. Before we can do this, we need to obtain rights of way and reactivate and fix and reconnect the 3 pipelines that are right together and are waiting for our efforts. Just as we put back together the Lisbon Valley Helium Plant and Gas Plant, and we have made it better, so also are we now working to put together these pipelines. With the help and approval of Navajo Minerals, as I mentioned earlier, we are working to do this in order to bring in an organized and direct manner the helium-rich Navajo Nation gas up to Lisbon for cleaning and processing and sales and revenue. So, and I know it's been a long day, I would like to close by also sharing that the Lisbon plant is currently receiving, right now at this moment, the carbon dioxide exhaust and waste gas from the CO2 Aneth field operations on Navajo Nation lands, and we are processing and cleaning and sequestering the dirty parts of this gas, like the hydrogen sulfide H2S, which is deadly, and the CO2, which is bad for the environment, and we are re-injecting these dirty parts back into a reservoir deep below the surface of the land, 70 miles north. For me, that is a lot of talking. I would like to say thank you again for this opportunity to introduce myself and Paradox Resources to the Resources Development Committee of the Navajo Nation. There are 3 pipelines we are putting together, and we are working with Navajo Minerals, as I mentioned earlier, to accomplish this. I am hopeful as we move forward, we are able to receive approval for the 3 rights of way that will make their way over here to this committee over these next months as we all move forward in time from now. All 3 rights of way involve older pipelines, and all 3 lines have received rights of way approvals in the past. And with that, that is my closing comment. And again, I know it's been a long day, but I would like to open the floor for any questions, or perhaps just say thank you for this moment to introduce myself.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Is Rowena Cheremiah on the line still? Steve
Yes,
Krebs?
Honorable Chair, I am on the line. This is Rowena Cheremiah.
Thank you, Ms. Cheremiah. Would you like to make a statement as well?
Yes, I would like to make a statement. Thank you so much. And hello, everybody. It is 4:35 here in Window Rock, and it has been a very long day, but it's been very informative too. So I'd like to say hello and thank Paradox Resources for giving the report to RDC and the guests on the line. The information that was presented by Paradox Resources is very high level. We have been working, the Minerals Department has been working with Paradox Resources over the past couple of years. We did a lot of work during the government shutdown, but what we were trying to do at the very initial start of these projects was get these existing pipelines that were in disrepair fixed so that the Navajo Nation could run its gas, its helium and its conventional gas, to the Lisbon plant. because as you know, during the pandemic, the Navajo Nation was in, we weren't getting any revenue for a lot of reasons. So we have been working, and Paradox Resources has shown to be a very sincere company, very diligent, very open and honest with what they are trying to do. The Minerals Department has taken a look at everything from the cost of the repairs to the types of work that will be needed for the existing pipelines. And each of these pipeline segments that was mentioned, they all connect to the Lisbon plant one way or another. And so we're addressing them separately because each of these pipeline rights-of-ways were owned by different companies at one point. So now we need new rights-of-ways or rights-of-way renewals to move forward. We have memorandum of agreements in place right now for 3 of the pipelines. And that is so that Paradox Resources could go in and identify the repairs that are needed to move forward to moving gas through the line, all with the understanding that these rights-of-ways may not even be approved in the future. So what you're looking at right now is just one of the segments, the Montezuma Creek North Pipeline right-of-way. That right-of-way is, it's not very long. It's 14.6 miles in length. And correct me, Stephen, if that's an incorrect length. With this right-of-way, the approval of the right-of-way, the consideration that the Navajo Nation would be receiving over the 10-year period that they are requesting is a little over $766,000. That equates to, not the first year, but the subsequent years, it equates to about $79,000, a little over $79,000 a year. With all of the additional 3 pipelines, the Navajo Nation on an annual basis, except for the first year, would be getting around over $347,000 a year. That's just for the right-of-way. That's just the right-of-way consideration. That is not that's not having to do with the royalties that the Navajo Nation would be getting from the helium that is processed and sold. As Paradox Resources mentioned, we are all in collaboration or discussions with Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company because the Navajo Nation NOG is also trying to pursue helium leases. And all of the helium from their helium leases needs to go through these pipelines. So it's all like a big puzzle, and it needs to all be in place at the same time. Do you have any questions?
Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second. Nandar. Motion.
Motion, Daniel.
Motion.
Motion, Stewart.
Honorable Daniels and Honorable Stewart, second. Thank you. Nandar,
that'll work.
Do you have any questions? Nandar, do you have any questions for Mr. Brooks and Ms. Jeremiah? None?
Chairman, I got a question.
Who's this?
Chairman Freeland.
Honorable Freeland? You have the floor.
I think Otto called first.
Who's the other one?
Otto.
Okay. Honorable Otto So, you have the floor.
I'm sorry for just jumping in, members of Resources Development Committee. Good afternoon. I don't CEO for Paradox Resources, and Rowena Mineral. Good afternoon. Well, this really makes a lot of sense to piece the puzzle together to create a path to export the Navajo helium to market. And I think that as a member of the Navajo Nation leadership, on the right-of-ways, how can we be in control in our own right-of-way so that the Navajo Nation will have the upper hand to send to get the right-of-way completed and get this built, and as a partnership with the with Paradox, with their expertise and their capital, and looking at a way to see if one day that we could actually just own it out, flat right out, buy out the pipeline. So that's something that I see on my radar that is really, really positive to this. And then I guess the other discussion too is to the oversight committee and Navajo Nation Oil and Gas to have a bigger dialogue relating to this issue, because getting the helium to market is something that we need to move forward, because helium will always generate money, and it ain't like oil where it's subjected to the market and it crashes. Helium has a certain value at a certain time. So we truly need this is an opportunity to explore, to look at, to try to get our helium to the market and get the revenue coming into the nation so that the nation we can sell our helium to the Lisbon plant. And but again, thank you very much, members of Resource Development Committee, Chairman Kihat. And again, I'm sorry for just jumping in, but like a race horse indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable So. Mr. Brooks, would you like to respond, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman, Honorable Chairman Nez. Yes, Honorable So, I understand maybe your thoughts are associated with the pipelines themselves and some element of control and perhaps operations of the pipelines. With regards to buying the pipeline, or what I'm working on with Navajo Minerals is the rights of way. So there's the hard asset of the hard pipe itself, and then there's the right of way, the contractual right to move molecules through that hard piece of pipe. From my perspective, Navajo Nation Oil and Gas has a subsidiary pipeline company called Running Horse Pipeline, and I have shared with Mr. McClure that to the extent that Running Horse Pipeline Company would like to operate these lines, then absolutely, that's fantastic. I'm here to simply try to put in the effort and lay the path and create the path for the molecules to go north to then be able to reach the market. So as long as we can have just good operations and good communication, operating and owning the pipeline is not something that I am needing. I I think that covers maybe parts of your questions, or perhaps maybe there's additional that I just wrote a few things down, but maybe there's some more information I left off.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Honorable Freeland, you have the floor, sir. Honorable Freeland.
Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, I was on mute again. Chairman, and thank you for the report, Mr. Brooks and Ms. Jeremiah. I think, as helium exploration, it would be a great opportunity for the nation for a revenue source potentially. But I also have to think of the local level too. And I have to think at especially the people at the grassroots people. And I have to think of if I guess my question really is have you consulted or have you educated people in the areas that you're going to potentially have these extractions done? It's real important to educate the people in distinction between oil and gas or in this case, helium. My area has a dark legacy with uranium, and there's still a lot of uranium there, and there's companies that are coming around, poking their nose, and we don't want to go there. And with uranium, but with helium, I know that before RDC had a presentation made to them, and the amount of uranium that's there in those areas really have to, we have to take a good look at them. But I guess my question is, have the people locally been educated and consulted with on this potential? And it would be nice. I asked this question because, I think of how the federal government or how the states consult with any major changes, especially in New Mexico. New Mexico has a law. But maybe at some point, when we get to that point, Shanta, maybe we should start consulting with our people on these types of issues. But I agree with it. It's a potential revenue source, and if we do it correctly, if we do it safely and in that manner of fashion, it could be really something to for us to benefit on, for the government to benefit on, and help plug up a $20 million hole that we left with NGS and Canton Mine. And, we heard about earlier from the Department of Ag, one staff member has to take care of all 110 chapter grazing and Eastern Land Board officials. We don't have funds to do that. Yesterday, we heard about the ranger situation. We need to find some money somehow. But, I'm always thinking about how can we educate the local level first, though? How can we consult with them and get their input? So, Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Mr. Brooks, your response?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Freeland. So your question or your thoughts and thinking especially about education and communication at the local levels and right on the ground and in and around or any communities that these pipelines or these molecules, or if we're welding together two pipelines that are right close together, I think that the more communication and more education is much better. And this is my passion. And perhaps maybe that I don't know if that came out or not in my 15 pages of detailed presentation, which may have been a little too detailed. But from a perspective on education and communication, I would be more than happy to share this information or distill it slightly differently, or go to a chapter meeting or chapter meetings if I were to be invited, or any other type of communication, education with communities and impact, I'm 100% for that. I think this is all a positive from my perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Honorable Daniels, you have the floor, sir.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Vice Chair, out of the RDC members, staff, Legislative Council, and also to Mr. Brooks, thank you for your presentation to Resources and Development Committee today. That's a good initiative that you're talking about, bringing in dollars to the Navajo Nation. The area that we're talking about is Delegate Charlene So's area, Montezuma Creek, and Red Mesa area. I totally agree with Delegate Braylon and also Delegate Otto So on their statement, with Delegate Braylon working closely with the community of Montezuma Creek. Yeah, that needs to be done, and also with that Delegate Otto So's statement, having a dialogue, maybe down the road, sometime down the road, with RDC, Resources and Development Committee, Navajo Nation Oil and Gas, and also the Paradox Resources. That would be a good idea too, to have a dialogue on talk about helium moving forward. So that's all I wanted to say with Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the presentation. And also in that area, the Montezuma Creek area, you all know that oil is being extracted from the earth in that area, Montezuma Creek and its area, and 37.5% stays in Utah with the Utahns and Navajos, and also the 62.5% goes to the nation. That's within the Ennis Extension area. That's north of Montezuma Creek, the Ennis Extension, and the outside wells outside the Ennis Extension, 100% goes to the Navajo Nation. And my question would be, at that time, at the future meeting, would be how would the chapters benefit from these this initiative that we're talking about, helium. Well, Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I believe Honorable Slater has this legislation that will be moving forward, and I believe it's gone through the 164 process. So, so, Mr. Brooks?
Yes, sir, Honorable Chairman Nez.
I believe we're down to completion of our report here. Would you like to provide a closing statement?
Yes, only thank you very much for your time and for this opportunity for me to introduce myself and our company. And I'm hopeful to be working together with not only this council, but continuing work with Navajo Minerals and Navajo Nation Oil and Gas. And now that we've had some of this conversation, I look forward to maybe going to a chapter meeting or providing additional education. And I'm here for communication and disclosure, and to work for and with you guys in this committee and the other committees. And that's all I have today, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? Then, yeah, Kushila, we'll go ahead and call for the questions and put it to a vote to accept the report. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Freeland? Honorable Stewart? Honorable Begay?
Chairman Calvert Green.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
Chair, I vote green.
Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Honorable Freeland? Honorable Stewart? We have a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Thank you very much.
C. Yes, sir. Next, C, quarterly update report from Navajo Housing Authority operations. Presenter, interim NHA CEO, Mr. Dwayne Wasetta. You have the floor, sir.
Good afternoon or good evening, Chairman Nez and committee members RDC. This is Dwayne Wasita. I'm not sure, did you all receive a packet from us regarding the quarterly report?
Yes, sir, we did. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to go on. It's late in the evening. It's been a long day. So I have on page 2, I have the executive summary for the last, for this past quarter from January to March. So we had the accomplishments that we got. We had the 2021 IHP approved by RDC, signed by the Navajo Nation President. As of March 16th, we've received confirmation from the SWANAP office out of Phoenix that they found the Indian Housing Plan in compliance. They'll be issuing out the letter this week, and we should be able to receive the funds for the 2021 IHP planned activities this week. So that notice should be emailed out this week to us, and we can pick up the projects that were planned for the 2021 activities. The other part of the executive that we're proceeding, moving forward with is looking at the one-stop shop that we created in 2019. Finally, it's coming to materializing now with the Navajo Veterans Office. In the 2021 Indian Housing Plan, we have 30 units of homeownership units that are going to be funded for the kickoff of the program. The last time Housing Authority had a program or a partnership with veterans was in 2008. But due to some administrative issues back in 2018, it was abolished, but we're bringing it back with some little tighter policies and procedures to ensure that we meet the requirements of NAHAZA for the veteran housing program. So I believe this is going to be a topic for NABI for next week. I received a notice from Mr. Rico earlier this afternoon, so I'll be preparing with that on some of the topics of discussion dialogues that we can, I guess, this work session kind of look at every avenue as we roll out this portion of the 2021 activities. Part of this month's is the organization, the strategic planning aspects of it. We've identified a total quality management model using evaluating tools for mapping and improving process. I know that was one of the discussions that earlier in the day was, how do we streamline IHS? How do we do that? Well, those are some of the things that we're looking at, because one of the biggest problems that we see with Indian Health Service and what we're doing, Indian Health Service has a prohibition in Congress that has that their funds cannot match any new housing construction for NAHAZA funded projects. So we're looking at areas, how do we streamline this? How do we come to the table to look at some of those collaborations to build out for some of this, because everybody's in a silo. So we're using these organizations strategy tools to see how we can actually improve the overall services to the nation. Part of this month's activities you probably received from RDC, the KPMG second review, which is it's been under review for Housing Authority. We had an auditor retained earlier I believe in February, so they're going through their reviews of process and procedures of the CAP that was initiated back in 2019. So that report should be coming. They have a tentative date, I believe, for completion of next week or the week after for the final report, which will be provided to RDC and then NHA. One of the other things that we're working with is helping Chinle Nursing Home with their PPEs or protective gears. We got a recent request from the nursing home. They're looking at some COVID-19 Abbott test kits. So we have that in our care. So we're looking at acquiring those test strips for their 50 residents that they have. Because of this is it's a critical item. We're looking at trying to figure out how to fast track that through procurement. Part of the other part of the updates are we're still running the 30-second commercials with the COVID measures within the radios, just to get the information out to areas. I know the discussion previous on one of the meetings with Nabi on some of the activities. I think one of the big things that we're learning is that how do we educate some of these individuals in terms of some of the rural areas, is training them on the best practices to do to keep them safe, and the safety guidelines that protects them from COVID-19 exposure. So that's an ongoing activity that we're doing. The last part of the executive update that we have is a memorandum of agreements. We're finalizing a 51 unit phase 3 public rental renovation in Window Rock. And so we're putting that, getting that documentation. So we'll have 51 units that we have clients be moving back in there. These are 1937 units constructed, and they're funded through a subsidy program under 1937. Part of the areas, continuous executive updates, the pandemic aspects of it. And we all were faced with delays and suspension of use of services. So NHA's actually moved out, continued the protection of housing employees, but we moved out to 50% operational. So we open our doors 3 days a week, roughly 6 hours a day, to get the critical items in the field offices open, so we can have clientele coming, submitting their paperwork. One of the other challenges that we're seeing is the absence of economic-based industries. And I know that with what we're dealing with manufacturing closures, or we're having the purchase of lumbers, concrete, sheetrock, and material for construction, that's kind of putting a big impact on us because of some of the projects that we have planned. We're looking at trying to figure out how this is something that comes with legislation. How do we develop a base housing material supply business within a nation that we can really look at how we streamline services to all areas of the reservation, because a lot of the material that we utilize comes from off reservation. So we're looking at how do we develop a base housing material supply chain. One of the things too going down is stagnant. As you know, the thing since the enactment of NAHAZ, the Congress hasn't really enacted that. So we're picking that back up, looking at how we can, with Biden administration now has consultations, rollouts with comments. So one of the things is looking at some of the areas that we need to expand on with either IHBG money or ICBG money. what kind of projects. Earlier, I listened about some of the challenges with some of the areas. How do we blend those services together is a thing that we're looking at, breaking down those silos. And that's where the recommendation is the advocacy aspects of with the U.S. Congress on some of these areas with annual funding needs. So that's what we've really picked up with the new creation of the American Rescue Plan, looking at all different avenues. The other aspects of what we're dealing with too is the land availability. We have projects out here. We mentioned the land withdrawal process and the right-of-ways. I think the last about a year ago we talked about having a work session between all the key individuals together. I think it's critical as Housing Authority, NTUA, and the IHS are critical stakeholders how we roll out. And that's one of the things that bringing us together to tackle these barriers would actually help improve the services within the nation. The other part that we're looking at is the infrastructure funding restrictions. Like I mentioned earlier, we have there's a law that IHS that has a provision that prohibits monies from in-house service using towards projects that are funded with in-house with NHA for new housing development. So that's something that needs to be revisited. Also, part of this is really tapping into the USDA fund sources that are not being utilized. Understanding that some of the monies that USDA has for Arizona has not been applied for within some of the counties, Spokane County, Navajo, and Apache. So we're looking at those areas. How do we bridge that? And when we get to the point of looking at how we roll out some of these funding sources, it's going to take a lot of collaboration for leadership, because this will take into looking at the land, the leases, and everything that goes and challenges to development. So those are some of the things that we're working on currently. One of the recommendations that we have on the report is issuing maybe some executive orders or budget appropriation provisions, ordering federal departments not to advise against tribal efforts to self-govern themselves. So those are some of the areas that we're looking at, and we, as legislators, will be coming to you all to ask for assistance in some of these areas that we could potentially streamline. The other areas with updates, we continue with environmental review, federal agencies. As you know, NHA has taken on the initiative to do all the environmental review, take the responsibility of HUD, so we don't have to count on the federal agencies. So it streamlines a lot of the work that we do currently within the Housing Authority on that portion there. One of the things that we've developed is looking at recommending a unified environmental review and clearance requirements. As you know, the Navajo Nation now requires septic tank design on certain areas within the watershed. So those design reviews add to the overall construction. So those are some of the areas that we're looking at. How do we establish a design standard for some of our areas for scattered sites that will require standards of septic system design, so it doesn't impede or increase the construction costs for some of these areas there. Another area that we're looking at, and this is one of the big things, is NHA is held by a total development cost. And this total development cost is a restriction of how much money we can invest into one said project. And looking at some of these areas is one of the things that we're looking at developing a matrix for Navajo Nation versus using the outside RS means type estimating for development costs, because every time the projects that we build on Navajo land is a lot more, it's more higher than the off the reservation. So it's just because of delivery and resources available on the reservation. So one of the things is is not to publish the total development cost, because some of the contractors have come to see that their the total development cost is available on HUD's website, and they use those total development costs to bid on projects with actually the project is having to rebid or something to because of some of those costs that are actually being given to the public. Another area that we're continuing to work on is the floodplain hazard mapping as a clearinghouse. So a lot of the information that we're having is just to have that information available. So when we get into planning activities, we don't have to be redundant. At least we have a certain area of information that's actually available. So we don't have to add additional costs to it, and it eliminates the duplication of services. So that's for the executive updates portion. For the 2021 on page 3, it has the allocation aspects for the Indian Housing Plan of $72 million. Total locks and balance for line of credit was $211 million. So there's a portion in there. There's two components of the Indian Housing Plan. There's a formulated current assistance stock. This is the subsidy program. It's of roughly $30.3 million. This subsidy program is for 1937 housing. Housings that the programs are under. There's the housing management divisions and housing maintenance and the housing modernization for 1937 Housing Act. The other component is a NAHAZA need component, of which the need component that we have is $42 million. The 20% portion of it is we take out $8 million to cover all other different planning administration costs. So we're working with about $34 million in terms of project activities for the 24 programs under NAHAZA. That money's, once we get the notice and everything, we'll have those available, start rolling out the 2021 project this coming end of this coming program year, or this not program but quarter. On page 4, I have a vacancy report. We have always been talking about vacancies and boarded up units. I have a comparison that we have from 2019, 2020 to 2021. In the second quarter of February of 2019, we had 720 vacant units. 2020, we had 527. So in 2021, we had 461. And these vacancies consist of modernization units. We consist of some cultural sensitive demo units. So in comparison from 2 years ago, the vacancy units have slashed in half. And one of the vacancies, things that were the accomplishments on this, last year when we first started this out, we hired 255 temporary staff, maintenance staff, repairing these. In the winter of 2019, we had 175. And currently, we have 55 individuals working under the temporary maintenance to do the move-out repairs of vacant units, meaning individuals who moved out, and we renovate them to make them available for a new client. So if we look at the total vacant turnover from 2019 public rentals, we had 467. 2020, we had 186, but it's the low numbers due to we had to shut down for 5 months in COVID. So 2021 in the second quarter at 116, so a total of 769 units were made available in the 2-year program or 2.5-year program. So we'll continue to meet that 400 threshold, 400 or 500 threshold, making units available every year. The housing stock that we have has a total of between 1937 NAHAZA. They have a total of 7,291 units under NHA's control. And that's roughly about 37,000 individual family members living in these units across the reservation. There's a report here that says move in, move out. There's some statistics in there. In one given month, we have approximately 21 individuals move out, and we have roughly about 10 to 15 moving in. So it varies every month on each location, how many people move out or move in. And these are not evictions. These are individuals who volunteered to move out. So moving on to page 6, it's a KPMG CAP update. As you know, that I believe that there was a report that's been generated by the Auditor General, Ms. Brown, which is here sending the RDC office a brief update, what they have reviewed and verified in progress between the Auditor General's Hytham and Meach is an individual firm doing the review of our CAP activities. So they're on February 5th. We had an entrance meeting with them, and since February 5th, we have been providing them all the documentation in 2 different deadline dates of February 12th and 19th. With those submissions of documentation, they've been reviewing all of the different activities that we've been doing in the last year and a half. They also, part of this review, they interviewed responsible individuals, including the NHA boards of directors, NHA branch chiefs, and staff regarding the CAP activities. And so the interviews will be utilized in terms of evaluations of activities accomplished. So the follow-up inquiries requested for additional information from the Headfield and Meach during this week of the 15th or last week, the 15th, 19th. So we're on track to have this thing completed by the timeline at the end of this month. As of this week, they're developing a report preparation for their quality control review for their last stages of review. And that the information will be provided to RDC on the status. I believe that's this week or next week. They're going to be sending that to you. Going on to page 7, we have been receiving word how much money that Navajo Nation might be receiving under NAHAZA. So, but NHA has not received any kind of official notice. We've actually, during our regular 2-week meeting with phone conference with HUD on this on our Indian housing plan activities, I brought up the subject with the emergency rental assistance aspects of it. This IRS project here, we're actually rolling this one out with activities. There's a list of areas that we have with the online application portal. We've been talking with the nation on some of their areas and how they handle theirs and some of the different statistics that they've utilized to put. So we're finalizing the process for this online application portal. Part of this program here with the ERA is a rental assistance. Each eligible household may receive up to 12 months of assistance, rental assistance, plus additional 3. So we're still looking at all the different requirements, making sure we have a checklist as we roll this thing out. Part of this program here is a utility assistance for eligible households, can also apply for utility payments. And just be mindful too, this program here is only for rentals. It's not a home ownership as we go through all of the documentation. The payments for the rental units utility will be made directly to the rental landlord or utility provider. This doesn't go to the individual who's applying. So those are some of the things that we're working out in terms of getting the requirements, what W-2s is needed, what W-9s is going to be submitted. So those are all being prepared that are going to be put together on this online application portal. Moving on, the last portion, or second to the last portion, is this American Rescue Plan Act. We've, on March 11th, that the act was approved. And then approximately there was $1.9 trillion. And part of the programs is serving Indians in Indian countries was $6 billion for Indian health systems, $1 billion for Native education, $9 million for Bureau of Indian Affairs, $500 million for economic infrastructure investments for Native communities, $250 million for FY 2023 for tribal governments for any governmental purposes, 100 million for critical capital projects for tribal governments, and then 20 million for native language, and 1.2 million for tribal and Hawaiian housing program. Part of that $1.2 million is something that we're trying to find out the program. Currently, there's no guidance with the notice that we received that from a couple of inquiries from Navajo Nation governmental programs. We were informed that Navajo Nation was going to get 49 million, but we asked HUD out of Phoenix if there's any information on that. They told us that there's no official HUD notification, or there's guidance has been issued from their headquarters out of Washington on the specific allocation amounts or eligibility activities. So we're waiting to see what's be issued out of HUD on those activities. Part of the housing provision of the Act includes $750 million in funding available until September 30th of 2025. 450 million is through the Indian Housing Block Grant, which is part of the HUD program. 280 million is for non-competitive Indian Community Development Block Grant, ICDG projects monies. This program is handled by the community development under Navajo Nation. So there's money that's a non-competitive, it applies. So, but there's no official guidance or applicational process. I believe end of this month they're having a consultation period from HUD on this, but I don't know the exact date. There's 10 million for technical training and assistance regarding this under the housing program, 5 million for Native Hawaiian housing block grant, and then 5 million for administration of HUD. So they're still in infant stages trying to determine what is going to be the whole program activities and requirements. One of the big challenges that we've seen with the CARES is there's a provision that was given to us. We cannot have duplications of governmental activities, and that's where it hindered us to roll out a lot of what we were trying to do because of some of the duplication that Nation receiving their money and in-house service. So this is something to be interesting how the HUD sends out their guidance and their notification on eligibility requirements. The last portion of the page, this is the updates of it's regarding construction activities. There's roughly about $50.3 million in activities starting from modernization. We have scattered site developments. We have roughly 30 scattered sites that's going on currently at two different project companies. We have some modernization, exterior repairs that are under the 1937. We have roughly, three big developments that we're looking at that's in the pre-construction. That's a Lukachukai development out there, and it's 20 units. We have the Winter Rock apartment complex of 60 units down in Winter Rock behind the post office. Then we have Rock Springs. Other part of the activities that we have is the model activity under the Crown Point Department of Youth. That is one of the activities that's under construction. We have renovation with Little Water, and we have planned activities with OHO. So under all of these different projects under construction, there's roughly 50.3 million. In taxation, what we paid Navajo Nation tax with the projects that we have is $1.4 million that the Navajo Nation has received in terms of taxation from our project activities. So the bottom is basically some of the funding that we're utilizing for all the different project activities that I just explained. Sir, that would end my oral report of covering the information that was provided to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wasita. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second.
Chairman Freeland.
Thank you. Second?
Stewart.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Any questions? Honorable Begay, you have the floor, sir. Honorable Kialam Begay, you have the floor.
Chairman. Ya tihnan dolis kudo. Kudo nisna hazne. Akoko. I sure like to see progress. And I do hate to say this to the NHA. It sounds good on paper, what's going on, supposedly, but in Jagasan Legon Tazagaco, father once I needed none. Ado kujo one sadik on edat in Nadia Zinzo the Adonaz the Cassatin it adik ain't as answer. Edita one at the Obdana that is Nildasle. So what I have got out a co a dan and his connect go eat go see. Ya hot eto the in me so the agato Sanidi Dada the Gina the homeowners like Kodor, David Cust, they are the key the banana, Nel Hatni with the Dagoshi, the when near the Shahid ended and the Sha. A coco, Yegoshi. I mean, I just want to be up front with my statement and my argument or my issues or my concern. Out of the management, a hot, a hint, the Aja, Halate, Halet out or less. Has it out that I don't need to win so than Saki. A Koyego is a chairman. The I don't report the Yaki. It's a report, yes. And that's all we're going to do is accept the report as is. Ado 8 o Kunahot, 8 or less. Now by Hobokaya for Kakas Ango. Ahut Ahas, Adot Ahut Ego, Don his last one just all less. A coco. What is the solution on this issue that's been like this kid? I know that there was another individual that was confirmed as a board member, and I'm not sure how many of the others will be coming forth again. A coco eben nache. And I know Seniki and D it's a quarterly report, yes. A coco you see but the whole hiki to has the toto that's a sato is and I don't mean to put the individual to put him on the spot that he doesn't have any authority. But the thing is that if it's just a report by a staff, and next thing you know that it may change. So how good is it that to give a report, but yet there's nothing being done out on the Navajo Nation? I mean, that's all I could say. Or we're just justifying to say that there's a need of housing out there, but yet, based on I see Kanshi, out of based on that the next day, out of Kodo Indian housing plan, submit the Liah, out of the net based on that they kiss the no the conk of report to keep the Baka, a Koyego shit this, but that's just 5 chapters, that's it, what, Shahon, he his chapters, though, across the Navajo Nation. That's a can Lindy do one, Lindy that's never date, Nick Arch, a coco, a ego, a Kahalanda is just a chapter to keep a whole G store less. On sem. Repair, I guess it's okay because they're already in existence. But what we need to hear, what we need to see is a bigger project. Apartments that the con, the nada yin that it kid. Our commute to work is more than an hour. I wish that they could be able to have an apartment in certain location. No, that naya yada shit. Ado aden the kan the kodin hegan that then. Nada no that the naya da shit. A coco a tikila hit ato nidi kipa pahandi zeto banyati aj. Ado quacking hit a wheelna. And then Linikila hit our job is not dealing. Oh, other Inish the Snake question since Nago or says it says Eberna, you saw other best aid a ship. It other Inish of the Nedland Pesos and the Nedland it up and the Nish. I thought the Nascas that says it had not dark for the other best aid and last chapter has added never has now. A coco a quacky la jaw, Navigatil Kislan sin. I don't see it reports again, Nancy the Nathan lady, ye Kato, or Kate on the Argo to know, Chesna had not reported that, though I don't know what Nana Kit, Nat Kit, now Zig, we did on to report that. A quack, Diego should be a chairman, and RDC members need Lindicky. Has it add on less? What is it that we need to do? I mean, I believe that we're in the process of getting the board members reestablished, but the executive director, Gisha, if that is the case, who's really making the decision making on behalf of the NHA at the moment? Day-to-day management. Ako ADK to his at after. Shanant any clinicy do RDC members, RDC chair. Shit is happy shit is Ako did all labahanas ko to yego go in hanat lata to yego hit this that's all yeah. Or oversight authority or oversight committee nothing hit it 8 hours ahead or other coaches that initiate a up in the need out the initial. Nên là từ that is ado bayada kito na ado the hot eke ito yegon habayat kita don't have the hat ada. What's the purpose of being an oversight authority knowing that the situation still exists out on the Navajo Nation at all 110 chapters? Kodola besoki bikehna huiliado Other Akodo NHA the Christian base of I down but you couldn't know the pan yet in the amount of 40+ million dash for cotton. Order that a could TDHE shape of the term there. Or the dash could housing plan I keep in the old council has your chapters a that's a bit of Holiago go what other that's in that chapters a keep in the one that's a day let on this. Hola. So quack if an organization at the Navajo Nation corporate level, Navajo Nation government level is not able to do much. I mean, they might as well have a local chapters do it. What are the on Sahak case? Either the outsource the Liago go. When they finish the drug off, good. I needed that last week or last month. The one at the Nagi, the Quagga, Hashim Kinazo, one the non answer. The contractors that done didn't get the Shihako, but the other another one day don't if the sheet as the other. So for that, ego on see case. What on it or the snow, the sneed and the other see case again. Because the Hanana Sadak 3 years ago, dog project. How that quagga in each a one at Nina Ado, one nana other quagga hot at our shit that needs the ship. Or the men didn't get here one bed in here one head that then. Other co-veterans than the Badahan. But that then those are homeless and hit it no oh what that other hold nether at the shacks with the bagan no that other quack it the town does long that odd night the bagan makeshift housing that up beat the bagan natural that is newspaper beat the car in each aid that's it the newspaper they not in the these stories that's it they not in the gens in the oh other put the chapter has other that the dog coin cut that at the hot egg that it on Zunzo than city's case. A coyeg on city's case chair. Other the she that the night the dogs thank you they has she got but what in the deed all I'm saying is that the report is fine and dandy, but nothing is being done out at the chapters or the community. Nothing. That's them. That's all I can say. So what more can I say? I wish I could say that thank you very much for building so many homes for our Navajo people that they now are worry free to be living out in their own in their vehicles or not done the high tag or go conquer other in the car sitting here and has been no the success story that I 8 days didn't so than to the case. A quack you is a chairman called Ewo Kodoshi Zido. Bahasi or less could aid the way and hit the heart the sneed and I think we just need to put our act back together and just start building homes no matter what. To start building homes, please. I sure didn't hit the snap. Article organization shit you to handle at the local chapters. The shape of the kitchen kikota, store Joho one Nikita, Aja Peshatas net only. A call crack you keep a non-hinge can't ask Sean hit the snow at the Snishes Zido. A call hot ego Kodosha, Bahaslit or this chairman. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Begay, for that. Mr. Waseda, do you have the Board of Commissioners on the call today?
No, I'm sorry, sir. We don't have the commissioners on call today. But in terms of the question of Commissioner Honorable Begay, the oversight. I have the oversight of the organization.
Mr. Waseda, before you proceed forward in responding, where are your Board of Commissioners at? Why are they not here to assist with NHA's report?
I'm not. They're not sure if they can get on, but I did send out an email asking them to be on. There was a request for Mr. David Salone to assist with the meeting. I had some trouble getting on call, so I'm actually sitting outside trying to use my cell phone to call in.
Mr. Waseda, you said you sent out the email yesterday?
Yes.
I believe that's not sufficient time for you to send out an email to your Board of Commissioners. As soon as you receive the word that NHA is going to provide a report to a Resources Development Committee, you should have sent that email to them. If you could text them right now, I would like to hear from them as well. The committee would be glad to hear from them. So they're the ones that are in charge also, and they should be on this call. So with that, I would like for you to go ahead and respond there. Mr. Waseda? Honorable members of RDC, can you hear me? Ms. Begay, can you hear me?
Yes, Chairman. Chairman, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Waseda?
Yes, sir.
Could you respond to Honorable Begay, please?
Mr. Honorable Begay, your question about who has oversight. I have oversight of the organization of the daily activities for Housing Authority. The questions that you are asking regarding the burnouts in boarded up units, we have the vacancy reports that we had that I presented earlier is what units we have during several different categories. I know in your area that you are concerned about an area with Noslini with a burnout there. As I mentioned, with bidding on this project, the last bid that we came out, the individual contract bid was over $400,000 to rebuild. So we have challenges on those when we get individuals firms bidding so high to rebuild a house. So those are one of the biggest challenges, and that's where the total development costs I mentioned earlier, when HUD posts the budget information on their website, individual contractors look at those websites, and then they start bidding the budget's amounts up to what's the maximum that a house we would be able to budget for. The other portion that the money is just sitting around aspects of it, the monies are not, they're allocated out. As we mentioned earlier with some of the discussions earlier today regarding from Mr. Edmund Yazzie with some of the streamlining the process. As we try and go through some of these areas with currently, like we were doing with the pandemic aspects, and when we did when NTA was doing the light up, we had 86 different electrical meters that we've already pre-purchased, but during that phase on that portion, their N2A used our meters in order to connect some of the clients that they had. So we're actually waiting for, on some of the projects that we're going to turn over to get people housed, we're waiting for meters to come in, but due to the manufacturing struggles of getting meters, we're still struggling with those areas. So in aspects of that, we all have the monies allocated to some of these areas of phases of how do we roll out reservation-wise. And those are what I mentioned earlier, the challenges that we need to come together to look at. And it's not for my program, it's every program that has to deal with some type of housing development, housing activities. And the other portions of that was looking at with the veterans homeless, I know that you mentioned that there was areas of making the newspaper. There was a gentleman, I believe, in Wide Ruins. We've checked and visited and went through some of those areas. The individual there from the veterans and from our offices, we had no individual that applied for it. And as we did some research, the individual didn't have a home site. There was no paperwork in place. So there was challenges on that area. So we made a reach out to the veterans office and find out how we can streamline that. We could do some of it, but so far that hasn't materialized, how we're going to help some of those individuals. But the one thing is too, is that it's a challenge is having individuals to fill out the paperwork to actually go through the program requirements. Chairman, that's what I have written down. I hope that satisfies the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Washida. Honorable members of RDC. Honorable Stewart, you're up next.
Mr. Wasera, thank you for the report. But my line of questioning and my thoughts are aligned with Shana, Mr. Key Allen Begay, and the fact that we can accept this report, but in the first part, accomplishments under the KPMG forensic examinations of those 53 action plans or corrective actions procedures, were those done within the time that Mr. Daesh was there? And of the 5 that are partially complete, where are those at now? And again, going back to the housing structure, and then what we see within the community. I've always raised this to you, Shafna Ash, how are we going to improve our housing within the community? And then within the 4 chapters I represent, there was concerns from the community members as well regarding the NHA projects are out there, and what they see as not being safe for themselves, especially within the elders, Sawmill and Crystal, with different individuals moving in and families moving in with really some that have some problem family situations, and they don't like what is happening in their communities. And these are community members are bringing these to my concern, their concerns up to me. The other area, is that with the board now, you're saying that you have full authority. I find that, very interesting because when Mr. Dej was there, the board was always on the call. Like he had limited authority. It really makes me wonder why you're given full authority and full trust of the board, yet they're not even here to support you. Yet when Mr. Dej was on the line, it was like he was restricted. That's one thing I wonder why. What is really happening on that side? And these questions here all relate back to, what is really going on within the board? And how much influence does the former board still have over NHA? Because there are still staff that reach out not only to the current board or the former board, but they also reach out to us as delegates as well, saying that they're frustrated. There's no direction with NHA. Those are comments that I get. Those are recommendations that I get is what is happening within NHA. Well, why isn't the oversight not doing what they can, but yet we are. And I tell them that we're doing the best that we can. But it's really frustrating with knowing that, things have happened in the past. And it all goes back to the board and what I'm hearing today. I'm like Shania Key Allen said, yes, we can accept this report, but how is it going to be implemented? It's just a report, and it's just to me, it's just what we've been hearing for the past 3 years. Just to give us a report and say, okay, yeah, we got our John Sheen, we'll just go ahead and do what we need to do again. Continue taking money from the nation and continue taking money from the people. That's the way I see it now, going into my 3rd year. There's no homes, there's no apartments, there's no remodeling, no renovations going on, at least not in the community that houses NHA. With how many NHA projects here? There's one right below my house. I don't see no NHA vehicles down there whatsoever going to look at those homes. Yet on the other side of the hill, I have IHS. As soon as a tenant moves out, those IHS people are over there cleaning up the yard, redoing the doors, repainting, cleaning up the yard, getting it ready for the next tenant to come in. So that I agree with Shania. Maybe we should just take back the funds from NHA.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stewart, for that. Mr. Waseda, your
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel, moving the queue.
You'll be next, Honorable Daniel. Thank you. Mr. Waseda?
Good afternoon, Chairman Nez. RDC Chair, Mr. Stewart. The KPMG FEO, the items that have been that you're asking about, what's been accomplished with that we implemented a lot of the early portions of the cap before Mr. Dej was here. The finalization of the caps came right after Dej came in. So those were already in motion as he came through it and finalizing those areas with executions. So those were implemented prior to him coming on to Housing Authority. And so those items were being processed before he came. As we reached the end in December, there was 5 outstanding portions that were partially implemented, but they were still in the process. Those are the part of the items that are being reported. So a lot of the KPMG were started in 2019. So that's the update for that portion there. In terms of how are we going to improve housing? I think this is one of the discussions that I brought up back in February. When we all met in Albuquerque in 2020. There's a lot of silos out there, and in order for us to all work together, you have to look at breaking those silos down and breaking us together. As you know, in 2019, I worked with you on some of the projects with the Rio Perco area, trying to get those units cleaned up. We met as a community, but we had one problem. We didn't have land department there to give us the right information. We brought BIA in, but it was still missing documentation. Reservation-wide as Navajo Nation, that's our biggest struggle, is the unity aspects of it. We all work in one area of siloism, and those are the biggest struggles that we work with. Now that's where we need to look at in terms of proving versus us working and try to do it all ourselves. And this is where I think we have to all come together. And this will help us as we approach what Mr. Edmund Yazzie was asking for in terms of how do we get IHS to work with us and NECA into that collaboration aspects of it is needed in terms of organization of Navajo Housing Authority in the nation. And I think that's one of the things is that we have established, but as you know, each year there's a change in terms of directions depending on the priorities. But I think one of the big things that we got to look at, I know that the nation is very large, and if each one of us don't see activities that are going on, we see that there's potentially no activities. What I can assure you is what we look on the papers is, the Window Rock project for the 60 units been ongoing since 2017. It took us a year and a half to get through the infrastructure design aspects to get those units actually in place that we can have a commitment for utilities. So I believe that, as we go, there's a lot of challenges, and we have to bring all of us together. And if we bridge the ICBG with NHA, with community development, ICBG funds are used for infrastructure. And I think that would look at the improvement of Navajo Nation in a whole. But Chairman Nez, that's the replies that I can provide for some of the comments. And I'm not sure how to answer what past board memberships that are reaching out to council delegates. But as you know, that we went through a lot of challenges. And so if you look at the KPMG original report regarding expenditures, regarding boards, and I think the last years that we had 3 different boardships, and all those 3 different boardships had a certain amount of money being spent. I think the last one was from the 2014 to 2017 period. Housing Authority spent a lot of revenue, as we have seen with buying land, Chinley Nursing Home funding sources, other programs. In those 3 years, we roughly, that boardship, utilize a lot of the NHA's equity reserve funds, which we're still struggling to recoup from. But I think one of the big things I can tell you all is that we all need improvements from all different programs, but it's breaking down those silos for us to work together. Sir, we'll return that back to you, Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Mr. Waseda. Before I give time over to Honorable Daniels, Mr. Waseda, you made mention of silos. Now, what I would like for you to do for us and for our listeners is to expound on these silos and identify exactly which organizations or departments have become a hindrance. Mr. Waseda.
So the one thing that we look at in terms of, so we have Naval Department of Transportation that provides roadways improvements for some of these areas that we want to look at. The other portion is the land department with their programs that they have of how we execute and improve or get streamlined the right of ways. We've worked very well with the environmental portion of it, so that's one of the good things that we had improved. So in terms of the tribal government, those are the two big programs that we need to work together. The third one would be the community development aspects of it, bringing in some of those resources that they have, that they use CBG funds, that we know what they're planning in terms of infrastructure. So we can determine how do we plan around some of their power line extensions, some of their areas that they're looking at. The other portion is some of the areas that we look at with Indian Health Service. We've been asking about a year and a half ago, what projects are they planning? What are they doing out there? So we can bridge some of their laterals or water line laterals to support some of the planning activities from some of the areas that we have planned for some of the clients that come in or some of the chapter resolutions that we deem sites available. So those are the big areas there that the programs that we need to work together, and that's to strengthen our capacity within the nation. Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Mr. Wicetta. What I would like for you also to do is provide a report of your explanation on this to the Navigiete when you come before the Navigiete, because they will ask you what hindrances when you mention silos. Thank you for that. Honorable Daniels, you have the floor, sir.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Arunana Kodok, Senat Opportunity. Arunana Kodok, Mr. Wicetta from NHA. Thank you for the report and also the update. As oversight to NHA, RDC, Arunana Kodok, as a member of RDC, just as though from my point, I am very frustrated with that NHA, how things are running. The reason why I say that is because this is an RDC is a good committee. Adonana with an entity, Naval Nation, the Michigan programs that we oversee. So I see so yeah, just on Adida. Adonana Kodota Francis case, that's Mr. Chair. Yes, Kodota. We really need to get serious with NHA. We've been having, they've been giving us a report all along. What the? To this day, it seems like it's getting worse how they're operating. I don't know, with CEO being not there. I believe we should have a serious meeting with NHA as an oversight without RDC. I see the it's for the field, not at all. All the other enterprise, they're doing good. NHA Mr. Chair. So moving forward, it's a big to have a meeting with NHA, this RDC and NHA, the board. I don't hear other board members on the call. So Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels, for expressing your concerns. Honorable members of RDC, what we will also do is have a leadership meeting, and perhaps we could go into executive session as well to really have this serious meeting. As oversight, we do accept the report from NHA. Perhaps it's time to just give them a big red vote on their reports. For so long, prior to us taking office as well, NHA, as we all know, it appears that they have not improved the housing development on the Navajo Nation for our Navajo people, including veterans. So we need to start seeing some results. Whether this means to remove all the board members and replace them with new board members. If the problem, the issue is leadership, then perhaps we do need to do something about that. We did approve one confirmation. There are others that will be coming forth, and I hope that we could have a meeting with them and encourage them to really make a difference. So thank you for that. And next, Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, thank you. Otto, colleagues, Resource Development Committee members, Mr. Rosetta, all those listening. Chairman, I was just processing what you were stating, and I appreciate your comments. And, I really think what Honorable Daniel said, also my brother, is we do need to have that talk. And, I'm thinking it's really the Board of Commissioners, and they're the ones who are dictating the direction of this enterprise organization. And, Mr. Rosetta is an interim CEO. And, I just think about it in that way. If Mr. Daesh was here, which he's not, but, I would look things differently. For so long, NHA's had this dark cloud over them, from past leadership. We had to defend them in Washington. We got to remove that dark cloud at some point. And, we've got to get leadership in there that's competent, that will think about, the people. How can they strive as professionals to help the people thrive and work together to benefit the people? As leadership, that's how any of us should see things. Always put our people first, number one, no matter what. And, I always think about that. And it's hard because NHA has so much potential. We have so much potential with NHA. But, decisions get made, whether they're good decisions or bad decisions, it always comes back in some form or fashion. So I just want to encourage us as RDC, and let's keep our minds open, and I'll pray about it. Of course, I'll pray about it. I'll pray about everything that we talked about today. But I'm always looking forward to the future and being optimistic about things. And I know if we help get a new direction for NHA, things will thrive and prosper for them. But I always, and I don't want to, I'm not the type that points fingers, but I think of what occurred with the CEO, and I thought he was doing a good job, but that's just me. But then he got let go, and I'm asking, left here scratching my head as to why. The plans, the potential that we had with him is gone. So, Chairman, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Waseda. Thank you for. I forgot to mention. Is there? Can you provide a quick update on the Crown Point ODY Center, if you can? If that's okay, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Friedel. Mr. Waseda, your response.
Yes, we actually, the project is on the report at the last. We had some struggles with that project. It's actually roughly about 40% in terms of expenditure aspects. One of the big struggles that we had was because of the COVID. The RVSO was impacted 3 times, and they had to shut down 14 days. We're roughly about 3.5 months behind on that project there, just because of COVID. So we're working on trying to get everything in place to speed up the project. So they're having a weekly meetings with the architect. So between the architect, we're trying to get a lot of the design down the road approved. One of the areas that they're struggling with is the certification of the steel membrane timbers, because this takes several months to get the steel designed and welded and put in place. So the manufacturer side of it is impacting us on that. That's kind of a brief update on there, but we have Mr. Ernest Franklin and his crew managing that to get this project back on track because of the impacts from the COVID delays. Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Mr. Waseda. Honorable members of RDC, any other questions? Comment?
Chairman Kelly.
Sorry about that, Honorable Begay. You have the floor.
Chairman, kudo Benadish Kiki earlier kudo Mr. Waseda Yahatzi to rebuild some of these NHA homes contract bidding ban ba al dahjun my thinking about NHA is they build and they maybe need to be rebuilt some of these things. Akoko akwakia not this Khalid Allah Ecuador NHA Yad and Indiki which indicate that they were the overall responsible in these implementation of housing on system. But I believe, I guess this is where, yeah, to some extent, we as an oversight committee is our responsibility, and I take the blame on it. Satoshi or Ziki Shisato, which I accept. But Kodoti ego kota in Nishikito Hinshe being test case got the plan of operation be that niche. Other represent the hotel. Other Kodo administration day niche. Ako a digito e ato yego bekahot zada. And again, going back, Kodoni brother Yahazi. I mean, that's exactly what we've done. And it's still, we're in the same boat. That reducing the 8 membership to 5 membership with new members. This was back in the 23rd council. I think it was back in the 14th or 15th, 2015. Especially during their confirmation, these board members that were appointed, I gave them a statement from each chapter about housing issue. And I went twice or 3 times before the board members. As of today, I shouldn't be hearing any excuse of why they didn't follow up on my requests of these housing for the 5 chapters that I represent. I wasn't on RDC. I wasn't on the Law and Order Committee. ako ben na ko e be na sto sato ita dit so chapters but has ahta hatshni ko this will confirm my support for you for confirmation that hatshno each of the board members documents which what ashla ako e katishri attention. None of it has been addressed, or they came back to me to say that this is how we're addressing your concern about housing for your area. Then I don't need it, but yet I'm probably going on my 4th or 5th executive director since then. That should really tells us that there is a serious problem with NHA now. And maybe by comparison, as an oversight committee members need Leniki, how effectively and how is each of the oversight program that we oversee, how are they doing comparing to one another? And I believe NTUA is doing everything they can to connect electricity to those individuals that doesn't have electricity. And I believe NECA is putting out water line to every household as much as they can, and so on. Ako NHA ako aki be shinal stock kodo na hot eki. But I could go on and on shinanta ni clinici. But I believe that, Chairman, I have full confidence in your decision how we could move and how we could proceed in resolving this particular issue. I sincerely believe that we got to do something again. And Ado Kodo, certain organization, and I believe they're willing to help. And I believe there's one organization in Nas Chitty area that is willing to help, and maybe some other area, to say that could we cooperate in building homes? The next that they're ready to roll up their sleeve and build homes to help the nation. Going back, I believe NHA should be able to rebuild that homes without bidding it back out. I think if there's a policy that needs to be changed, let us do that. So the full responsibility, unless they receive a home ownership, and I think the next year that home ownership document and this goes back to the question about NHA rescinding a resolution that veterans and Liniki don't need to pay anything. This current board rescind that particular legislation or resolution, and now that the veterans have to pay again. So that ego ni kitna pe pana state do pe pana alte ko atita to sin yego pa huil chinta akoko ediki hazo eto ni to eti ni sunanta. And yes, the Navajo Nation Lobby Committee, you're talking about 24 more other comments that will be directing at you, NHA members and NHA board members on Sliniki. Ako ek ad question hito need ben hit hat ben hit yat he hala hot kotula start ni hiti hot koto ti hot and hit no benna. And I know that RDC chair had tried to say that we're the oversight HHD, but as you know, anything at the council level with the vote, we're over hallelujah. The council overrules us. So now it's going before the full council, and how they're going to do it is going to be up to the full council. We'll do what we can to try to defend the council. to the NHA. But that's where it's going right now. And I believe that there was a 6-year plan that was submitted to U.S. Congress and for us to make a response back to the Congress to say that these are or Ziki and this is our report and this is our follow-up. So that's another thing, Chairman. I think that's one area that was there was a reminder to us that the NHA needs to report back to Congress about the 6-year corrective action plan. Maybe that's one thing that maybe the the interim director that's asked if they're prepared to do that. So Chairman. So again, they had to bid out where it's costing them one thought that's a three or four that's in it and bigger asa or one not haki based on the. So I think there really needs to be a full understanding of how they have structured their operation, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay, for your questions. Mr. Waseda, your response, sir? Mr. Waseda?
Chairman Nez, can you hear me now?
Yes,
I'm sorry. Okay. Going off the items that I wrote down, one of the areas for the plan of operation that was brought up, this is one area that we've looked at in past several meetings before. I think it was like 2 board shifts ago, where there was the plan of operation, because when this thing was created in the 60s. So the plan of operation does need to be revamped, similar to what modifications for NECA. I think that will kind of spell out some of the different activities of what housing authority is be operating under. So that's a recommendation that I know that we've been looking at, updating that plan of operation. The other portion is the housings at the five chapters within Delegate Begay's location. One of the things that we're looking at, and we've been trying to, is getting the information on some of these housing developments. As you know, Delegate Begay, that there was a plan that you kept, you mentioned that you provide into in a Navajo Housing Authority. Some of those areas, it's not cost feasible. I know that was one of the big areas there of how much IHS was turning down projects because it wasn't cost feasible. That's one of the struggles that we have with our federal monies. That's the total development costs on certain activities. We have to stay within a certain item, and those appropriations and changes need to happen. I know that at one point that past Walter Phelps was trying to change a lot of provisions in the HAZA, but I'm not sure on some of those ventures if some of those provisions with NAHAZA was ever undertaken and accepted by the congressional individuals. And then in terms of the 6-year plan, I'm not sure if that was the presentation that was provided to the Senate of Indian Affairs by the Pasio Mishiazi, but the 6-year plans that we had that we submitted back, I believe it was in 2016, those plans that we had to adjust them here and there due to some of the changes within the project grouping. But the 5-year plan is created within the programs that we have under the planning program, Department of NHA. The building cost portion, it varies, and that's what I was talking about in terms of total development.
Mr. Waseda? Mr. Waseda? Mr. Waseda?
Mr. Chairman.
Sir, sorry about that. I got the call dropped. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead and proceed.
Okay, we're going to dilute all the building costs. I think this is something that we need to elaborate more to get an understanding of what the NAHAZA regs we have under that, what we have to follow for total development of any type of undertaking for housing. There's a certain threshold limit that we can spend on activities. So that's something that I'll be working on putting that together for to provide that. And that's maybe one of the things that we can provide in terms of if you have a leadership meeting, we can go over some of these areas that we can potentially pursue and change to, because the Navajo Nation is unique to build on because of the cost of deliverables to the reservation. And the last question about building houses in-house, as you know, Navajo Housing Authority in the past used to have a force account. We used to have over 400 individuals. The big challenge that we had with the in-house self-perform was that we had a lot of quality issues there. Plus, we had a lot of areas of materials being lost, similar to what Veterans was doing when they reported they couldn't identify over $1 million in material that was being utilized several years ago. So the self-perform aspects can happen, but it's a challenge how to pull that together in a large mass. But I think that if we look at this, and this is I'll keep looking at how do we establish partnerships, because there's several different layers of housing need to the very, very low income. When Navajo Housing Services was in place under CBG, then we had the bathroom addition programs. So looking at those areas of partnerships, how we bring those areas to different service deliverables is something that needs to happen. And that's one thing that we've been looking at since 2009. How do we bridge that? Getting back into hitting all these different levels of service. There is a lot of veterans that make over $100,000 or so, but they want a house, but they don't have the loan. They can get a loan, but the capacity to get a loan on the reservation is one of the struggle points. And this is where, in the last year and a half, I've been working with Net Credit Services with Navajo Nation. They're willing to loan money, but they don't want to take the responsibility of having the construction oversight. So I think one of the things is how do we bridge that and bring partnerships together is one of the areas that we need to move in order to improve the housing deliverables on the reservation, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Waseda. Honorable So, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Okay. Thank you. I'll make this short and sweet. Dwayne, Mr. Waseda, the former Bennett Free, the 36 home project, we've been waiting. And what's the progress and where are you at on that project? And number two is that where can a tribal citizen make a complaint to HUD related to NHA?
Thank you. Mr. Waseda?
Chairman Nez and Delegate, so in terms of the Bennett Freeze, we have a RFP out for 7 units that went out with that was posted. We had this out to bid, but we came in with costs over $300,000. So we redesigned and we put that back out. There's actually another group of individuals that we're working on to get those out to bid to fill that 36 36 housing project there. I don't have the information readily available, but that's something I can report to the Hopi Land Commission. So in terms of the 36, one of the big things that we were working on was completing all the right-of-ways and service line agreements. Those have been completed because some of these home sites, as you may know, they didn't have a finalized home site, or they were not the current home site. So we had to go resurvey them and put them, connect them to a known monument, because at the time, some of the monumentations on the older home sites were several miles away. So we had to resurvey some of those plots there. So I can give you a better report in terms of written report to the Navajo Hopi Relocation Office, and that can provide you on the status of all the homes there. I forgot the second question. Oh, the complaint. If you go on to Navajo to HUD, the website, there's a complaint there under the HUD website, and you go into I think it's on the second page of the website, and you click on there, and you can actually file a complaint there.
Thank you, Mr. Wasetta. Honorable members of RDC, are you ready to vote on the report from NHA?
Chairman.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, you have the floor, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. Though the audience that we have today, good evening. Although the presenter from NHA, Mr. Wazetta, appreciate you providing the report to the Oversight Committee and doing the best that you can in providing updated information for this quarter. I want to speak to the leadership, the Oversight Committee, the Council, and then as a nation also. So as recipients of HUD funding to provide housing and housing resources to the Navajo people, through NHA, through the TDHE, ACRAG. So we have a responsibility, and I know that the report here is mainly in-house, internally, for the Navajo Nation, for the Legislative Oversight Committee. So in turn, we provide that report, the information and updates to the council, Navajo Nation Council. Delegate in Hila, RDC delegate in Hila. The no so not so we're in the loop also. We're part of this information dissemination or distribution and updating. We're part of this process. The Navajo Nation leadership, the council, and the Navajo Nation, not to federal government. Congress that not hito ajigo maybe a little over, well, maybe a year and a half ago, the Senate Select Committee of Indian Affairs on Indian Affairs, AIDA, they're expecting, the report coming from Navajo. Navajo Housing Authority Corrective Action Plan Implementation Update. I remember being on a call with Speaker's office, and I think some of my colleagues from RDC as well as the council were on that call with the Senate Select committee staff talking about this. I call a quaggy. You should not and of lead. John as an Navajo Nation government recipient of housing funding and housing resources from HUD. I call a quaggy. Mainly as a reminder, kind of put things back into perspective also from that end. Chairman, all committee members. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Nathan, it is true that we need to report back on behalf of NHA to Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, and most especially all the corrective action plan. I see that on the PowerPoint presentation on page 6. It talks to how many corrective measures there are a total of, and that there's 5 in the process of being implemented. So, Mr. Waseda, we will begin to make plans to report back to Senate Committee on Indian Affairs. Mr. Waseda, or I'd like for you to respond, sir.
Chairman Nez, in terms of the response with the corrective action plan, once we get the review from the audit generals, and we can formulate a response which we can present to RDC, which can be provided to the Senate of Indian Affairs on all the areas of the corrective action plans that have been undertaken. One thing, sir, I forgot to, may I have Ms. Watchman Moore, Chairman?
Okay, thank you. Ms. Watchman Moore, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, good evening. This is Dareth Watchman Moore. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Proceed.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Good evening, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee. I joined a meeting about a half hour ago, and connection problems for sure, but I'm currently the chairperson of the Board of Commissioners elected at the end of January, and I've been on the board for I will reach 4 years in May, and I appreciate Council Delegate Walker's reality check in terms of the biggest issue that I face coming in as a new board member with Mr. McCabe, Mr. Beecher, and then eventually Commissioner Lee and Commissioner Begay, was the lens from the Senate and Indian Affairs Committee, being a new board, a professional board, having replaced the previous board, and then of course the Arizona Republic issues regarding past expenditures of previous administrations of NHA all the way back to 2000, and then of course the expenditures by the previous board. And I heard Mr. Vasita mention previous board expenditures, and he didn't indicate an amount, but I believe it's at least 75 million, and that amount was taken from the NHA, what they call non-program income account, and it's a savings account that takes almost 40 years to build up. And as of January, that source of funding is lost in either an accounting shuffle, but this is something that we will report to the full NABI committee and the RDC included to explain what happened to this money, which is the result of another HUD review, because they also have oversight. So compliance with the federal government, Mr. Chair, has always been this board's #1 priority, because without federal funding and without reaching compliance, we have issues with the HUD basically telling us and dictating how we can or can't spend money. So we're in that initial stage of enforcement action by HUD as of January, and that is a result of the last couple of years of NHA trying to get its books together. So that is another issue that we will provide in a leadership meeting. I think that's really important. Mr. Wasita has done a really good job in providing, as best as he can, all the details of progress. And as you have asked us plenty of times, Mr. Chair, how can the council help? And I think there was mention of the need to change plan of operations. The board has asked NHA to work on that. The board has asked NHA to work on procurement issues and a number of issues that is just necessary to run a federally funded housing program. And so we appreciate new board members coming on board. It's been a long time coming. Mr. McCabe left about 2 years ago. Mr. Beecher left a year ago. And it's helpful to have a fully functional board to assist NHA and guide NHA. I heard mention of the previous CEO, Mr. Daesh, and again, Mr. Chair, as you know, the board met with you in December, along with the Miss Dana Bovroff, in December to speak about what those issues were, how they were confidential and personnel in nature, and an executive session might be in order. We also mentioned in our way to bring balance and harmony to discussions between the NHA, the council, and even the CEO with the peacemaking process. And I feel that that's really important. I can listen to everyone make statements, but that doesn't get us to compliance, nor does that get us to resolving the corrective action plan, and nor does that get us to understanding why we as an entity have to make tough decisions. And we did. And we did with advice of council, with your guidance, Mr. Chair, as well. And so I'm hopeful that in a leadership meeting, some of these issues can be laid out on the table in a harmonious way and a respectful way so that we can move forward. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watchman Moore. What do you mean by providing guidance to you? Could you clarify that, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. As you recall, we met with you on a Sunday in December to just speak about where we were at with decision making over a year's time, and your guidance was to think about peacemaking. We talked about that. Your guidance was to move forward, and I think I appreciated that discussion where, you know, if we had to make a decision, then we would do so. But most of those decisions are dependent on, you know, progress of performance, the HUD compliance issue that came up in January. So all of those issues over time culminated into a decision that the board made. So that would be my answer, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that, Ms. Watchman Moore. For the record, I had our Chief Legislative Counsel on the call, so nothing would be said or no blame be placed on anybody. In that discussion, yes, we discussed peacemaking efforts to calm things, to properly look at how NHA could move forward as an organization. Nowhere in that discussion or providing guidance, as you have said, did we encourage anybody being terminated. And I would like to make that clear to you, Ms. Watchman Moore. Thank you.
Sure.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Maybe guidance is not the right word, and I don't think guidance was meant to say that we were leading towards any administrative action, but I think guidance was to, in my mind, was to appreciate the discussion about peacemaking, and to appreciate the ability to have spoken with you along with Legislative Council and moving forward. But I think that there was some relief of the board members in December that we were able to reveal our frustration and our need to eventually come to a decision, since we were on a plan since July of last year. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watchman Moore, with that. As we all are aware, NHA, RDC, the Council, Navajo Nation leadership, the Office of the President, NHA has had this perpetual issues for a very long time. And when the board was all removed and decreased to 5, I believe the expectations were that the 5 would make some good decisions in providing homes for our dear Navajo people. So we look across the great Navajo Nation. We still see dilapidated homes. We see our veterans who are homeless, our people who are homeless. We see that there's money available, but money is not being spent in the way that people would have homes. Earlier, Mr. Waseda expounded on, after I inquired of these silos. It appears that the blame is placed on silos as different departments and organizations being a hindrance to having NHA have some sort of production, and yet there appears that there's no evidence of production. So when the hindrance is being placed as this is the reason why we're not moving forward, NDOT was placed a part of it. Navajo Land Department was placed as a part of it. Community development, and probably NTOA because it involves power lines. IHS for not having water line laterally. So all these programs are silos. So we're at a point where our people are crying out loudly enough to say, why is this like this? Why has this been like this? It's become prevalent. When will our people begin to have homes? I understand, we all understand that when money is set, whether it's from the federal government, they dictate to us how we can and cannot spend money. So if there's policy changes that need to be made, perhaps that should have been approved and sent to Washington. So our congressional leaders could change some of these laws and say, okay, Indian nations are having these issues with these laws. How can we change this so they can spend this money? A lot of the money is being reverted back to the federal government, and our people are still homeless. So we're here talking, and we're going to continue to talk. We're going to hear from the full council, and this is probably just the beginning of what we're going to hear and the direction that NHA would be encouraged to go. So with that, I believe there are issues, and I would like to just let it be known that it's not the Oversight, Resources and Development Committee. We ask for your report to us, and earlier it was stated the report has been provided by NHA, fine and dandy, and yet we approve, thinking that what's on paper is reality, and yet the evidence out there does not equal to what we see. So, with that, I believe it is time for the board, as well as having new members be placed, and then perhaps we'll see changes, maybe not. So, Nanta, once the Roshi Kuro Baharasi Zito Kuro Haleka Hunhit Edit no ho one. The Nero Banda, the base of Hono, Washington, that base on Hitchonal in the old Hihot, the Kushina, Hedo, Queen, not of Hafon, the Taiha, Hashtadoni. We probably should pound our hands on the table and say, let's get to work, roll up our sleeves and say, I like Honorable Kiel and Begay's recommendation. Perhaps some of this money should just go to the local chapters and they could hire some qualified people to build houses locally. Maybe then we will see some production, some results as well. That's a really good recommendation there. Shananta,
this is Delegate So.
Honorable So, we're ready to vote on this issue, but could you please summarize? Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. I do agree with that, Shananta. It's about time that we stop beating around the bush with NHA. And, we need to replace them. I would just say bluntly, we need the board to resign. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. So, Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? Then we'll go ahead and vote on the report. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote, sir? Honorable Stewart?
Red.
Honorable Begay?
Chairman Callan votes red.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniels?
Red.
Honorable Freeland? Honorable Freeland? Shananta, we have a vote of 1 in favor and 3 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion fails. We'll move down to D. Thank you very much, Mr. Wasetta. Update report from Office of the Controller regarding the upcoming COVID-19 federal funds. Madam Controller, are you still on the line with us? Ms. Kirk?
Shania?
Yes.
Shania, I got a text message from the staff. We're still having problems with technical difficulties, so I don't know if you want to continue. I know with mine at home, the internet too is going in and out. I'm not picking up some parts of the discussion at times. So I don't know what to do, Shania.
Hello, this is
Thank
Controller.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Madam Controller, could you just pause 1 moment, please, and we'll see if we need to move forward or what we need to do, Shananta. We have 3 reports left, and I believe they're still having issues, but Ms. Begay? Ms. Begay, are you okay with the monitoring?
I'm okay monitoring from home, but I'm just concerned about the programs that are in Window Rock, like the Division of Natural Resources. Maybe you could move that report to the next meeting. I think Controller is on the line right now. Mr. Chair, I'll leave that with you.
Okay. Will Shinandai, honorable members of RDC, we could just do one more report from Madam Controller Kirk, and then the other two reports, we can move it forward. I believe that gaming did provide us a written report. So, Ms. Begay, did we get a written report from Division of Natural Resources?
And I forward copies of that to you all.
Chairman Nez?
Okay. Yes, Ms. Yako?
Apologies, I don't want to interrupt the meeting, but in the event that there is poor quality internet at this time, I have not been able to get back on, but I will be in a few minutes. But if Ms. Begay is having poor internet quality, then the recording for the Zoom might be of an issue, just to mention that, Chairman.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Begay. If you start to have some poor, perhaps some technical difficulties, let us know, and then we'll stop the meeting. Ms. Begay? Because it is important that this is recorded properly. Ms. Begay? Okay, she must be Ms. Begay.
Do that, Mr. Chair. I heard you clear.
Could you restate that again?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes.
We just barely heard part of what you said.
Yes, I will do that. I will let you know, but thus far my internet has been okay. It's just the divisions that I'm concerned about. I know they were having difficulties getting on the line. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Begay. Madam Controller Kirk, you have the floor.
Okay, Chair and Ashwati. Can you hear me?
Yes, Madam Controller Kirk, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, good. Chair, members of the committee. As the committee requested, they wanted a report. You guys wanted a report regarding the American Rescue Plan. As many of you have been aware, there is a 1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan that was enacted on March 11, 2021. Just for the committee's information, our office has sent a written report yesterday, I believe, so hopefully that was disseminated. And also, initially, we've presented the same report last week on Tuesday at Budget and Finance, and we made some of the minor updates to it, but we've given this report out. So, out of the 1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan that was enacted on March 11th, you probably have heard that a little over more than 31.2 billion in funding allocation that's targeted Indian country. And as you can imagine, that is a lot of money. That is the amount, the largest direct distribution of federal relief funds to Indian country. So I can kind of go over a lot of some of this information. A lot of it is still being developed, remain to be determined, etc. So 31.2 billion targeted for Indian country, which if you remember, CARES was 8 billion for Indian country, so this is over 3 times CARES. The other thing is, depending on there's a few things. There's what we call the fiscal recovery funds, which would be out of the 31.2 billion, 20 billion of it is the FRF. The fiscal recovery fund. And then there's the difference that there are funding for various entities and purposes. So that's how it's broken up. So, so in your report, we explained some of this in detail, but I'll just kind of hit the highlights and so forth. So for the fiscal recovery fund, 1 billion of it would be essentially equally distributed to, the over 570 federally recognized tribes. I believe from the CARES, there were issues with the Alaskan Native corporations. There were litigations on that, if you recall, and there's a number of other litigations. So this one is specific regarding who's eligible, and then also, so they made that pretty clear. There are a number of things I want to point out. For the 20 billion, that is the SRF, there is a time, the time frame is longer. It goes through to December 30th, 2024. So there's over 3 years in utilizing and expending these federal funds. And then, so the other thing just wanted to point out is that the FRF, the Fiscal Recovery Fund, which is the 20 billion, I mentioned 1 billion of it would be equally distributed, and then that brings the 19 that would be remaining of that piece. Of course, it'll be administered by Department of Treasury. So Treasury is responsible within 60 days from March 11 to distribute that. It will be based on a formula, and currently they are soliciting input. There's been a tribal consultation last Thursday, and then also another one yesterday. Although the two that took place Thursday and yesterday, what was the main point of emphasis was there is leftover CARES money, approximately, I want to say 50, so there's approximately CARES money. Actually, it's more, 500 million of the 8 billion that has been set aside for, because Treasury was getting sued not only by the ANCs but various other what we call small, very, very small tribes. They actually call themselves zero tribes. Your Shawnee and your Miccosukee tribes, there's ongoing litigation. Most of the litigation is on the formula that Treasury used. So I don't know if you recall, but way back when Treasury asked us to self-certify certain things, one of them was enrollment numbers. They did ask for employee numbers. They did ask for our expenditures. They used our employee numbers and our expenditure numbers, but they didn't use our enrollment numbers. Instead, they used the Indian Housing Block Grant numbers, and they used the U.S. Census formula area numbers instead of the enrollment. So what happens as a result is some of these tribes who have enrollment members, they got $0. So that's the subject of the litigation for Shawnee versus Yellen. The other one is the Miccosukee. So right now, there is a large movement for tribes to say, let us use our self-certifying enrollment numbers. That's been the subject of the two tribal consultations. And the reason why I think that's important is because tribe in soliciting input as to the 500 million that's left over from CARES, that sets the stage for the formula that they may be using for ARP. So that is the reason why these tribal consultations are important. The next one is coming up on the 31st And so that one is more specific to ARP. So just wanted to make sure the committee is aware of those things. And also it's good to be aware of the issues. So I think it'll be great if we could tell the IRS, the Treasury, that, you know, with the hardship, our enrollment numbers have increased by a lot. So I think that's something the nation can utilize going forward, not just for ARP or the leftover CARES money, but any other federal funding, such as for, you know, wherever the feds ask for enrollment numbers, such as TANF, your assistance programs, and so forth. So in actuality, when you think about, you know, what we're saying, or what, you know, in telling Treasury how we helped our people, the hardship program has helped Navajos in every state within the United States, 50 states, DC area. We actually have numbers on how many of our people is in each state. So we not only help people here on the reservation, but all over the U.S. and elsewhere abroad as well. So that's kind of that's happening. The other thing that's happening is there are tribal consultation happening in others. You know, just keep in mind, within the $31.2 billion, there's other funding, and I can go over that quickly. For example, IHS got $6 billion, and they're asking through tribal consultation how they're going to divvy up those, you know, by service units and so forth. So, so there are a number of tribal consultations taking place. Some of these funding will be formula driven. Some of them are what we call competitive. So you have to submit your package and so forth. So to the extent, one of the things we're working with, just kind of mention two things. One, we don't know what Treasury will do. We will know, you know, within 60 days. We don't know if they will distribute all in one, you know, the FRS, the Fiscal Recovery Fund, if they will distribute that all at once, or they're going to have a series of distribution. We don't know that. But I will let you know that on the state side, they're not doing it all at once. They're doing it in two distribution. So I don't, you know, that may clue us on what they're going to do with the distribution. And then the other point I want to make is because this funding is for longer term, you know, recall that CARES money was, we had 8 months to expend. Keep in mind that I believe we did get the distribution in May. Our first expenditure plan was signed in July by President Nez, and then our first actual expenditure happened in August 28th, and then we had 4 months to expend those dollars. This was before the federal extension, which happened on December 27th. So that was the timeline for CARES. Everybody recalls, you know, we were in a time crunch. That's not the case here. So aside from the FRF that we can spend till December 2024, outside of the FRF, some of these others, some of them do have their own timelines. So I just want to point that out. So it's important to know what's in the $31.2 billion, but it's also, there's some things that is important to know outside of the 31.2, for example, within the 1.9 trillion. And I'll just point to one. There's a restaurant revitalization fund that will be administered through the Small Business Administration. There's a ton of money, and it's targeted for, and I think as I was sitting here this morning or something, we were talking about our tourists and our vendors and our small business owners, hotel, restaurants, those types. Some of these programs are administered similar to the PPP loan that we just went through. And so some of these things, although they're not within the 31.2 billion, they're outside of it. But in the legislations, they pretty much target tribally, owned businesses, as well as women, minority-owned businesses, trying to promote them to get them back in. So I just want to point that out. So to focus on some of these other things other than the 31.2. And then outside of the FRF, there are a number of them. So on the report, the written report that I sent out, there is a pie chart, and the biggest one obviously would be the FRF, and then there's a few other highlights. Again, starting on the next page, on page 3, on some of these, I just want to point out also that Treasury has 60 days to come up with rules. So they didn't really put a lot of rules within the legislation as they did with CARES. They put some, but there's going to be a lot of rules, etc., coming down, and it may be in the form of similar to CARES, where there's guidance, FAQs, but also in addition, and I believe because there's a longer time frame, they will have a lot of rules and guidelines within the Federal Register, and then also if it's in the Federal Register, then because of the time frame, then it'll be codified in the CFRs, the Code of Federal Regulations. So they have a lot of work on their hands. So just so you know, so right now we don't really know the details on what their rules are going to be, etc. There is the thought process that because CARES, and we all know how restrictive they were, because of how quickly those monies have to be expended versus how restrictive they were, whether they would be a little, give us a break type of deal, and try to make things whole, so to speak, with some of these regulations and rules, etc. I still do think that they will maintain a lot of the same requirements, because the feds are not just going to give out the money and then say, spend it how you like it. So there's still going to be restrictions on these funds. And so forth. So I just want to point some of those things out. And so on page 3, you'll see the grid. And it starts off with the SRF, and there's a few areas. I'll point to it'll be administered by Department of Treasury. The other thing, they are soliciting information about how you spend the CARES money. So they may be asking, there is some thought out there about whether they will require you to spend all of CARES. There's that question. The other thing would be whether they will also require you, and I'll give an example, require you to spend some of it in these other areas before they allow you to spend within FRF. For example, there was a ton of money that was enacted also in December regarding broadband. So there's a lot of money out there outside of the FRF, and so the thought is they may not allow you to use that FRF for broadband because there's other monies and other pots of money available. So that may happen. I'm not saying that that's going to happen, but they may happen. So just because of what's going on. So I think it's in the best interest for the nation to pursue all of these pots of money wherever we can. And so that's why with the list that I gave, back to the first one with FRF, it'll be administered by Department of Treasury, and there's 4 key components, and that's been in the legislation. I just want to point out, it does talk about essential work payments. And so for that particular number 2, I'm looking at number 2, to respond to workers performing essential work during COVID public health emergency and providing premium pay to eligible workers. They did define some of those definitions in the legislation, and they do have a cap. So that's one interesting thing that they've done. And then the other thing is on number 3, they talk about the provision of governmental services. On the floor, I know some senators discuss because there was issue on revenue replacement. If you recall, regarding CARES Act, they pretty much were outright prohibiting revenue replacement. Let's say with our enterprise specifically, and a good example is casinos. Some tribes, they heavily rely on their casinos. They get their money from the casinos primarily, and then they'll fund government services that way. So that was an example of revenue replacement. So whether they're loosening those restrictions as it was with CARES, that's where this one comes up. So there was discussion on per cap, and that's why they're just short of calling it revenue replacement. They call it provision of government services. So I just want to point that out. The other thing, this is probably something where the nation can advocate also on number 4. They talked about investments in water, sewer, and I can't see it's at the end of the day. So broadband infrastructure. So you'll notice they didn't mention power. And so we think that even though they didn't mention power, that power will still be included as infrastructure projects that these funds can be utilized for. So I think that's something that the nation can advocate for. So that's the FRF. Again, $1 billion will be equally distributed. 19 will be based on the formula. And so it does matter advocating to Treasury how that formula will look like. And then the others, they're going to be administered by Department of Treasury. This is where I'm saying we shouldn't just be looking at FRF. We should be looking at some of these other pots. You'll notice $100 million for capital projects. It's a small pot, but it's there. And so Treasury will establish a process. The next one is $250 million for fiscal year 22 and 23. And this one is more likely going to be a formula driven as well. And so that's just something I think, again, the formula matters. The next one is $500 million, and again, administered by Treasury, and to support small businesses, etc. And so that one, the important thing to point out on that one is tribes will have to submit the intent that they want to be considered for that within 30 days of March 11th. So that, and it has to be administered through a primary government like the nation. So that would be something of interest as well. So just wanted to point some of these things if you're looking at page 3. And some of the others administered, again, I mentioned the $6 billion to IHS. Some of those things will be through their, existing distribution, and IHS will determine their existing distribution, the formulas, the methodology, etc. They have separate from the 6 billion, some of these others, like the 1 billion for TANF, Native families, including TANF, those types of things. And then 20 million for the Native American, for emergency language preservation. And so you'll see if you read some of these, there's the one for Department of Interior, that the 900 million, and then education has the 190 million, and then also the 230 million to tribal colleges and university, and then HUD, I believe NHA was just here, and so on some of their block grants, etc. So those are some in addition to the FRF, which again, you may have heard about the FRF, but aside from the FRF, then there's these other pots of money. So there's a lot of things going on right now, and so the other thing in learning about being on the consultation yesterday was that Turtle Mountain, Chippewa, they were on, and apparently they are under the Office of Inspector General. OIG is pretty much scrutinizing all of their activity. So Treasury has, with CARES, they had 40 million, I believe, they received for audits. So we haven't really quite gotten any inquiries. I got one email inquiry on a particular contract, but other than that, we usually, at least myself, I take the position because we got the largest distribution, we for sure are front and center as far as any type of inquiries and audit and so forth. So even though they've been somewhat restrictive, even though it seems broad as far as how to utilize the CARES money, we had a time constraint with those. The ARP money is different. We have longer period, at least as to a majority of them, the FRF. But we don't really know the rules, and so we think it'll be different. It's definitely not the same animal as far as CARES, and so they are paying attention. I think I've reported that the last report to Treasury, I believe we have close to 500. It was over 300 pages. All the activity, they want to know everything, any payment over 50,000, they want to know who, DUNS number, where the work was performed, and so forth, congressional district with where the work was performed, where they reside, etc. So it's a lot of work for CARES. And then now there's a lot of funds coming down the pipeline. I also want to mention that there is infrastructure as a huge consideration. The economic recovery is a huge consideration, emphasis to expend these dollars. The other thing is there are other funding coming down the pipeline. There's an infrastructure package coming down the pipeline as well, aside from ARP. So some of the things I recommend is to start thinking about some sort of plan as to how to go about getting all the funding, maximizing the funding, and so forth. So I just wanted to point all of those out. I think I know it's late, so I'm trying to get as much out, and I think that's all I have for now. So if there are any questions, let me know.
Yeah, Madam Controller Kirk, Hassan Lagi. I would like to have a motion and a second.
Motion, Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, motion, second by
Kiawan.
Honorable Gay. The floor is open for comments and questions, Nantai. Nadas Kiddish.
Chairman Kiawan.
Honorable Gay, you have the floor.
Chairman, Hernando Liscodo. Din Zata old Kisla, I think the Kisla Huidnagi. Adokodo Shanale, controller. Kodor Anigi, the anticipation, the amount of Navajo Nation will be receiving from the recent funding approved at DC level. First of all, before I forget, a lot of these funding are geared towards business activity in nature as they're running the modern day businesses, restaurants, gas station, and so on. But I believe our Navajo people really are not into those type of business. Maybe you can help us as an oversight through Department of Agriculture, Division of Natural Resources. What opportunity does our Navajo people have to receive any type of assistance? Dit Aquajit Need Lindaki Bain Ina Il Inikito Baina Ate Iniki Papai or Wasiki Achi Kita Sapitas. So where the fine line that a person with a grazing permit to a Satoshi Pichia Ayosin the door Satota Shipan Hanekukoba Ada Ye a leg as Kla a coco Akutat Heki paper kite or was the net that Ado artisan any Ado or unit the nappy is what that store. And I believe I say this that we just put too much restriction or qualification, especially saying that use the internet. No. You couldn't hit the net or you Ado Baka or what the I could eat the net being not the Shiniki data at Sitiki silversmith, rug weavers, pottery makers, any arts and crafts, bananas, Yosemite. Halet all Satobaka Ilie Dole. Because they could restaurant the net. I mean, we for sure. Majority of the restaurants on the Navajo Nation are franchise. All these funding will be just going off the reservation. I think we need to focus on that one, Chairman. How is it that we're going to help our Navajo people? You out of Chalanda is late again. Although the back and forth of Hatishan Ego, others and a host and no the Yata here. A coco that Haki hate Allah. I mean, the 1,300 that we just gave to the Navajo people is just a drop in the bucket of maybe not even their monthly expenses. Because our community people, our Navajo people, continue to struggle. Just because that we are in the modern day society, ako di beli holoni bebekashi holoni beli holoni bete holoni tashi besoti tashi sande beta holon the chicken tashi beta holon that. I mean, I don't know. I mean, because that's majority of our Navajo people on the Navajo Nation, and that's who we are. No, but yet we're not really focusing and helping them. So again, I'm sure my comment will be misinterpreted, but it's just more of these educated individuals or so on. And the reservation, I mean, off the reservation, in the hot and hit never the sheet yes, it's like a cargo got it after. If a car that a year the cook and hit the nagish, I think I didn't need. I'm sure you listen to the NHA that big how one get that in there. Be that then. Then that's a chapters that base of public had that that's a chapters of base that big how one linky the nay cat or also one that's a Sunday dot I. It that on the council that base of up it's on it and go that's it's not how one that can't outside contractors that's higher earlier go that's base of one linky that's maybe 20 to 30,000 per because NHA is too restrictive. They have to be in clustered and they have to follow these policies where unlabor homestead that never one day to literally to be bought the homestead next door. Because 1.5 billion is what I'm hearing the anticipation of what the Navajo Nation is going to be receiving and the duration of spending the funding over 3 years. I mean, the longer it's going to be, is it just that we're just going to just say, oh, we have 3 years to finish this, and now go and he needs up a nane cattle that's all now the don't need to do. But going back, I really want for us to focus. How is it that we can help our Navajo people? That the Liniki to Ahawantona Nishiki. Tiki koto baka ilye to la khane la episo public anit atole age to vendors that no by yet. Again, vendors are fed who whatever they're selling. And hit the nagi koto it's not is nico go the craft that haki in the is no other bandahan to other they turn around and sell these to the visitors. So there's a circle of this activity. So the people that we really leave out are those actual laborers on Lindigi at the house level. And then the other area that I really want for you to provide me and guide me, and that I've set this to the Navajo NTUA electricity. Niniki akoko halit alate and then Niniki base of is that allowable? So we gave up money as a hardship. But and then Niniki by electricity they struggle to pay, or if not, that's in the ACA. And if they had a light bill of over $1,200, all they had to spend was only probably $250 because they had to pay $1,200 for their light bill. But that was just accumulation of over several months of a light bill. So the nan diniki light bill sato babke silyada I mean, could you help us find that. We're just bullying our Navajo people, are just paying for everything that's in here. So what if that's not the purpose? I mean, what is been ya kodo ya lindigin hitchorina been ya ila ikut at ego benta anish adoti katni sate min sate tit ego baniel ke benta to sata behind the ISS not so no. And just you just indicated that ISS is subject to receive $6 billion, and that. So maybe it is a good thing that you continue to bring these up. Then really, for me to say that let's have ISS push them to allocate some funding to have them fix or upgrade a lot of these septic systems across the Navajo Nation. Binti just lahot so banda the plumbing system that haki that in so on such case so AC that been yet base such that so I think this time around we really need to focus on at the individual level Navajo people. Otherwise certainly some areas or but then the one thing that I really want to push for is at least all 110 chapters. I mean, with this amount of money, I believe that we don't have a problem with the next 3 years that each and every chapter are connected by broadband. And I think that I think we also need to put our act together again, and how do we strategically get these funding to establish cell towers across the Navajo Nation. So there were several restrictions, and you know that your Baker Tilly, some of my chapters, but not denied that, but yet we gave the okay for cellular one and into A to build cell towers. But yet chapters get up cell towers have been yet based on this on go. It's not denied that although by that time a lot of our chapters missed out in losing that almost half of what they got. So that's what the situation that we're in. Some chapter officials just because that a lot of these projects they didn't meet the deadline. So I think that the Navajo Nation should really not put too much restriction on these upcoming allocation, but yet yes, accountability continues to play a critical role. But technology is okay, but communicating with the Navajo people needs to be beefed up. Maybe secure an office. That's it. I don't know if it's that vacant. The census office at the fairground. That's all vacant. There's just or somewhere that the next 3 years that maybe the Navajo Nation needs to beef up taking care of these grants or contracts and what needs to be established to administer the next $1.5 billion or any other. So I don't know. I hate to say it, but I don't want to hear for us to say that, well, I didn't have enough staff and maybe the excuse of reason why that a lot of these payment process or a lot of these are being delayed or not the 3 years not totally so the other just staff it then or not needed that's totally so the bond case. So that's my recommendation to you, what is sufficient, and that we can you can argue at the next meeting, and even we can drop legislation to say that deepened on this bit that there's just I've making a proposal to structure my office so that the next round of funding will be administered. Now on the next round, at the DC level, that they're putting together a $3 trillion infrastructure bill. So with this new administration and Congress, I think that they are just pushing a lot of these funding out. So it's all about that. They need to so I would ask and how can we help that you'll be prepared to administer the next round of funding. So again, if there needs to have a legislation be dropped that there's staffing suitable for the next 2 years or 3 years, just give us the document, and then we'll advocate to the full council for the appropriation. So did Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Begay. Madam Controller Kirk, may you respond, please?
Chair, this is Controller. What do you,
yes, Ms. Kirk.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead, proceed.
Chair, and then members of the committee, you made some comments and some points. So in terms of this ARP, it is, we're at the beginning stage, so we're not going to know specifics as I just reported. So there's still things that remain to be determined, the rules and those types of things. I think one thing is, I just want to point out again with CARES, these funds are federal restrictive dollars. I think if I had to characterize the things we had to deal with CARES, is that was one thing that I had to keep repeating is because they're federal dollars, then we have to follow the federal rules. So that's a key point we still have to keep in mind. So as much as people don't want to hear me say, you know, there's a problem with this, no, we can't do this, this is unallowable, we have to follow procurement, you know, we're still going to do the same thing. When you think about these dollars, again, federal government isn't just going to give us these funds and then allow us to do whatever we want with it. So they are still restrictive, there are still rules. So as I explained earlier, we're still trying to we're still working through those. Treasury's still working on those, so we'll have to see what those look like. The thing with CARES, I think we all remember, was that we had a short period of time to spend it. We have all these rules, and then Treasury kept clarifying things. You know, so we didn't know certain things from the beginning, but as we're going along, then, you know, they'll update their FAQs and their guidance. So that was part of the problem because, you know, we had to work within the confines of ever-evolving rules, you know, so that made it difficult to explain or to give, you know, really, you know, certain answers and so forth. So, and then on top of that, just, you know, some people will say, well, you know, the way you spend these dollars, they seem broad, but then they seem restrictive at the same time. If you recall, I'll just give an example, the whole already budgeted thing, you know, that was one restrictive. So, so we had to deal with that. And so somehow then I became the person to say, no, you can't do this. Compliance is important, you know, and the reason why I mentioned the Turtle Mountain Chippewa is they're in the middle of getting their books examined. So it is important to follow the rules, because if we don't, then we pay it back, and then it has a lot of ramifications in the future. So the nation, at least since I've been here, we've been trying really hard to get our single audit findings down to single digits, which we've done in recent years. And you've just heard from NHA, all the trials and tribulations they have with HUD and the Senate, Committee of Indian Affairs. Those are the things that we don't want to happen to us here at the nation. The financial handlings of these funds is important. Beso shi a hayu e ya benai de kito basa halno do hajo benda don nishiki shi a yisi yisi isto shi ba da huiliana halno do ba kutani tsino shinde ya sto ade federal government a koni ni na de kitla ado beso ashon ke jehen ado dirigi dibik how dot nikla. So so in terms of the small business, I mean, we did help artisans. We helped over 3,000 of them, and we paid out over 16 million with the CARES Auto Small Business we helped close to 2,000 of them, and we gave out over $13 million. And so there are, we helped out people that did, for example, wood haulers, anywhere from wood haulers, your burrito ladies, your rug weavers, to, the ones, the beda banda nihiki sto asado sto bikada silwood. So there are a lot of Navajo artisan and small businesses that were able to get some relief, business interruption relief. Some of the issues we've had with CARES, November go some of those deadlines we had to abide by. So those are things we went through. So I believe we as a government, we have the discretion and we have the authority and the sovereign right to say how we can help ourselves. So when I mentioned restaurant revitalization program, I'm just pointing these things out to say, aside from the 30 million, there's these other things that we should pay attention. And within the 31.2 billion, here are other things aside from the 20 million. So there's a lot of monies available. So that's where I'm saying that I think it's worth trying to come up with a plan, some of these solutions for the people. So I believe we can design some of these benefits, but part of it is we still have to find out how we have to do some of these things. So in terms of some of these programs, the payment of people's electricity bills, I just want to point out some things too. For example, our office did get a call from HHS ACF, and they gave us money for LIHEAP way back in April of a year ago. And so I think those are questions for DSS, for social services, because those monies were meant to help our people. So it's frustrating to hear about these things, and we still hadn't put up a budget. And I think those questions need to be asked. because I hear about people using their hardship funds to pay their past due bills, when in fact there are other monies that were available so that maybe they could have used from the LIHEAP program. So it's a little frustrating because there are other programs that are available. So I think that's kind of the theme here, is to point out there's all these different programs that not only as a government we can help our people with, but we can point these things out to say, to our business owners, to say, hey, it might be worth it to look at this restaurant revitalization SBA program. If you, and so and then also, it's really hard to try to administer some of these programs in the middle of a pandemic. It's hard to do that. I know that during the small business program, that's some things we had to consider as well, to try to socially distance. And I think in that way, some of the considerations was how to reach as many of our Navajo people, no matter where they are, to apply for these programs as well. So, I just wanted to make those comments. In terms of chapters, again, as we've worked through the chapter distribution plan, again, I don't foresee the federal government waiving or straying from what I call is uniform guidance station. And some of the things they require is what we call internal controls. There are a lot of requirements under the uniform guidance. And so, again, in terms of some of our what we call subrecipients, some of the things we've learned with CARES was some of these subrecipients, they come through and they say, yeah, I know how to administer federal dollars. Reporting, then, they didn't really report. Again, sometimes it was because we're in a time crunch, but that's something we will need to work with, with the nation, because we have a longer period of time. That's probably something that is worth on the front end to put in the work to say, let's go vet some of these things. Let's vet some of these entities that come before us. Because ultimately the nation is responsible. So, so on some of these projects too, some of the things we, with at least CARES, with the time crunch and everything, some of those projects, we always had some reasons. I know you mentioned some of the denials. I mean, we can sit here and tell you some of the things we've seen on our end. We've seen, people asking for advances. We have missing insurance information. We've also seen 5-year contracts that are outside the period of performance. All of those, if Treasury came through, or if our single auditors look at the documentation and we allowed those things to go through, then we would have audit findings. So so that is the reason why we have to ensure compliance on some of these things that have happened. So, and the restrictions is just us merely doing our job, ensuring compliance, so we don't have any problems. Right now, we're trying to close out some of those subrecipients. We're hoping that the reporting takes place. We're hoping that the reversions take place, if there is to be reversions. In terms of what can our office do, I will tell you, I do get a lot of questions on, and you mentioned Baker Tilly. I hired 3 firms. One of them does the single audit and the financial audit. There was a little bit of a provision for them to help on the CARES, notwithstanding any what we call independence issue. I hired a Navajo CPA firm. They've hired other Navajo CPAs. And then I hired Baker Tilly. As you are aware, they are a huge firm. They have a lot of resources. And so I've had a lot of help. But I do get a lot of questions about how much money I spent. And ensuring compliance across the board, not just for example, we made sure and we were trying to be available for chapters. We reviewed all of their budget requests. We did the small business artisan program. We set up a portal. So all of the information for which those grants were based upon were all housed in a portal. I mean, literally, I gave access to our auditors to look through all of those things. And so the manner in which we have done all of this compliance work was so that the nation ultimately doesn't get any question costs. We're not paying money back. We don't have audit issues. That's the goal. So in the hardship program, costs a lot of money. It is very expensive to run a call center. And so all of these are what I call costs of compliance. And so I believe our budget was 3% of the $714 million, which is reasonable. It's not too high, not too low. It's a good percentage, and we used all of it, mostly all of it. And so that's where, you have to pay the money so that you don't have any problems. And so all I ask for our office is to keep allowing us to do our job, which is ensuring compliance, ensuring there's internal controls. We follow the rules. These things are audited. And a lot of the things we've carried out are programs. We had to set up these portals to house all the information so we can help the people, and then also in turn, we can survive these audits. And so they are expensive. It's essentially saying you have to spend money to make sure everything's good. So that's what our office has done. So going forward, I think we still will need a compliance budget. For CARES, I got line item vetoed, and it wasn't until November that I was able to spend. I had three weeks to spend the money, and I was able to spend most of it, but that's because we know the rules and we say, okay, this is how we can do this contract. So it is a lot of work. When all is said and done, we spent a good portion of the money. And that was another challenge that we had to face was, if we didn't get the extension on December 27th, then anything unused would be sent back. And so that was something we were up against. We couldn't rely and say, oh yeah, we're gonna get an extension. Because if you recall, at the time, President Trump, I think had us biting our nails a little bit and finally gave an extension on the December 27th. So those are all the things we were working, all the conditions under which we were working. And so again, ARP, I think because we have more time than, I know, Shanelle, you have your priorities, and I think that's something, in working together, everybody needs to be on the same board and say, here's where our priorities are, and we should have this big plan. I think, because one of the frustrations of my office is having to work in an environment where we had the same meeting for the legislative branch and for the executive branch and repeated the same thing. And while we're strapped to do all of this work, then we had to repeat ourselves twice, for two different audiences when it should be one. And that was a lot of frustration. A lot of frustration was, we had a certain legislation that went through and then all for naught, because ultimately then people, it was determined that it wasn't good law. Those things held up stuff, especially with the time crunch. That was really hard. The other thing was the changing deadlines, but ultimately we did what we did because we thought we had a deadline of December 30th. So those things were really hard to maneuver through, but we tried the best we can. I think all is said and done, and I think we still, with all of those challenges, I think we all did a good job. A lot of it, we went heavy on projects. Projects were important because they needed to be done. And so I think the enterprises and those that took on those projects, NECA, NTUA, they did good in terms of getting as much of those things as completed as they can. So I think ultimately, I think we did good, even with those challenges and obstacles. So I just want to say that in response. So, but yes, I think the compliance is still important, and I ask that we be up there as far as a priority, so we have the resources and the tools to carry out a lot of these things and to ensure that we don't have any problems compliance-wise. It is expensive, and we are talking about a lot of money. So I just want to say that out of here.
Thank you, Madam Controller Kurt. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions? Nej, då ska jag inte. Then, yeah. We'll go ahead and vote on the report from the controller. And aye. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote, sir?
Green.
Honorable Stewart. Honorable Begay.
Chairman Kell votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniels. Honorable Daniels. Honorable Stewart. We have a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. We'll accept the report. The motion was by Honorable Daniels and second by Honorable Key Ellen Begay for clarification. Thank you. And we have 2 reports left, and my recommendation to the committee is to have the Division of Natural Resources, Dr. Shabala, Ms. Vanjie Curley-Thomas, and from Navajo Nation Game and Enterprise, Mr. Parrish, provide a report at our next meeting. I believe there are still issues with internet, so we'll go ahead and move that report to next Wednesday's meeting. Are there any announcements? If not, we'd like to have a motion to adjourn.
Chairman, I'll motion.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Second by
Gallen.
Honorable Begay. Any questions, comments? None. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote, sir?
Green.
Honorable Stewart. Honorable Begay.
Chairman Callan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker,
Chairman, I vote green.
Honorable Daniels, Honorable Stewart, Honorable Daniels. We have a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. It is currently 8:00 p.m. We are adjourned at this time.
This is Daniels. I vote green.
Okay. Okay, let go. Thank you, Honorable Daniels. We'll change the vote to 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. It's still 8:00. So thank you very much, and y'all be safe. And also, Navikia ticket tomorrow at 10:00, and I'll be meeting with Mr. Swerline at about 10:00 tomorrow, and we'll try to provide a call-in number for RDC to call in. Thank you. Be safe out there. We're adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for being on the line.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, yeah.